Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward. Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth.
It's ramping up now. It's exploded. It's more busy.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Okay, we are fine. About fine. Just fine.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Okay.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Global Ayurveda Day, The Way Forward.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. This is Dr. Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is fascinating in itself because today we are having a grand celebration of a virtual summit of Ayurveda Day. Ayurveda Day, which is about to come just before Deepavali, which is one of the big festivals of India, and also the Dhanvantri Day. Therefore, today's episode as a virtual summit is being broadcasted to you live, where we'll be having Om Namami Dhanvantri Madi Deva Surasu. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Today's episode is in collaboration with Tapas, and we are honored to welcome all our guests in this Global Ayurveda Day Summit 2024. Global Ayurveda Day is a significant event that gathers leaders, practitioners, scholars, and wellness advocates from across the globe to reflect on and share the profound insights of Ayurveda. Given your extensive expertise today, we welcome all the experts as well as our distinguished guests in the field of Ayurvedic medicine and are inviting everyone whosoever is interested and loves Ayurveda be a part of this. Today's theme is Ayurveda Way Moving Ahead. As we explore the global rise of Ayurveda, focusing on international policies, research innovations, and integration into the mainstream healthcare, today's live discussion and talk will be on the growing recognition of Ayurveda in India, overseas, and addressing the challenges in standardization and regulation of Ayurveda. With emerging fields in Ayurveda, whether it may be genomics, personalized medicine, artificial intelligence, for enhancing advancing Ayurveda. This virtual summit showcases the Ayurveda's potential to influence global health and wellness, merging tradition with modern approaches for holistic future. So without any other further ado, I would like to open this virtual summit and also marking up the celebration of Ayurveda Day. Being an Ayurveda practitioner, it has been very interesting for me to share the wisdom with people, which is sharing and talking about something which is related with the traditions, with the culture, with the holistic well-being, as well as with the motive of spreading wellness all over. And that's why this field of traditional knowledge of medicine, which is one of the main core streams of Indian culture, where every house has its own way in which one follows Ayurveda, and a lot more has been done through the government on different platforms to acknowledge Ayurveda as a mainstream medicine. It's time to listen from all the experts and the distinguished guests what they have to say about Ayurveda and what all policies and regulations do they think are important for the coming time. For this, first of all, I'd also like to welcome Professor E. Sharma, who is on Ayurveda chair at Mauritius, as well as our resident producer and host at Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste, Professor E. Sharma. A very warm welcome to
Namaste,
you.
Amrita. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As we invite Dr. Pradeep in a short while, your signing up message for everybody.
Welcome everyone on this wonderful day. And this does remind us every year that we have to start something afresh when it comes to preventive medicine. Because as we have been experiencing the hard way that most non-communicable diseases have got no cure. They can be managed, these can be suppressed, but now we have reached to a painful situation where prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure. So Ayurveda, nothing fits like Ayurveda when it comes to preventive medicine. Much before there is any pathological abnormality, any blood test shows that you are diabetic or pre-diabetic or hypertensive, even pre-hypertensive. Much before that, we have got a standard common protocol to give you an insurance without any premium, of course, against all the non-communicable diseases. Interestingly, we do not have a separate plans. If you want to protect yourself from diabetes, then we have got plan A. If you want to be protected against like liver problem, then we have got another plan. No, this is such one size which fits all. So really, this is high time to revisit the greatness, the magnanimity of Ayurveda, and we'll be more than happy to share it with everyone. Amrita, thank you for the opportunity. Okay, am I audible? Maybe.
Yes. Ish, you are very loud and audible. I think Amrita's signal is frozen. Let's welcome Pardeep in Australia. Ish, over to you.
Hi, Pradeep. So very happy to see you. And if you can unmute Pradeep and share your views.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Ish and Dr. Amrita. And global namaste to all on this special Ayurveda episode in favor of Global Ayurveda Day, which is observed every year in India and worldwide on occasion of the appearance of the Lord Dhanvantari, who is known as the divine deity of the Ayurveda. In 2016, Government of India's Ministry of Ayush started the Ayurveda Day and declared the spiritual day as National Ayurveda Day, first time on 28th of October 2016. And with the blessing of Lord Dhanvantri, under the supervision of Dr. Ish, we started our clinic on that same day, on the name of the Harbour Miracles Ayur Wellness, on the first International Ayurveda Day. This year, this special day is going to be celebrated on coming 29th of October, Tuesday, on the Dhanteras, that is Lord Dhanvantri Jayanti. Ayurveda Day's aim is to promote and globalize the ancient traditional Indian system of medicine, emphasizing on holistic well-being approach and along with the natural healing from the root cause of the diseases. As always, Ayurveda says, every year the theme varies for the same. And this year, for the celebration, the theme is innovation for global health through Ayurveda. So, which mentions the significant role of Ayurveda for enhancing the health systems worldwide via the potentials of Ayurveda along with the coming challenges in the pathway to practice the same at clinical and academic levels to meet the standardization of the modern healthcare system. And everybody is very familiar with these challenges these days, that what can be at the basic level in shape of. As we all know, the global health crisis in health is going on in all the pathies, disturbed lifestyle, food changes, social and mental behavior changes, drug and herbs or any other ready-made products, safety and their efficacy, colonial approach of the population, thinking about the short-time treatments or best health with the chemical drugs only, affordability of the health in any shape, that may be the money or the time, which can be understood from the commercialization of the healthcare systems for the disease prevention and self-promotion or personal promotions for their own individual growth, along with the medicalization of the society, of the whole system. Medical negligences are the best challenges without the proper testing of the herbs, the target doses in actual practicals, instead of, as mentioned in the text, because of the changing of the time, with the changing food habits, with the changing lifestyles, with the availability of the more modern facilities, I don't think so. Okay, that is working. Whatever is mentioned in the text, as practically we are facing in our and experiencing in our practical experiences, like other health systems, that may change, or that may be any other medicine, that may be Chinese medicine, that may be chiropractor practices, or whatever I think may be remedial massages or acupuncture, without creating any controversy. Why least people are known about Ayurveda? This is my concern. I think so, sitting abroad while practicing from last 30 years after my graduation and post-graduation, if they know that's only the superficial part, which is legally advised to practice, or that superficial part is mostly the availability of the some drugs or some herbs or some ready-made products over the counter, why people are least aware about the actual basics of Ayurveda, that works or Panchakarma procedures or actual use of the actual drugs or the herbs, or always herbo mineral drugs are having lack of trust to use in a particular disease. We know that this particular thing has been mentioned in the text. This is working like this. Okay, the parent will be doing this, the other things will be doing like this, or any other things which are in good combo, which are working, of course, and everybody is mentioning that this works in this disease, this works in that disease. We are seeing a lot of things on the social media, on all the platforms. Everybody is making some videos or editing the things and challenging the things, and they are also promising or claiming the thing. But then why, for the particular disease, if some patients have been got treated, the same is not possible for the other one, as Dr. Ish told that it doesn't fit for everybody same in the same code. So lot of researches are going on these days in the Ayurveda field, but why still it is not recognized everywhere equally, maybe with the medicine, maybe with the herbs, maybe with the treatments, or especially even for our own community of people. We are seeing that there are multicultural societies everywhere, but even sometimes I personally face that my own people even don't know what is Panchakarma, what is Vamana, Vrechana, or some other protocols. Also, Ayurveda got popularized in recent times, especially in case of the pandemics, if we see, and for some lifestyle disorders, especially mental health issues, for child and women health issues too. Integrative approach can be the better option for the adaptability at global level. Some people don't know what is Shirodhara, some people don't know what is Nasya or Karnpurna. We have to explain all the times. And even some simple herbs, which we say these are the word level herbs, or why all the times? Sometimes I think that the ashwagandha or turmeric or curcumin, we say that haladi, why these are always challenging, that they are creating this problem or that problem. Even from thousands of years, these products are in our kitchen herbs. So, as per the global scenario, for authenticity of the spiritual traditional system, the need of the hour is integration of new technologies and evidence-based research for getting this healthcare system in the mainstream. That may be Ayurgenomics, that may be Ayurbiology, that may be metaphysical research, that may be transdisciplinary scientific research or epistemology, keeping in mind the basic concepts or principles of Ayurveda. Of course, a lot of things are going on at Ayush level, at other CCRAS or some ICMR or all the other institutes or government agencies. But how these can go and how these can come to local people, or how these can be helpful in the equality of the systems everywhere, that may be, or we can also think about the researches can be on the base of the three dosha theory or panchbhautik chikitsa, especially with the 5 element theory, or Agni concept, Deepana Pachana can be there, or whatever the other topics can be taken from all the branches of Ashtanga Ayurveda, or we see just like that. If we see, just let it be the first diagnosis of the Nadi Priksha or pulse diagnosis. Some softwares came, maybe Nadi Trangani or maybe other things, without taking the particular name, without creating the controversy, that still till date we are in queue that some authentic software or some authentic version will be coming. Maybe these days AI, artificial intelligence, is so much intelligence that is going beyond our box of thinking. So also maybe especially Rasayana or rejuvenation or immunomodulation with the herbs. Very least people know about the best immunomodulator drug, which is the Tinospora cordifolia, maybe Guruchi or some Amalaki, or maybe Ashwagandha, Mulatti, because, and also some Panchakarma protocols, especially their standardization in the particular disease. Maybe that is the pre-procedures, Abhyanga, Svedana, or that may be the main procedures, Vamana, Vrechana, Rakta Mokshana, Vasti, Nasya, or that may be the post procedures, the Sansarjan Karma. If I think so, I'm going to name the Sansarjan Karma or some days for taking care after the treatments. Even other people don't know what I am talking about Ayurveda or the Panchakarma procedures. Research and methodology should be elaborated more for Ayurveda scholars and practitioners, I think so, and it is good thing that it has been included in the graduate level, and at postgraduate level we also did it in the first year. But I think so that should be according to the thesis of the particular person, not only but also with the other emerging technologies in practice, that which can be helpful for more standardization of the herbs of our any system which is related to Ayurveda. Data maintenance should be must. We always talk about the data maintenance, that we are collecting the data. If we people are treating some lung fibrosis or SLE or some other Crohn's disease, whatever the things are coming, the diseases which are not mentioned in our text, even with some simple same Langan, Deepan Pachana and Dosha of Sechana protocol, or Ahar Vihar Aushad protocols, or whatever the basic principles, that can be the Lok Purisame Siddhant or some Swanavshesh Siddhant, or using the simple kitchen pharmacy herbs. Why they are not again used, or they are not trusted, or why they are not being made something particular, that this is the steak treatment for the particular thing.
Thank you,
Like that.
Dr. Pradeep.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I'm going to complete last words, that for these things, data maintenance should be must. So exchange of knowledge through these type of interactive open health discussions like we are doing today on the dais of Healing Our Earth is must for attracting more and more people, practitioners, academicians, researchers from the whole world for their special references. And also, we should attach the students, local community circles, folklore practitioners, and other learned expertise who are enthusiastic about the same should be gathered at the common platforms. Jai Ayurved, Om Dhanvantaraya Namaha, Global Namaste to all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. That's wonderful. Professor Sharma, your final comments before we move over to our next speaker. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Pradeep. That was wonderful listening, and I'm looking forward to listen to Dr. Venkatesh ji. Then we have Dr. Rajiv Gupta, and many more like stalwarts are there. Kamlesh ji is there. Then we have got the Thomas couple. So looking forward, Amrita, and honored to be hearing all of them. Thank you.
Yes. Professor Sharma, let's welcome our founder and director, Neil Kumar. Neil Kumar, your comments?
Global Namaste, Amrita. Global Namaste, Ish. So wonderful.
Global Namaste.
We are connected to Indian Ocean, Australia, Europe, India, Africa. So nice that we are here. Pradeep, you are there in Australia and recently you've settled there. What is the scenario of the way forward of Ayurveda in Australia itself? Do you think it's gaining momentum?
Yeah, so same things, Neilji, I was talking that a lot of challenges are there that we are not getting according to the rules of the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, that some herbs can't be imported or due to the contamination of the water or soil or overdue with the other herbs like ashwagandha or turmeric, or a lot of challenges are here. Some limitations are here, what can be done or what can't be done, maybe and also especially the coverage of the insurance or reimbursement policies. What I was talking, that it is possible in case of the even remedial massages, it is possible in chiropractor practices or acupuncture or other things, but why not with Ayurveda? So a lot more years have passed away that a lot of senior expertise agencies and volunteer NGOs are there, but still why Ayurveda is not coming to mainstream? But of course, a lot of future and the better enlightening Ayurveda is working and giving some good results and opening the eyes of the local people. Of course, it is in good scope in Australia.
Thank you, Pradeep. At least we are proud that you are there. Momentum has set off. Let the train gather the pace. It'll be very beautiful. Ish, Amrita, I think it's time to welcome Neha here in Midlands. She contributes quite a lot. So Amrita, go ahead and introduce her. And then we got Dr. Venkata Joshi. We got so many people. We got Silpa, who is joined from Singapore, who will be going to Ish Manson Thomas, who actually leads integrated and care health over there in Europe. So let's move on to Neha and see what she has got lined up for us. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep, for joining us. Please stay around. We'll be having more chit-chats and discussions over. And it's time to move to Midlands. A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Neha, and I'm very delighted to have you at our platform at Healing Our Earth, and especially at the Ayurveda episode. Why? Because Dr. Neha is a lead research scientist who has contributed over more than 350 scientific contributions, driving advancement in health and social sciences, as well as she's specialized in developing and implementing cutting-edge therapeutic strategies for long-term illnesses and traumatic recoveries. She works for community empowerments. She works for global leadership protocols and executive leadership protocols in many bases. And she also is a founder and director of Arogyam UK and Innovate UK Limited. Wow. I think it's pretty less to talk about, but then it's time to hear you. That's what we wish to. Most welcome. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv and Neilji. It's always a pleasure to come and hear all of you. And if I can contribute, it's an honor because all the esteemed speakers which come to this platform, they are highly renowned in their own respective fields. And I agree fully. I had a glimpse of hearing Dr. Pradeep from Australia. And this is exactly what I would repeat, pen to pen, what he has pointed. I think every part of the Western world, especially, and even this scenario is not very different for India, as emerging awareness, education, AI, and all this scientific understanding of people changing. So from traditional knowledge is the faith is not enough now. We are all talking about scientific evidences. We are all talking about regulation, standardization. And this is where major challenges is also that our own therapeutic Indian traditional medicine is lacking behind because our own communities now not only believing or having faith simply because it is our tradition, they also want to know. And this is not I'm saying because I also work in UK tremendously with UK communities. In last, I'm sure you all know that I've been part of this UK petition twice, which was raised for supporting Ayurveda in NHS once, and then another one I started to do this to review the evidence-based, practice-based evidence for yoga. So yoga and Ayurveda both usually go in hand in terms of Indian traditional medicine. And unfortunately, with these two petitions, what I had learned was, again, a wake-up alarm for all of us, that it's not enough what we are talking about, the glorious and wonderful history and the knowledge of Ayurveda, but it's also important that how we present it to the present context. People need to understand its relevance because it's just not tradition passed on. It's also the scientific science behind, and that's what we are lacking. So when I take on the Arogyam, I hear people, I understand them, and I understand the challenges. And I won't repeat myself repeating Dr. Pradeep, because he already has mentioned beautifully what all challenges we are facing across the world. So what I understand from my working with people, scientists, and across the governments in 4 continents, at least I can talk, not Australia, but of course, US, UK, Europe, and Southeast Asia primarily, and Africa. But here, primarily, yes, research is important because we all know that regulatory and standardization reforms cannot happen before the evidence base. And so far, we have evidences, but none of us are aware in terms of practice. We only think of evidences as clinical trials or clinical research. Evidences can come from all directions, and it can come from literally the practice between patient and physician. But if we do not have data, then it is impossible to even translate those practices into evidence base. So a bit of reform in our understanding that we not depend on clinical trial units, or we do not depend on the scientific people, because again, they will not have the understanding of Ayurveda designing these protocols. And I know this also because when we worked on this Ayush trial, we know that the protocol developed by Ayurveda physician are never understood by the clinical scientists sitting in the West. So they cannot really comprehend what it really means other than the data and outcome measures. So ethics become a major challenge to get approvals for these sort of research. To overcome this, it is important that the scientist on the one part and on the other side, where the practitioner or experts from Ayurveda, they work hand in hand and they develop a protocol which is feasible to execute in respective country and population. And this is where culturally responsive therapeutic is also very much essential nowadays. We understand from mental health, we understand from precision medicine now that culturally responsive therapeutic is need of the time, and Ayurveda is that. But again, translating that into a culturally responsive way so that we can gather right information, we can produce and present right evidences to bring it into the reform of regulatory and standardization. And that is essential. A lot has been done in India, and Indian government is very proactive But that does not help us in the West. And I'm sure every European and UK or Western part of the continent expert would agree that we still find it challenging to convince our side of regulatory bodies that this is done in India, but that's in India. What about here? Here, we still have the same challenges. So we got to work locally as well as with the governments to understand how we can replicate these models into this side of community. Education and awareness would be a solution, but again, translating it in terms of people who would understand. Now, I have come from India. I'm born and raised in India, but I have never been exposed to Ayurveda concepts till so far. So again, it's not an essential tool that anybody would know the principle of healthy lifestyle as Ayurveda defines. So it does not has been passed on as cultures. So this is our responsibility, which becomes huge, that we translate not as cultures, but as a health science to understand this is essential to keep myself healthy and happy. So again, promoting as a complementary medicine, again, we have no competition, but again, recognition to understand that how we first feasibly can come into the play. And I guess we got to work with the traditional medicine, conventional medicine, to make sure that we have enough compatibility to start as a complementary medicine, not alternative, because that will still be the mainstream of medicine, and we do not wish to replace it. In certain cases, it will anyway be replaced, but at least to start with complementary. So it's also important collaboration part where we know what we can put things together. And again, there is no drug interaction. There is no risk of any harm done in any way. And that would address enhancing the safety and quality assurance in part of. So that's a major the challenge what we face integrating Ayurveda in mainstream is the safety and quality assurance. And I think that way we can overcome that. However, the main and most difficult barrier then automatically get overcome is the perception barrier. A lot of time, people's perception, the practitioners, even the government, the authorities, everybody has their own perception, and that is important to change in terms of what we bring forward. If we keep talking about the Ayurveda, which nobody is understanding other than the experts or other than the people who are working into it, then it looks like that's something Indian, but that's not for me. But if we are talking about something which everybody can relate, can work with, and think of, this is exactly what I'm looking for, that actually brings out a uniformed platform. However, this is not possible without all the practitioners, communities, and academia to work together and see how we can develop and publish these, whatever small or big work, in terms of highlighting its importance. And that's where the evidences start to grow. So it's a wonderful initiative looking around the globe, all the experts, and it's an honor. If you have any questions for me, I would be happy to answer, Dr. Amrita. I'm usually good with question answer.
Yes, I know. That's really really nice of you, actually. And what you have addressed, which we have been listening to Dr. Pradeep as well, and to you, to talk about the evidence collection as well as the key issues in relation to the practices, as well as the implementation of the laws, as well as making up the the terms to be in easy way to be made understood to other medicinal systems, as well as the agencies to follow up the integrated systems of traditional medicine, is an important part of it. And clearing up the doubts and working on a clear paper to script up with what best can be and how it can be scripted in a proper way so that it can be given as a clear message of what Ayurveda has to say. And yeah, this clear outs a lot of things that has to be done, as we have Professor E. Sharma with us, who is on Ayurveda chair at University of Mauritius, as well as he's a professor in integrated health medicine at Mauritius. Let's hear his comments as well. Professor E. Sharma, over to you.
Thank you, Amrita, and thank you very much, Dr. Neha. Wonderful listening to you, and you are right on the spot that we have to be on the same page to begin with. We cannot be telling our own stories and no one is understanding them. So we have to discover some common grounds, and without leaving the Ayurveda traits, like not going offbeat and keeping Ayurveda in our backdrop. We have to find we have to discover, explore the baby steps which everyone understands, and we take it from there. And yes, sensitization of this ailing population, the ailing humanity, the world over, is very, very important. It is like a collective social responsibility of each one of us who are over here right now, and everyone is doing a wonderful bit. So that's where we believed with Dr. Rajiv Gupta, explored a lot, and we did, we found our own path that we will be starting with kids. So we worked upon kids, how kids could be eating right, and the baby steps were, we proposed right eating habits as per Ayurveda, which were not contradictory to the Western research. For example, when I introduced Ayurveda dietetics in the primary school curricula with the Ministry of Education, Republic of Mauritius. Now, for example, I did not talk about Viruddhahara or or the other concepts which could, which could anyone question to begin with. That's where we took very basic steps which were well received, which are being taught at like 325 primary schools in Mauritius. It's a very small country, so 325 primary schools is a big number when we look at a population of 1.2 million only. So that's where we have to sensitize, like whomsoever, whatever community, individual, socio-cultural, government, policymaker, any human being, if we can impress by our own personal contacts with those baby steps, what that person understands, that will be a wonderful beginning. And I really appreciate you for creating the wonderful platform where you are bringing all the health enthusiasts together. Those could be from pharma or paramedical, doctors, surgeons, or into healthcare businesses. So you are doing a great job, and I wish you all the best. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sharma. Let's hear from Professor Rajiv, and then we have a final comments from our founder and director, Neil Kumar. Professor Rajiv Gupta, Global Namaste to you. First of all, you have been a profound personality in terms of medicine and integration of Ayurveda and yoga. You are a self-believer of integrated therapies. So it's a mark of your subject to talk on what you have to say on all this. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Amrita, and thank you very much, Neil Kumar, for having this forum for discussion. And I, Anish Sharma, I'm glad that had multiple discussion for hours on how we bring it the integration, because traditionally Ayurveda has been fighting to have its name recognized, but in that they have been making mistake. They are trying to say the modern medicine doesn't work and doesn't cure, there is no point, and therefore there is antagonism, and that doesn't work. It has been going in the UK for, at least I have seen here, for nearly 20-30 years. The best approach is that we have collaborative approach, which is what just as Neha shared and as Ish Sharma said, that we should have a collaborative work. There are so many gaps in modern medicine. Having been trained and a senior consultant in the NHS for nearly 25 years now, I know exactly what the modern medicine is and where the gaps are. There is no science perfect, neither Ayurveda, nor homeopathy, nor acupuncture, nor modern medicine, nothing. We all have gaps, so let's pull it together. If it's acute medicine, you have the heart attack, you're not going to be sitting and doing yoga or having some ginger or Arjun chal. You need to go to hospital, otherwise you'll be gone in next 20 minutes. On the other hand, if you have chronic arthritis, backache, then there is no point taking non-steroidal anti-inflammatory for many years. You can use natural Ayurvedic medicine, even like haldi, curcumin longa, ashwagandha, and many other things which are very helpful. Same is for diabetes. You can take guduchi and many other things instead of taking metformin, or in fact, I suggest take two together. And that's the true integration. And as the effect of one goes up, the other one can come down. And not everybody has got the same constitution. So we can optimize, personalize, and have the best care that is suitable to the current generation. Current generation is looking for evidence. As Neha was saying appropriately, research and evidence is necessary. They don't even buy anything on Amazon without looking reviews. More reviews, better. And the same thing is here. We need to do proper research trials. And I'm trying to do, we and I and Neha have been involved in a trial which probably has not taken as quick as we could. And that was about how we can use yoga for long COVID. And there are others as well. So we're planning to have some more. There is evidence, but it's not as strong. Let's make strong evidence. Let's make it happen. And let's make the world a better place. Low cost medicine, better medicine, less side effects, working together so that the problems of the patients get sorted for now and ever. And that's my wish on this special day dedicated to Ayurveda.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Perfect way to end this. Stay around. I want to ask something very important here. Shortly, we'll be visiting Mauritius with Professor Sharma, where he will say how he has, through other organization and the Ayush Ministry, penetrated into Mauritius. And then we are going to go to Hungary, or Czechia, where Prague, Thomas is waiting with a lovely lady to translate if required. So it'll be nice. We will see around the globe what's happening. Now, Neha, you are in Midlands, particularly in Leicester, where you've got a famous hospital, Leicester General Hospital and Leicester Royal Infirmary. When you visit there, do you think people receive you very well with Ayurveda subjects? Or do you think Leicester, which has got a lot of influence of South Asian people, and you've got an organization like Saha there as well, how is the Ayurveda scenario? And this will go to Rajiv because he's a practicing NHS consultant and a doctor as well. So let's zoom directly the Ayurveda way forward to this subject. How far do you think Leicester has moved, particularly these two big institutions, the Leicester General and Leicester Infirmary? Do you get the vibes that the respect for Ayurveda is there? Over to you, Neha Sharma.
Leicester General, Leicester Infirmary, all this is part of NHS, and Leicester is no different anywhere in the UK where NHS is. So no, nobody is open to Ayurveda or yoga the way it should have been, because this is again NHS, it's a standard national curriculum and protocol. So again, as far as community is concerned, we are very diversified practice of Ayurveda, and I'm sure this is again not just Leicester. I can talk about whole BME communities across UK. So whether we talk about London, Birmingham, which is again Leicester, so all of these hubs where we have very diversified Ayurveda practice. So again, generally, if I talk about Kerala Ayurveda is different from the one set of Ayurveda, our Sri Lankan Ayurveda is very different from the other. So we have lobbies, we have communities, we have groups, and again, we have a followings to the certain, and then we have Samaj. So they play an important role again. So which Samaj has which speaker and which style of Ayurveda. So again, it's not united, it's not universal. It's again diversified practice. However, we are still very open. But if we talk about the age groups, that's different. So the faith, again, play an important role in our communities when the Ayurveda is accepted. And this is where we are talking about elderly or older population. But if it come to middle age, to the younger ones, again, there is not very good vibes, because there's a lot of questions and we don't know why do we take this and why do we take that? Does it has a drug interaction or not? So this is where, again, they come with research. They ask GPT, Google School is there. So everything is, again, a question. And because every practitioner has a different style of its own practice, and this is how Ayurveda is unique in its own way, but we don't know why he said this and he said that. So again, there's a lot of confusion. So we have to address, when it's our communities, the confusion, I guess, is much more, because as Dr. Pradeep rightly said, we don't know. And that's where we have to bridge these gaps, that how do we know ourselves better to teach others better? But NHS is far beyond our reach at the moment. So probably Dr. Rajiv can make some breakthrough progress into that. And we are here to back up Dr. Rajiv. So you take a lead and we hopefully penetrate some point in NHS protocols.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. So the UK has had a change of government now from Conservative to Labour. Bob Blackman, who led the way for Ayurveda as well, who is very keen on that. So maybe we need to feed you guys with some more information. But in a heavily concentrated place like Leicester, which has been a South Asian influence, started with Gujarati and now with a lot of mixture of a crowd, and we are talking about 60 years of settlement and we haven't progressed forward. Rajiv, you are up there in the north part of England. You are involved in from a yoga, which is now actually penetrating into the system, and yoga is officially recognized because of the way after Swami Ramdev came and Modi made it national, international with so many countries. Rajiv, do you feel resistance if you start talking Ayurveda in a hospital and people say, hello, sorry, this is NHS? What do you get? What vibes do you get?
So I do it all. Past 10 years, I have doing work on this integration, realizing that there is a gap within the modern medicine. And the best way is to find a scientific. So what is the active principle? I have worked a lot and I have written a book, I don't know you have seen or not, on integrating modern medicine with yoga and Ayurveda. And that has all the concepts, how and where you try and fit these together instead of contradicting each other. There is still a lot of resistance. People call me, why are you wasting your time, hours and hours and weekend on these things, trying to do this, do private practice, earn money. And I have made that mission that at the end of this, patient care is important. And if we can find the scientific principles that create a solid background, which may not be same or equal level as the traditional modern medicine, but to some extent, it gives a firm footing, then people will start accepting. So I have done a lot more work in past 2 years. The new book is going to come out, which is still taking a little longer time, which will exactly tell what is the active principle. For example, Shilaka, which is got Boswellia serrata and has got boswellic acid. It is a 5-lipoxygenase inhibitor. Same thing is used when we use infliximab, which is a biologic agent for inflammatory bowel disease. Cost of £500 versus £5. So these things need to be brought forward. And then once we have a good variety of this, then people will understand, because currently in NHS, everything is solid evidence based. Nice guideline, Royal College guideline, Society guideline, British Pediatric Enterology, British Rheumatology guidelines, all these are there and they all come with, there is a firm evidence. So without evidence to go there, I have found quite difficult, because I have tried multiple times, and being part of their own community, if I can feel that, I know people from outside, they can have major difficulty, and that's the reason why it has not penetrated. But if this new approach that we are taking now with a good scientific basis, I think it is going to penetrate. But we need to remember that banging the door, going immature, may cause more harm than benefit.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. And shortly about 4 o'clock, you'll be back again because you've got you're going to tell us more and give us further and better particulars. So from what we hear from Neha and Rajiv, yes, there is a room to go forward. This brings at an appropriate time now to bring Professor Neha Sharma, who is actually penetrated with the Indian Ocean country called Mauritius and flourishing there, and Ministry of Ayush has helped, and he's the chair and a lead there. Let us learn something from Ish, where we might be able to pick some ideas and see how we can speed up the process and take advantage of, like I said, people like Bob Blackman, who from yoga loves Ayurveda now. Professor Sharma, over to you. Tell us and guide us more how you managed to convince right to the grassroots of the country, where even the colleges and the universities are now agreeing, and you created a garden there as well. So over to you, Professor Sharma.
Thank you very much, Neil, and thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. Just an overview what we could do in Mauritius over the last 3 years. At the presidential palace, at the official residence of His Excellency, the President of Mauritius, we could create one Ayurvedic garden over 5,000 square meters of land with more than 100 Ayurvedic plants growing in Mauritius. Now, I'm fortunate to have I'm fortunate to know the vision of His Excellency. He wants to showcase the potentials of Ayurveda to the world. Whenever any state guest would be visiting, he invites me personally to the garden and I take them around. Like on March 12th, which is the National Day of Mauritius, Her Excellency Draupadi Murmu, the President of India, was the state guest in Mauritius over this National Day function. I was again invited. I was fortunate, like a lifetime opportunity where I took both the presidents in that garden. I showed them around what are these like 100 plants, what do they do, and so on. Then we could, as I told you, we could introduce very basic Ayurveda dietetics in the primary school health curricula. Now, the age bracket 6 to 12 being the most habit forming for the mankind, for the humans, I picked up this age bracket. I did not go for the university students or other like ministries or socio-culture organizations or other groups of people. This age bracket, if we can correct their eating habits, maybe albeit small, maybe the smallest possible change we can make, then those kids are bound to grow into healthier citizens of tomorrow. So maybe if, because as Pradeep told, the theme for this year's Ayurveda Day is innovation. So let's innovate. I suggest you one pick, like one pick of my choice, if we can start practicing before telling anyone else. If we can start practicing this one change, and then we propagate this, we lead by example. My one pick will be only to eat when you are hungry. I don't talk about what Ayurveda says about cancer or diabetes or arthritis or X, Y, Z, If we can just pick up one principle, we have to eat only when hungry, and we should not be driven by the wall clock. The clock says 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, meal time. The body is whispering that I'm not hungry, but we say, no, this is my meal time. This is like the clock says 8 o'clock, I have to eat now. And this is so painful to listen to my patients when they come to me and tell, we don't feel hungry, but we eat, otherwise we could go weak. So we are not hungry, but we force ourselves to eat. Now, this is the biggest blunder one can make. If we can make this one change, if we can make this one innovation, we pledge to eat only when hungry, then I think there cannot be anything better. Like this is from my lifelong learning of Ayurveda. This is a one golden principle, Neil, which I would really very happily like to share with everyone. Neil, please.
Ish, I love your tape, and I love the idea that to convince the Ayurveda garden, you went to the president. If you can convince, so what you're saying, try to convince the top politicians or top people in the power. If they believe in you, they can speed up the process. The other thing I like, Ish, you mentioned, because this for disease-free world, eat only when you are hungry. And should we also add, Ish, maybe have a glass of water before, because you might think you are hungry, but you are thirsty.
Indeed, yeah. So maybe if permitted, Neil, I would like to stick to this one, like one takeaway only, because the list would be endless. We have so much to tell about water. Yeah. We have got another chapter, we have so much to talk. Then everything would be diluted.
And what time of the day do you prefer that meal be eaten if you are hungry?
Okay. The best is as goes the saying, because see, one formula, like one schedule will not suit all. Let's say, like for example, if I tell for myself, I am eating at like 1 o'clock in the noon time. I eat one meal a day, and that is at around like 1 o'clock. So, but everyone is different. Prakriti is different, as Dr. Rajiv Gupta was telling. Your work culture is different. Your mindset, your body is different. So you have to find your own right mix. You could be eating like maybe a few times a day, but if you just stick to one principle, that I will only eat when hungry, this will never go out of fashion. And this is bound to help each one and everyone, Neil.
So I love the tip that, look, you are very, very vociferous and adamant. Number one, only eat if you are hungry, preferably one good meal earlier in the day so you can digest. Is that what you are saying?
Perfect. Exactly. Yeah.
And if somebody is feeling peckish, say late at night or something, and they have to consume something or they might not get a sleep, and maybe this is the meal and a half now, what would you recommend?
Okay,
From your
they can eat
experience.
anything. They can eat anything. It should be devoid of two things. It should not be having two things: fats and sugar, added sugar. It can be a sweet fruit, it can be salad, it can be vegetables or a soup or green tea or coffee, whatever. If it does not have sugar and fat, we all are suffering from one mechanism. Dr. Rajiv would agree with me. We all are being destroyed by calorie overload. Excess of food is killing more people than starvation is killing. If we just, whenever it comes to putting calories in, we should say no. So if you want to eat, and the biggest calories are coming from added sugar and fats, if you're eating an apple or something natural or anything which is fat free, sugar free, then I believe that can be taken.
Now, Professor Sharma, what I loved when you talked about the garden, so let's remind the people, it's actually a physical garden where more Ayurveda products are planted. Is that right? And it's a walkthrough. It's not just a little garden in the backyard of a house.
It's spread over 5,000 square meters, and this is open to public. There are what we call as like open days. The presidential palace would publish on the website that this is an open day. Anyone can walk in, and we take them around. We show them the plants. We have like prepared one QR code plate with each herb. Like it would be written like Ashwagandha, Vidania somnifera. Then you have a QR code. You want to know more? You scan the code. The QR code takes you to the detailed information, scientific papers, etc., placed on the website of the presidential palace. So you can have more information. This is wonderful. I welcome you all to Mauritius, and I'll take you around.
And with the smartphone now reading QR code so well fast, all you've got to do is point at that, and immediately all the information comes, and also not just the information, but the benefits that are derived from that plant itself. And it's beautiful. So what Ish is saying is not just a backdoor garden. It's saying with the local borough or the local city where you are, if you can convince the local mayor or something that, look, let's start with an Ayurveda garden. So Neha, this is not there in Leicester in a big way. Leicester still has an influence. You've got a Gujarati mayor at the moment. I don't mean the statutory with Peter Salisbury, but you've got the Leicester Gujarati mayor right now till next May. And Rajiv, this goes for you. Why don't we try to pursue this angle to either find a sponsor who can give an allotment and then turn it into Ayurveda garden? If you want to go, just go and put Ayurveda garden, President Mauritius, and Ish Sharma. You will see a lot of pictures. And it is actually a nice walkthrough. So it is not just boring about plants. The walkthrough is exciting. And as Ish says, everybody carries generally smartphone now, and we can pick up what it is, what are the benefits. I think it also gives more information whether you can grow indoors, outdoors as well. So I think it's a very good idea. So Neha, it's something that maybe we can look into, not just there in Leicester, maybe Leicester, London. London is actually talking about it, and maybe tail end of next year it might happen. And it might happen in the main borough of Brent because they believe in it. So London can be the lead for it. Rajiv, your idea, have you started propagating the idea of an Ayurveda garden with the local borough or the local government?
Yes, so first I have compiled what are the benefits, as Ish was saying, in a medical conversant language, and have approached them. When I approached earlier the conservative government, I mean, if you go anywhere, they say, oh, we don't have money, we don't have land, all kind of that stuff. So I said, I will give you scientific evidence how it's going to get benefit. So once that get done, I am planning to go back to them either end of this year or perhaps beginning of next year to say that how much money they are going to save if they can use the preventive care, as Ish was mentioning earlier, that once they have disease, they have problems, it is lot more money, and NHS is free to the care. That means a lot of thousands and thousands of pounds can be prevented spending if they have just walked through in that piece of land with these herbs, and perhaps get inspired to grow some of these herbs like even ginger or elaichi or licorice. These all have scientific benefits. There is active ingredient in each of them, which is helping us preventing the inflammation, antioxidant property, preventing cancer down the line.
So that's beautiful. Rajiv, that's beautiful. And just to tell you, you're in rice slip. We already have a garden, but it's not just Ayurveda, but some Ayurveda products are there. And that's why for London, we are planning something maybe even bigger, which will be quite useful. Let's take a comment from Neha, and then we go to Prague, where Thomas is there. Maybe they can tell us. And if we are now moving the way forward, our theme is way forward. So one thing that I've identified, one tip from you is eat only when you are hungry. The other thing is an example that you have set up through garden. So Neha, your comment about a beautiful Ayurveda garden in Leicester, maybe in Abbey Park, where you can just maybe go and discuss. Over to you, Neha.
Thank you. Yes, just to add on, the garden is more of the local decision. But what I have seen in last couple of, since COVID, there's a beautiful community program which everybody did, growing their own garden, Ayurveda garden in their household. And it's a couple of wonderful families who did this initiative. And it was led by a community group that everybody do grow these herbs. And again, specific herbs depending on your own prakriti. But then when you do that, this was done, my own garden. So the couple of families, they did that. And we did also saw the wonderful impact. So a small project did took place in Leicester, but in the individual couple of households, and it was done in Belgrave Neighborhood Library. So where again, the gardener was helping everybody with the seeds, with the plants to say, this is what you grow. This is how we bring it together as a community. So yes, if we can compile and share such impact that this individual project has created, probably the conversation with the borough and council would be much easier. And any landmark, whether it's London, Manchester or Leicester, it will be the first to follow in rest of the UK. So thank you.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank
Neha,
you.
you're following Rice Lake because it's already first, but London can be a landmark. Okay, I want you to connect to Vinod Popat, the owner of the Radio Utsav, and Councillor Bhupen Dave, who is the current mayor of yours. And I will speed that up for you. Amrita will facilitate that. And Vinod Popat will receive you. And let's get the momentum going. So by next year, we get that. And Ish can be our consultant as well.
Guiding star.
And Ish has actually got a proven method. So Ish, look, our garden project is moving forward. Neha, stay down because we'll come and chit chat with you. It's a good time to go to Europe now. See, we are connected with so many different countries. Pardeep is still there, but it's nearly coming to midnight in Australia. But we are all hooked onto it because we are actually going the way forward. We are not just talking here at Healing Our Earth, because today we have got 34 large organizations united with us. So let's go and welcome to Thomas in Prague. Amrita, let's introduce Thomas, who have been here with the whole organization. And hello and a welcome, Thomas, and the wonderful lady who is there for translation if required. Amrita, go ahead. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you for making this episode again beautiful with everything. I'd like to welcome. It's time to move to Czech Republic, welcoming Thomas Pfeiffer from he's from Czech Republic, and he's also the director of Institute of Traditional Complementary as well as Integrated Medicine. A very warm welcome to you and a global namaste, Thomas.
Děkuji za pozvání do této diskuze.
Thank you very much for your
Amrito.
kind invitation to this event. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita.
Rád bych předeslal, že jsem odborník v oblasti pranické intervence zdravotní.
I would like to say that I specialized in pranic method of health intervention.
Ale to, co bych dnes rád tady zveřejnil, se týká mé funkce ředitele institutu TCIM.
But my today's message is related to another role of mine, which is the director of the institution of the Institute for TCIM, Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine.
Předřečníci zmínili mnoho vrstev problémů, které se týkají naší společné cesty.
The speakers who we have listened to already mentioned multiple problems related to our common journey, related to our common path.
Vidím zřetelně dvě hlavní oblasti. Je to oblast odborné veřejnosti a laické veřejnosti.
I have identified two areas. Firstly, it is the professionals, and secondly, it is the lay public.
Nelze spoléhat jen na provádění výzkumu.
We should not only rely on conducting scientific research.
A zároveň nelze spoléhat pouze jen na tu vlastně obecnou povědomost veřejnosti o našich oborech.
And on the other hand, we should not only rely on the general public awareness which the lay public have of our branches.
Ayurveda jako historický obor má rozdílné postavení na východě a rozdílné postavení zde v Evropě.
Ayurveda as a historical method has a completely different position in the East and in Western countries.
Chápu vaše pocity, když máte zkušenost z normálně fungujícího oboru a s jeho obtížemi někdy v našich podmínkách.
I can fully understand your feelings when you already have a very good experience with the benefits of Ayurveda, working in very good Eastern conditions, and then when you need to apply the same in our Western conditions.
Institut organizoval již 3 ročníky celosvětového kongresu.
Our Institute for TCIM has already organized 3 successful editions of World Health Congress,
který v posledním ročníku měl zhruba 2000 diváků z 55 zemí světa.
And in the last edition of the Congress, approximately 2000 spectators watched it from 55 different countries of the world.
Přemýšlel jsem, jak naší věci pomoci, a myslím si, že to malé zrníčko by mohlo být i také přínosem.
I have been thinking about how to help our common interest, and I believe this little grain which I have contributed should be also helpful.
Připravuje se 4. ročník tohoto kongresu.
At the moment, the 4th edition of the Congress is being prepared, being organized.
Který se bude konat 3. až 5. října příštího roku.
And it will be held from the 3rd to the 5th of October 2025, which is next year.
Záštitu kongresu přijelo hlavní město Praha.
And the Congress will be held under the auspices of the capital city of Prague.
A také významné osobnosti jako významný vědec profesor Špičák a poslankyně parlamentu a Margaret, oba dva jsou poslanci.
And at the same time, we have received the auspices of two members of the Czech Parliament, Professor Dr. Špičák, who is a renowned doctor and scientist, and also Ms. Margit Balaštíková, who is a parliamentarian.
Pracuji v pracovní skupině pro KAM při ministerstvu zdravotnictví.
At the same time, I participate in the working group for complementary and alternative medicine at the Czech Health Ministry.
A naše zatím nejvýznamnější akce byla konference konaná v Poslanecké sněmovně parlamentu České republiky.
And our greatest accomplishment has been a conference which was held in the Czech Parliament,
kde byly představeny 3 obory alternativního světa.
And during this parliamentary conference, 3 traditional branches were introduced and presented to parliamentarians.
A očekávám další pokračování v tomto směru.
At the moment, I'm awaiting further progress and development in this area.
Protože mám určitý vztah k Indii a k Ayurvedě jako takové.
As I have a certain bond to India and Ayurveda.
Na minulém ročníku kongresu byla Ayurveda velmi dobře zastoupena.
During the last edition of our congress in Prague, Ayurveda was presented by a large number of practitioners.
Můžete se například podívat na sborník z minulého kongresu.
You can, for example, see the collection of speeches from our last congress, which is still available online.
A pokud mi čas dovolí, navštěvuji také akce. Naposled jsem byl nedávno ve Francii u pana Kirase na velmi krásné akci v jeho ayurvedním centru.
And if time allows me, I also participate in Ayurvedic event. Let me mention a conference which was organized by Mr. Kiran Vyas in Normandy in France, and it was a really beautiful event.
No. Na krátkou chvíli jsme viděli slide s členy předsednictva kongresu.
You have just seen a slide with the members of the presidium of the Congress.
Naleznete tam pana Amrjita z Bhamoru, profesora Madatangavelu, ještě další výjmenuji, prosím.
You will be able to see the names of, for example, Amrjit S. Bamra or Dr. Madan Tangavelu.
Mým cílem je spojovat kterékoliv obory z naší alternativní oblasti tak, aby jednota, která je nesmírně důležitá, umožnila lepší použití všech našich dovedností.
My aim is to unify all the complementary traditional branches so that such a unity can achieve for better conditions of work for all of us.
Domnívám se, že je velmi důležité najít společnou řeč nejenom mezi vedlejšími obory, ale i mezi obory Ayurvédy, tak, aby jsme mohli mluvit jednotným hlasem.
I believe it is very important to find something like a common language, not just across all the different traditional methods, but also inside Ayurveda, where there are many different methods and approaches and schools. So, you know, a certain ability to unite and speak the common language is very important for the progress of all of us.
Jsem toho názoru, že se můžeme učit od každého člověka, a tedy i od skeptiků.
I strongly believe that one can learn from everybody around us, and we can even learn from skeptics.
Vidíme u nich poměrně velkou konsistentní pozici nebo jednotu.
What we can see when we observe them is a certain consistent unity, which they have been applying for a long time.
Na druhou stranu, to, co je naší hodnotou, je také velmi významné a nemáme se za co stydět.
On the other hand, the values which we have in our hands are so significant that we should not be too shy, and we should be able to present them.
Naše oblast evidence-based je tisíciletou zkušeností, která má také velkou hodnotu.
Because our area is also evidence-based, because there is evidence coming from thousands of years.
A tak se domnívám, je třeba nacházet určitou balanci nebo rovinu mezi přístupem, který je nám vnucován, a naším vlastním postojem.
And therefore, we should be able to find a certain balance between the approach which we have received or we have been presented with from, let's say, conventional methods, and our own methods and our own approach.
Ayurveda je jedním z nejaktivnějších oborů alternativní nebo té vlastně ne evidence-based medicíny.
Ayurveda is one of the oldest methods which are classified as a non-conventional.
Účastnil jsem se úžasných a významných akcí, například v britském parlamentu s Amritem Sharmou nebo v Evropském parlamentu. Jsem v kontaktu s Federikem Palou v Itálii a s dalšími.
I have attended multiple events which were held, for example, in the British Parliament and with Amrita Sharma, also in the European Parliament. I'm also cooperating with Mr. Federico Pala from Italy, who is acting on behalf of Salus.
Jsem členem řady dalších organizací.
I'm also a member of numerous international organizations.
A to proto, že doufám ve vytvoření sjednocování.
And I'm doing so because I strongly believe in the importance of uniting.
Sjednocování není snaha ovládat.
Creating a unity is not an effort to control.
Je to cesta, která dává prostor všem, a to zcela rovnovážně.
However, it is a way which offers space to everyone in a balanced way.
A tak vás srdečně zvu k pozornosti k tomuto kongresu.
And therefore, I would like to kindly invite you to the next edition of our World Health Congress 2025 Prague.
A budu se těšit případně na naši společnou práci.
And I'll be looking forward to our prospective cooperation.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, thank you very much. You are a wonderful soul. I love the soft-spoken blessings that are coming from your mouth. If you could translate that for him, please. And Thomas, you mentioned Mohan Thangavelu, you mentioned Amarjit, they're all part of Healing Our Earth. Also, Dr. Harish from Canada will be here shortly with the next producer. I would like to introduce you to Rajiv Gupta, who is here, if we can include, because he's also part of Integrated Health. You may already know him, but he'll be very fruitful for what you are doing. So he's going to say hello to you, and then Keith Sharp, who is from the Tai Chi and Qigong lead from Healing Our Earth. These are all Healing Our Earth producers. And yes, we are going to support you because you have done a wonderful job over the last few years. We are very proud of you, and Healing Our Earth will actually assist you to build our community bigger because together we can be one family on the earth. Amrita will make sure that she will facilitate these contacts to you. Let's say hello to Rajiv for 5-10 seconds. Say hello to Keith, and then we are going to move with Dr. Venkata Joshi, who will also be very useful. He was a recipient from the Ayush Ministry in Goa for one of the awards, and we'll also go to Singapore. So Rajiv, say hello to Thomas here, and then Amrita will make sure that we are in touch.
Thank you, Thomas. I have been there. I think we were both speaker at the Parliament last year on the Ayurveda Day, when Amarjit invited for the All People Parliamentary Group. So it's really great to speak to you. Let's keep connecting. I have done enormous amount of work over past 8 or 10 years, and we can share that to benefit the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. And Keith, say hello to Thomas, and then Amrita will facilitate that how we can bring Tai Chi and Qigong to expand our knowledge. Keith, say hello to Thomas, please.
Thomas, I see that you have the Charles Bridge behind you. I am delighted with having tuned in for a few minutes, but our aims through Healing Our Earth and many other organizations throughout the world embellish your thoughts and beliefs that we should all be working together. Chinese, Indian medicine, traditional, all gathering together for the population of each of our countries and the education authorities. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Keith. And Thomas, just to tell you, Keith only looks 55, but I can tell you he's well over 80. He has preserved himself very well, okay? And he's going to be very useful to make compliance notes and everything, because that's what he is regimented. Amrita, if you could ensure that Ish, Pardeep, Rajiv, and Keith, and Dr. Venkat are all included for that conference chat, and Healing Our Earth will come leaps and bound to you. Let's say hello to Professor Ish Sharma in Mauritius. He has got more time next year. He can bring even facilitators and maybe some more Ayurveda practical outreaches as well. So Ish, say hello to Thomas, and what do you think of his wonderful work?
Hi, once again, Thomas, thank you very much for the invitation. And as Neil already assured, we are looking forward to being with you this October 2025. We have already marked our calendars and hope to see you there. And wonderful to know the work you are doing. This is remarkable. Thank you very much.
If I can ask the translator, can you tell Thomas, we are very keen to start that Ayurveda garden for medicine as well, because Thomas is working very hard. So tell him he goes to the local gout in Prague. If it's there, it will be so beautiful, because Prague is a beautiful city. So tell him that. And he's commenting. If you can unmute yourself and tell us, yes.
Můžu mluvit? Je velmi důležité, aby poznatky Ayurvédy byly převedeny i do místních podmínek, kdy řada těch herbálních zdrojů může plně vlastně spolupracovat při ayurvédní praxi.
It's very important that the knowledge and experience of Ayurvedic practice is transformed into local conditions, and such conditions should be made.
I love it. Just tell him I love it. Exact word. We need to transgress and transmit to the local population, and that is why Ish Sharma is here. He, being of an Indian origin from India, went into Mauritius and convinced the local population that let's go through the Ayurveda garden and university and the school, and I will design the curriculum for them. And so Ish will be very useful. So you can see a smile on his face because he resonates what Thomas is saying. And Thomas, we are going to make it happen. Rajiv is also part of integrated. Keith is also part of integrated. So you have got full force of Healing Our Earth. At Healing Our Earth, we unite the family and we actually go forward. We don't discuss about past and problems and politics. We just forge ahead forward, because together, slowly but surely, we can bring a change on the earth. Thomas, thank you very much. I don't know how to say thank you in Prague, but maybe in Polish, dziękuję, maybe. Thank you very much. We are very proud. Stay around. Amrita will facilitate whole one group together with this via email, and then we can talk via WhatsApp or Telegram. So stay around. Amrita, good time to move to Dr. Venkata Joshi, who again is smiling, and he visits India quite a lot and is quite connected, not just to Ayush ministry, but he loves Ayurveda. And here in UK, in London, he is a very successful practitioner as well. So he's got a lot of idea. And one of the guests Dr. Venkata is invited is Shilpa in Singapore. So we are moving different countries. Amrita, over to you. Take it away. Thank you. If you could unmute yourself, please. Just Amrita, just unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. Thank you, Thomas, for joining in. We look forward to the World Congress next year, which will be again facilitated with multiple roles as well as multiple phases in different integrated systems of medicine. Stay around. It's time to move from Prague to UK and also to Singapore, where we have wonderful guests waiting for us. Global Namaste to you, Dr. Venkat Joshi. You yourself are a big name in the field of Ayurveda. I don't have to say many things. And I also welcome the sweet lady from Singapore, Dr. Shilpa. A very warm welcome to you. You have been joining for the first time at Healing Our Earth, and therefore I cordially invite you at this platform where we share thoughts, we integrate on different issues, make up things go, and unite to form and work on for a common cause and issues. Thank you very much. Dr. Venkat, your
Namaste, global namaste
then...
to you all. Thank you, Neil Kumar ji, for giving me this opportunity. And Healing on Earth, which is the continuation of the slogan from our Honorable Prime Minister, One Nation, One Health, into the integration. That's the policy which has began, integrating inclusiveness of this ancient traditional system into the existing needs. Is that the innovation what we are looking into? Because Ayurveda can fit into the past, present, into the future, in any terms of the situations, in any problems which are existed and existing or going to be, because it's being clearly mentioned into the Charaka Samhita, Vimanasthana, about the dual aspect of its approach. When we say Samanyancha, Visheshancha, Gunan, Dravyani, Karmacha, Samavayancha, Tajñatva, Tantrokta, Vidimastita, now we can see the generalization of this Ayurveda. Now the generalization is the first perspective of the commonality, similarity to share among the 194 plus countries into the nation of the oneness from the global perspective of the integration. Global Center for Traditional Medicine, when it is established and is in Jamnagar working through with all these traditions. And this is the way Ayurveda needs to approach through generalized mechanism. What is the generalized way of approach into the integration of all the traditions which are being existing now? Because when I see in 1989, first ever I traveled to Johns Hopkins Medical University as a postdoctoral training. Now to my wonder in Baltimore, into the marketplace, now I see these old women sitting there and then selling these herbs. Now in the America, I wanted to see these women are selling herbs. So that means every culture, every country has richness of this nature and natural products, so-called the herbs or the food substances, are enriched with the time and time from the past into the present, into the future. When you go and see in the Neanderthal Museum of the Croatia or into the Colosseum of the Rome, and in any ancient historic places, I wondered to see the wisdom of this ancient herbs and spices being traded time immemorial. when there was no means of travel through the seas, all these spices were traded back. I could see the rarest species of the Putranjiva to Bryonis is Shivalingi. These are the species which are used into the fertility from Ayurveda point of view, is found in the Museum of the Colosseum in Italy. And there are so many spices which are common to share among, of course, when we grow them. Neil Kumarji, very much interested to establish into the botanical gardens over here. When we look from the Kew Gardens or Eden Project or into the Chelsea Gardens, and so many gardens over here in UK, to share about 20 to 30% of Ayurveda original species which are being grown under the tropical belts, being created into the environment. But that is not the way. The natural means of the species which are growing in UK, for example, if we look from the Vedic tradition point of view, Vastu Kashakam, the Chinopodium alba, which is the Vedic plant, and that is being used for colon health, and that's being used for the gut health. Gut restoration is the most important restoration for the immunomodulation, where Ayurveda stick to Sarve Epiroga Sutaram Udaranicha. There is no any disease which it cannot culminate from the beginning of the gut itself. Because gut is the connection to the sthana, nyamagni, pakvana, mutrasya, rudachata, rudundaka, pupusavacha, kostamithya, all the visceral organ systems. You name liver, spleen, pancreas, lungs, kidneys, heart, and all these visceral systems which are intrathoracic to the abdominal are connected to the gut. And this is what the gut-brain axis, which is being slowly unfolded by the conventional medicine. So Ayurveda understood this. This is the way, when I said this commonality, generality, similitude, to approach from the Samanya Siddhanta of Ayurveda, as Ishkumar Ishte from Mauritius is already initiated to the food and medicine, food as a medicine point of view. And that is the way the gut restoration should be. Now we are having the Manakikarana seminar in Jodhpur coming in December, and also in Dehradun. There is already this conference completed in All India Institute of Ayurveda Medical Sciences, and 17th it's going to be in this month. So they are all talking about these standardizations which are coming for all these natural products. Over 100 countries now already being traded by the Ayush and Ayush Ministry positively into the nutraceuticals to the serious Ayurveda supplements. And when I met 9th August, our Honorable Secretary Rajesh Kotejaji, and he explained about how we can surmount and surpass all these unions, European Union to the UK or different country laws, and reach out into the natural products is to make our own brands. Like in the nation, we have like ISI brand. Then the Indonesian is being accepted in all over the Bharat. Similarly, we are making into a global brand of which is being accepted into the any protocols of the checking means of the trade of these natural products. That's what is coming out, and India is seriously working through into the exporting of the business model. When we see into the product or the processing, to the trades, to the socialization of all these innovations should come from into the first aspect of the generality, which is coming through from the food as a medicine or gut medicine, gut brain axis, which is the important genomics which are coming through from the epigenetics. The epigenetics play a major role into the transformation of the gut health, because we understand, as Ishkumarji already said about it, you eat when you are hungry. And that is true into the point of the midday as a means of the sun intensifying. And we have the divisions which are being placed from the Vata Pitta Kapha into the three aspects of the four divisions of the night. And when you see like Vata time, Pitta time, or Kapha time as revolving through around, and there is a sequence of this interchanging phase of this humoral influence is coming as a conjoint period. Conjoint period is coming through from, as we understood, from the intermittent fasting, and where the global Nobel Prize has went in through. But it is already being said how gut restores when the long period of this course of the digestion midnight is taking place, and how much is that we are not eating food until the next day. And if you are only necessary into the point of like dysfunctional diabetes or the required gut restorations from the vata constitutional point of view, you need to eat this breakfast, otherwise you can skip it and directly go to the lunch. And that's the way 11 to 2 p.m. around some place into the changes of the period when you are hungry to eat. So we have the demands which are coming through from the diurnal variations of the sun and moon influence the gut, or the our biological energies are being controlled by. So this epigenetics we are, because it's very serious to look into from the inflicting into the children of this UK. We are trying to do from our organizations, going to the schools and generally talking about indirectly. For example, asking like, how many would you like to believe that, getting up early in the morning, if it is, of course, you are going to school? And what about the during weekend period? How much do you sleep? So indirect questions and making them into the lifestyle changes, understand the children's health and understand the sweet tooth, which is the most important problem in UK, and then potato based to the sweet. And this is the way the modulation should come from the confectionery point of view of the Ayurvedic tasty recipes for interesting to the children, to transform their bioenergies from the truth of the sweetness into the balance of the acceptability. Because the blood, from the conventional point of view as well, it has 7 laminae. Wonder to see about this, how these differences into the blood coming through from the point of view, we understand from the pitta being surged out like the oil onto the water, and it does not fit together and emulsification, because you cannot mix through oil and water. And this is the way the pitta in the blood is being positively being circulated, and that is what the health of this agni, the fire, comes through from this process of this circulation. And that is what samanavata being understood into the magnificent gut health being restored. So the parameters are all there. And then this innovation is to generalized way of approaching into the preventive aspects of the lifestyle medicine, which is being generally approached to all diseases as it is, because it is the gut care will minimize and improve into the health from the preventive aspect. And then it comes to the Vishesha. That is what the personalized medicine where we are looking into, and understand from the 3 divisions of this constitutional basis into the 7 fixations and 7 moderations, and the 7 laminates of this blood circulation to the 7 models of these tissues which we have, is the 7 ways of these fixations which comes to individualizations. And then there are so much of artificial intelligence and models and devices are being, for example, from the recent past of this a few days ago in Houses of Parliament, the Polisheti Ravishankar from the Polyscientific Ayurveda has presented this device, and which is going to be cleared from the US FDA. And that is in moderation. It will give all the biochemical values just by as a pulsometer. And that is the way the generation of this data being much is being done, where we can have this individualized tailored prescriptions and will come through, and everything into the ready for generating a lot of evidences into, because Ayurveda is more observational medicine science rather than the evidence to create from the conventional point of view. It's tough to explain. So that is the way Ayurveda's generalization of the gut health is much more appreciated, and then it's being lot done from the 2016 onwards, and that is the way the ripple of the renaissance. For example, somebody was talking about the health for 2000 AD to 2050 AD. It's not going to happen, because it's already written in Ayurveda to say, even if you reach the 25% of the population, and that is equivalent to 100% of these times. And that is what the time demands of the fullness of the acceptability of these natural systems or traditions of the health and prevention and to the health promotion, which comes a quarter level, we have reached to the optimization, because we are living in Kali era. Disease is going to be never ending, and then suffering is never ending, and that's being clearly written in Charaka Vimanasthana. So thank you, Dr. Sharmaji, Amrita, giving me this opportunity. My colleague is here from Singapore. She can also add on. Thanks, Neil, and global namaste to all. One and all, namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. It's always a pleasure to talk to you and to listen to you, in fact, because you're a hub of a lot of information in many ways. And yes, I'm also delighted to welcome Dr. Shilpa. Dr. Shilpa has done her bachelor's in Ayurveda, as well as has done his master's in yoga and is pursuing PhD studies. She's the founder and CEO of Shiv Ayurveda at Singapore, and also founder of SIFA Private Limited. She's also managing director of SIFA Sahita Club since 2021. Wow, that's beautiful. In fact, a global namaste to you, Dr. Shilpa. It's been pretty late, I know, but then how do you find Ayurveda in Singapore and in these countries nearby? What has been your study to know about the prevalence of Ayurveda, the practices of Ayurveda? How are they prevailing in these countries? Over to you. Thank you.
Global namaste to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Neil Kumar and Amrita and Dr. Venkat Joshi for inviting me. Today, I am thrilled to talk about Ayurveda's potential to influence global health and wellness, merging tradition with modern approaches for holistic future. I'm practicing in Singapore since 2009, and that time it was very tough to practice Ayurveda in Singapore. But since last 6 years, local citizens, local Chinese and Malay people, they are keen to take Ayurveda treatments, and really we have a good, bright future in Ayurveda in Singapore. And we are promoting Ayurveda and yoga since since 2009, and we are trying to promote it globally since last 6 years. Last year we had one international conference in Singapore on Ayurveda and yoga and TCM, that is Chinese traditional medicine. And after the huge success of this conference, we want to promote Ayurveda globally, and we have decided to conduct our second international conference in Vietnam. And I would like to invite all today's experts for our conference, which will be in April 2025 in Vietnam. And the topics are Ayurveda, Yoga, Nutrition, and Allied Sciences. And in this project, we have many organizations. They are interested and they have joined our project. Okay, so I'll come to my topic. Ayurveda combined with more contemporary methods, it can significantly improve wellness and health around the world. Ayurveda is a science of life, more than years of wellness. Conversely, Ayurveda places a strong emphasis on prevention, balance, and holistic well-being, aspects that are becoming more and more important in today's world. Mental health issues, thyroid, hypertension, lifestyle disorders, these are common chronic illnesses becoming more common, and people are beginning to realize that using medication alone will not bring out wellness. They know the importance of integration and traditional treatments. The direction of modern healthcare symptoms is moving towards greater integration, and Ayurveda provides age-old knowledge that is a perfect harmony with this moment. I would like to discuss some Ayurvedic concepts that could help to create a healthier future for everyone. Personalized medicine is a major component of Ayurveda because no two people are alike. Ayurveda divides people into three main doshas. We all know Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, according to their mental, emotional, and physical attributes. The goal of Ayurveda is to restore balance in each individual based on their constitution. Just as a modern medicine has come to realize that there are no one size fits all for all treatments, we can design more individualized healthcare programs that are more effective. Furthermore, Ayurveda prioritizes prevention over treatment in contrast to modern medicine, which frequently treats illnesses after it manifests. Ayurveda promotes regular routines, seasonal eating, and mindful practices that boost the body's inherent defense. It includes nutrition, physical activity, rest, mental wellness, techniques like meditation, yoga. These factors are becoming more and more important in the management of lifestyle diseases, which causes over 70% of death worldwide. For instance, a growing number of people are investigating mindfulness and meditation due to the rise in mental health issues, particularly stress and anxiety. These have their roots in the teaching of Ayurveda. By adding these techniques, contemporary wellness programs, we provide people strategies to handle stress, supporting both physical and mental health. Key Ayurvedic ingredients are like neem, turmeric, ashwagandha, asparagus, are herbs and plants whose anti-inflammatory and immune-stimulating qualities are currently being researched by modern medicine. Plant-based medicine is becoming more and more popular worldwide, and Ayurveda has opportunities for global discoveries. Curcumin, for example, that it's an active ingredient in turmeric. It has been researched, and now we can get cafe latte in Starbucks. So gradually, people are ready to consume herbs, and it's a very good opportunity for Ayurveda. Contemporary medicine, clinical trials, safety testing, and evidence-based methods can confirm effectiveness of Ayurvedic treatments and introduce them into the mainstream. We have to try for that. We can provide safer and more sustainable options for a long-term wellness, natural remedies into contemporary healthcare. What step can we take now to close the gap between tradition and modernity? Collaboration between conventional medicine, medical professionals, and Ayurvedic practitioners is must. We can determine the point of alignment and mutual benefit between the two systems by carrying out research. Promising initiatives are in fact already in place. For instance, Ayurvedic consultations are being included with conventional medical treatments in integrative health centers across the world in the areas like chronic pain management, digestive health issues, and stress relief. The potential of Ayurveda is being recognized by the government and health organizations. The traditional medicine strategy published in 2014 by World Health Organization highlights the significance of incorporating traditional health systems such as Ayurveda into national health policies. In summary, the combination of modern medicine's accuracy and technology with the teaching of Ayurveda provides a convincing route towards a more sustainable, holistic, and balanced approach to health. Global wellness can benefit greatly from Ayurveda's emphasis on customized treatments and natural remedies. It's time to look outside the box of traditional medicine as we tackle global health issues like mental health crisis, chronic diseases. We can provide truly holistic future for a global health and wellness by embracing the wisdom of Ayurveda and providing future generation with the healthcare model. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shilpa, when you have been talking about creating up a model and a strategy, do you think there are other organizations in Southeast Asia and other places, when you're talking about Malaysia or Singapore or Thailand and Vietnam, as you're heading for a second conference over there? So what has been your study to know about what kind of organizations are there? What kind of lead do they take on the part of Ayurveda? Are there some big stuff of practices where people are practicing Ayurveda, or it's just in the tidbits that Ayurveda is present? Over to you. And then we'll take up the comments from our founder and director, Neil Kumar. Thank you.
Well, Amrita, there are many organizations, mostly our organization, SIFA, it's a Shiv International Fraternity of Ayurveda. We are promoting Ayurveda on a global scale. Along with us, we have APAs in Singapore. We are trying to promote Ayurveda globally. And for that, we are conducting many lectures on online basis. Other than that, we have our centers in Malaysia and in Vietnam who are running the Ayurveda treatment centers and who are conducting the lectures on health related topics for layman. So still it's in process. We have covered 3-4 countries, and in future we will add on some more countries in our mission.
Thank you. Let's take a quick comment from our founder and director and then move to India with Rajan Patankarji. Neil Kumar, your comment? If you have any remarks on that.
Yes, thank you, Silpa. Wonderful contribution from you. You can share all the details of the Vietnam conference with Amrita. We may introduce you to Neera Gupta, who is there in Singapore. You might already know she's a big name there, KitKat Promotions and Events. And again, she's part of Healing Our Earth. So welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is your family as well now. Thank you to Dr. Venkata. Keep in touch with Amrita, who will be in touch with you. So thank you. And Amrita, yes, perfect time. Let's go to our resident Vaidya, Rajan Patankarji. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Shilpa, for joining us. Please stay around.
And Amrita, just
it's time
before
to
you
move
introduce
from Singapore.
Amrita, just before you introduce the Vaidya, who is quite famous down there, and obviously is a resident part of Healing Our Earth. The garden project for the Leicester email has already been done and introduced to the group. And Thomas, you are already introduced with the whole group via email. So Thomas, we are in touch. So send the details as well. At Healing Our Earth, we like to move live introductions. So Amrita, over to you. I think Silpa has got a comment. Let's take a comment. And go ahead, Silpa.
Yes, let's take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar and Amrita and Venkat Joshi, sir. I'm happy that I'm a part of your team, and see you all at Vietnam in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to collaborate and work further. Thank you so much. So Neil Kumar, it's time to move to India with our guest, Vaidya Rajan Patankarji. Global Namaste to you, Vaidya Rajan Patankarji. A very good evening as well. You have been a regular resident expert in Ayurveda at Healing Our Earth, and you have been contributing right from the very beginning to Healing Our Earth, as well as you are an Ayurveda Acharya, a very proficient man in the field of Ayurveda. So on today's Global Ayurveda Day festival, which we are heading towards in a couple of days, what is your message to public, to people, to all our listeners, as well as our experts who have joined us? Over to you. Thank you.
So global namaste to all of you. I am connected with Shilpaji also. Welcome her also on our family. So in my opinion, public awareness is need of the hour, because nowadays there are so many, I should not say fake practices under the Ayurveda are there in India and in abroad also. In my opinion, authentic and documented Ayurveda must be presented in front of the community. That is need of the hour. Then next thing, as I am talking with our Rajivji also about the integration. in my opinion, integration is what the people thought is not correct. The latest technology of the allopathic or modern science should be considered to exactify our diagnosis. But there should be, the practice should be from the Ayurvedic point of view only, or after all these orientation from our point of view, as everybody is saying, by considering the approach or the constitution of the each event, each person is definitely need of the hour. Because nowadays, so many young students I am seeing across, or I am seeing that they are giving n number of medicines. I learned these things from a very great person from allopathy. He was a very well-known cardiologist, Dr. K. Ramurthy. He says Ayurveda is definitely a whole science, but not our science is whole science. It's on the trial and error basis. So your science is complete science. So he used to say, in my opinion, the real Vaidya or real doctor who gives minimum medicine with maximum results. So to pinpoint the disease, or as per our Ayurveda, the conditions is most important. Then documentation is also definitely important. So let's welcome, I think so, from India, or from they are joined or not, I will, let's see. I should say, I should not say doctor, but Dr. Deshmukh from Mumbai. If she has joined, say hi, then I will introduce her.
So there is nobody like that over here at the moment, but you carry on, please.
Acha, or Dr. Shetty?
Dr. Shetty is here.
Yes, we can have Dr. Suhas.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So, Suhaji, welcome. He is a very big person, I should say. Just now, he came from Sri Lanka. And regarding my invitation, he immediately said yes, because he is not a good friend of mine, but a very good soul also. So, introducing him is very nice to me. That is Dr. Sorry, I should say Vaidya Suhas Kumar Shetty is at present Principal and Medical Director of the KLE Ayurved Belgavi. He was former lecturer at the SDM College Hassan, and his primary, or his I should say the what I should say, he's doing the work on the mental health through Ayurveda, and so many topics he has covered in this aspect. So research methodology is also his specialized subject. Then our medical statistics is also his subject, and he has given n number of lectures online and in person also in USA, England, Scotland, South Africa, Sri Lanka. Just he has given the lecture on the very successful event organized by Dhut Papeshwar. And the mental health is his specialization. Consultation, clinical research methodology, as I said, is his very favorite subjects. So welcome, Suhaji, and over to you, Suhaji. Please unmute.
Kindly unmute, please.
Yes, hold on. He's struggling. Just one moment, please.
Okay.
He was unmute, then he muted himself. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, global namaste to all of you. Thank you, Vaidya Patankar sir, and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. It's a great occasion to join this wonderful family. And special thanks to Vaidya Patankar sir for this wonderful opportunity. As Vaidya Pataka sir mentioned, and I've been now heading the institution in Belgaum, one of the oldest Ayurveda institution of the country, which is known for its quality education, healthcare services, as well as research. Specialized in mental health, I've been practicing for more than 2.5 decades now. Uh, Basically, being a hardcore clinician, I would like to share a few of my views on this days of the Global Ayurveda Day. You all would definitely agree that there's a great demand, growing demand across the globe that we have understood, and especially there's a rising interest in the holistic as well as the integrative medicine. People are really looking into where we could integrate the best of the systems, maybe the conventional system, Ayurveda, yoga, no, Siddha, as well as other system of medicines, because people are looking for some relief, some form of the healthcare solutions for the various diseases, maybe the non-communicable disease or the various natural and organic products. That's the reason why the standardization and the quality of the products that we are catering to the world is very, very important. Let's just see some of the potential areas where we are working, especially in our organizations. Of course, the preventive medicine, where we can emphasize on the diet, lifestyle, and wellness, and especially my area of specialization being MD and PhD in Manas Roga, I've been trying to address various forms of stress-related disorders, anxiety, depression, where there is a great demand for the role of Ayurveda and the traditional medicine in the prevention as well as promotion of diseases. Whereas not only in the mental health care, but also it's a very good model, because we have also been working in the integrative system because we also have a medical college by our own and also an Ayurvedic college in our university. So we are trying to integrate both Ayurveda as well as a conventional medicine and trying to develop some very good protocols in terms of anxiety, depression, insomnia, substance abuse, etc., and trying to generate good amount of evidences, good publications that we are trying to build upon. In fact, in the month of November, in collaboration with the Indian Council of Medical Research, the National Institute of Traditional Medicine, we are organizing the national convention on the integrative medicine, especially for the clinicians in the conventional medicines who are interested to integrate with Ayurveda and the traditional system of medicines. Of course, apart from the mental health, we also are doing very good work in some of the chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases. We also have an exclusive cancer care clinic where you're trying to integrate Ayurveda with conventional treatments. Apart from this clinic or this cancer care center, we also run a full-time fellowship courses in Ayurveda oncology, cardiology, and obesity management. Maybe one of its kind, which is taken care by our institution. We also run a women wellness clinic by name Yoshita, where we are trying to treat different kinds of mental health, menstrual disorders, menopausal issues, infertility, etc. And of course, the pediatric care and the geriatric care. One of our strength has been the research and development, where we are trying to, because we also have a government approved drug testing lab. We also have a state-of-the-art incubation center by name Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Incubation Center. We also have a department of Technology and also have a very nice established skill lab, which is based on Ayurvedic concepts and principles. We take up various clinical trials to generate evidence-based, both government-sponsored as well as industry-sponsored research. We also are taking up various pharmacological studies on various Ayurveda herbs. But ultimately, probably we also are trying to integrate the modern medicine with technology because we also have an engineering college where we are trying to integrate various Panchakarma, and recently we have been granted various patents, especially in developing the Vamana Yantra Dhuma Yantra, Parisheka Yantra, Basti Yantra, etc., where we are trying to generate very good prototype and also trying to commercialize these products which that we are able to develop. There's a huge opportunity in terms of collaborating with the Western medicine. Also, there is a huge government initiatives and fundings available with the establishment of the Ministry of Ayush from Government of India, and also there are various private sector who are coming forward for investments. We also have various international partnerships, and also we are coming up with a new export pharmaceutical company of our institution. We also have a department of the digital health and telemedicine platforms. In fact, the World Ayurveda Congress that we have in the month of December, the focus is on digital health. Also looking forward for the wellness and tourism industry integration. Of course, we also run education of Ayurveda in terms of BMS, MD, PhD in our institution. At the same time, we also would have to address few of the challenges that we are facing, especially the regulatory frameworks and the standardization, the quality control and adulteration, integrating the modern healthcare system, sometimes limited funding from establishing the evidences. Of course, there are various cultural as well as language barriers. We need to speak in terms of where people could understand. The perception of people are equally important. And at the same time, ensuring the safety and efficacy of various Ayurvedic therapies as well as formulations are very, very important. And mostly, we need to address various misconceptions, myths about Ayurveda. To look at the future directions, we can definitely have the integrative medicine model, the precision medicine and the genomics, the digital health and the AI applications, the sustainable and eco-friendly practices, and coming up with many evidence-based research as well as publications, standardized education and training, and we also to take the responsibility in terms of policy and advocacy initiatives.
Thank you, Suhas. Suhas, thank you very much. You've given so much information. Let's digest that. We are going to intercept just for a moment because we're going to USA where Dr. Reni Mehra is waiting. Just before we go to Reni, let's have a quick comment from Professor Rajiv Gupta. Professor Rajiv Gupta, you got your hand up. What's your comment? Over.
Thank you. Now I understand, Rajanji, why we were talking about and you were mentioning about the future of the integration, and I could see what Josh is talking about, the true integration. I'm very keen now to have that moving forward, because in one of the newer book that I'm writing is using the modern medicine and its investigation and the genetics and the genomics, but also combining it with the doshas and prakriti, and how we can together make it more personalized medicine, so that we don't have dissection of modern medicine and Ayurveda. We can all pull it together for a better view. So I think it'll be great to do that. And now you mentioned that you have got some parts connection with the medical as well as the mechanical engineering part. I think we can make it a reality.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. Let's discuss that with Suhas and Rajan Patankar. Just before that, let's go to Dr. Reni Mehra. She's there in the USA. A global namaste to you, and how are you?
Global namaste to all of you. Sorry, I'm in the car, so I hope the audio is clear.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm on the board of directors for NCCBM, which is the National Certification and Credentialing Board for Ayurvedic Medicine in the United States. Why this was born? Because there was no clarity on the scope of practice for Ayurvedic health counselors and Ayurvedic health practitioners. So with these concerns, NCCBAM was created, and its mission is to certify and credential Ayurveda practitioners in the United States and to maintain the highest standards of Ayurveda practice through advocacy, research, and outreach. And what we're doing at this point of time is that Ayurveda in the United States is going through major turn right now. We're looking for unification of Ayurveda. And that's not an easy task because of the fragmented organizations in the United States. So our goal is to reach the finish line with uniting with all the organizations, finding a gold standard of Ayurveda education and the scope of practice for Ayurveda practitioners. And BMS, doctors and higher graduates, should be given their fair due share. And at this point, it gets a blurry line. So we're looking for grandfathering BMS and higher graduates in the United States, looking at their credentials, and at the same time finding that other practitioners also have clinical competency. Because when we're looking at consumer safety in the United States, the consumer has no idea whether somebody's an AD, somebody's a BMS, somebody has what qualification, unless they really go deep into it. And I've done many, many videos on this, because if the consumer is not aware of this, there could be a danger of where the consumer is going in terms of finding an Ayurveda doctor in the United States. So we're looking for a level play field over here at this point of time, and we're at a very good historical moment, I would say, in the United States, where we're looking for unification with different organizations with open hearts. And being an ambassador of Ayurveda, yoga, and meditation, I feel this is a time when we shed our egos away and we look for reaching the finish line by stilling our minds, getting us centered and balanced, so that we can look carefully, deep dive inside us and find a way through peace, through proper stillness of mind. When we are still, we're able to figure out better options for ourselves and for our communities and for our societies. So I wanted to share where we're going this point of time with our organization, and the unification process is going really good. And at the same time, on a tangential note, I want to add on that I'm moderating a big talk at the United Nations, fostering global peace through meditation, since we're on the threshold again of conflicts and wars and violence all around the world. Meditation is the way to silence ourselves and finding peace within. If we have inner peace, we can have outer peace. So same way we have unification of Ayurveda, we will be able to achieve what we're looking for the next generation as well. So thank you very much, Neel Kumarji. As always, you've been a great supporter of our organization and Ayurveda. And thank you, Amrita ji, and thank you all. Once again, Global Namaste from Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Rini. That was wonderful contribution from you. And so those people who were listening, America is on a way to unification. What it means is they are seriously trying to make sure they bring compliance, discipline, and have a unification, which is very useful. So, Reni, through your producers, Amrita and Danada, they will keep you in touch with everybody, because them two are the producer for the episode today. And Suhas and Rajan Patankar, you need to be involved in this. Rajiv, you need to get involved in this as well, because we are moving, the whole idea is way forward. And Ish Sharma, who is there in Mauritius, who has already got experience into how to convince the local authorities and the education establishment. So the theme that we are following is not just a chit-chat. We actually want to find way forward where we can all unite together, share our experience, and bring Ayurveda in mainstream in many countries. Ayurveda is official in India. India has got a ministry there. It actually promotes Ayurveda in a big way. But Ayurveda outside India is just a desire, it's just a wish. And Ish has actually got practical knowledge. And from next year, he's also running some other outreaches where he can maybe even travel into your country and maybe expand not just with the knowledge, but how to set up some Ayurveda centers and the garden. So together we are going to unite both the producer here, Amrita Sharma in Jalandhar, and in Texas, Dr. Danada Kulkarni. They will facilitate the whole team together, because together we can make a difference. At this point, Amrita, let's welcome your co-producer, Dr. Dhanada Kulkarni, who is in Texas, and Tapas, who are the joint organizer with Healing Our Earth. And then we go back to Rajan Patankar and Suhas with the question that was asked by Rajiv, and we move forward. So a global namaste to you there in Texas, Dr. Dhanada. How are you?
Global Namaste, Neilji. Welcome, everyone. I see lots of familiar faces and very famous places here from USA. We're very proud to bring pre-global Ayurveda Day. We might be the first on this platform to celebrate Global Ayurveda Day. And now this week onwards, it will be starting globally everywhere. I welcome you all on behalf of Healing Our Earth team and Tapas, Texas Ayurveda Professional Association. We are here gathered scholars and talented people to discuss in the dialogue of globalization of Ayurveda. And I see Dr. Shekhar Namaste, Dr. Harish Verma ji, Dr. Swarnapuri ji, and Renee just spoken beautifully. And all of the Vaidyas, Namaste, Tom ji, Namaste, and all our Healing Our Earth Global Namaste.
Thank you, Dhanada. Stay around. Shortly, we'll be moving into the Atlantic, or the other side of Atlantic, with the USA and the Canada leg. And let's take a bit of a mid-break over here, Amrita. Let's take a quick comment from Ish in Mauritius. We are connected right now to at least 5 continents right now at Healing Our Earth, okay? And let's take a comment from Thomas as well, what he thinks of it so far. And then Suhas brought some salient points through Rajan Patankar. So by the Rajan Patankar, thank you very much. You are the resident part of Healing Our Earth. Let's take a quick comment from Ish. Ish, so far, what have we gathered, and do you feel we are moving forward and we are getting encouraged today?
Yeah, a lot really. And I'm thankful to all the participants who are sparing their valuable time at odd hours as well, despite their busy schedule and rest day. And we are forging ahead with so many ideas. And I'm really looking forward that this day is going to be real special. And I will ensure, along with Dr. Rajiv Gupta, that we do not discontinue after the webinar is over, and we carry it forward tomorrow and for the days to come, Mr. Neil.
Thank you, Ish. And you might have noticed from your email, already with Thomas you are connected, already with Lester you are connected. So let's start sharing ideas. At Healing Our Earth, we like to be at digital speed. We connect people and then we flourish. Rajiv, you are included. Amrita, you are included. Thomas, you are already included. Thomas, what encouragement are you getting from the Ayurveda diaspora? Do you feel encouraged, and do you feel there is lots we can share with each other? Thomas, over to you. Thomas is just needing a bit of translation. He's in Prague over there.
Ano, jistě získávám. Za svůj život jsem se setkal s Ayurvedou mnohokrát, jednou v Kerale, několikrát v Kerale a i zde v Evropě. Jsem jí vděčen za vlastně mnohý přínos mému životu a proto také bych velmi rád, aby tyto obory mohly dál pracovat svobodně.
Yes, I have received a lot of encouragement from Ayurveda. I had my personal experience with Ayurvedic treatments in Kerala, and that's also why it has become an important part of my life, and that's also why I would like to promote it.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. So in the first email, you had the first group. In the second email, you have both the producer, Dr. Dhanada here in Texas, and Dr. Amrita, and the new set of people. Let's pledge to form a good family as one family, and we want to move forward. We don't want to discuss what has gone at the back. We want to unitedly move forward, so together we can bring Ayurveda and Ved, not just Ayur and Veda, just the general ethos of what India stems from, and that's what Modi is very clean from complete Ayush. And it's not just Mr. Modi, because he on his own can't do, but it is us together gently, slowly, in a compliant manner, move forward and bring it into the mainstream, even if it takes few more years, it doesn't matter. So Thomas, you are with us. We've already done a trail of an email where Ish will respond, Amrita will respond. Let's get the idea of the school garden going, because that could be exciting to take the children and the grandparents for the walkies and educated. So if we can start with the children, then we will actually gain into education as well. And Amrita, maybe it's the time. Let's take a quick conclusion comment from our Vaidya Rajan Patankar in Mumbai, and in India, Suhas Kumar. Then we'll move on to London School of Ayurveda with Naveen Gupta in a while. So over to you, Amrita, Suhas, and Dr. and Vaidya Rajan Patankar.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thanks a lot, Dr. Rajan Patankar. I think Dr. Devika has joined recently, and we'd like to take a short message from her as well before we move from India to the other continent. Global Namaste to you, Dr. Devika.
Devika, if you can landscape your video, please. Can you landscape your
Kindly
video?
landscape.
Okay, let me just try. Hello, everyone. Let me try landscaping the video. Here, can you see me
Dr.
better?
Devika.
Perfect.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Yes, yes.
Congratulations on your award.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhanara. It is so wonderful seeing all of you here. Dr. Suhas sir, he is my hero right from, the college times. We have always been his kids. Dr. Dhanada, meeting you in the US. So many stalwarts, Dr. Shekhar sir. I'm so pleased and honored to join you here on, to
Kindly unmute yourself.
Yes. Am I unmute now? Yes?
Yes, you
please
are.
proceed. Yeah.
Were you able to hear me before?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Great. Thank you. I was just on stage for an event, and so I could not join a bit earlier. But now
we would love to hear a story from you about getting the beautiful award. We are so proud of you, Devika. Such a youngsters and young entrepreneurs in Ayurveda is so needed, and we are really proud to have you here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhanada. Actually, the entire award came to me by a total surprise. I thought it was a fraud call when I got it first.
So
Well, Dr.
we would come
Devika,
back. Hold
I
on to
think
your story. We will come back and
yes.
listen to your story again. Just hold on and be with us. Amrita, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dr. Dhanada, I think most of the people don't know you, so we can have that as an accomplishment with the story in line of that in next 5 minutes, because then we'll be moving to London School of Ayurveda with Dr. Naveen Gupta. Over to you. Your message, please.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Today's Ayurveda, Global Ayurveda.
Dr. Devika, can Dr. Devika just wind up within 5 minutes and then we move over, Dr. Dhanada?
Please go ahead,
Yes,
Devika, if you are available.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All of these stalwarts here, either my gurujis, my teachers, all of you here are so elder to me. So I, first of all, I'm very grateful for being able to be called onto this, today's discussion on Ayurveda. I'm consistently working on, I was just listening to the video right now. And yes, I've been also a part of putting Ayurveda in schools. It is my dream to have Ghar Ghar Ayurveda and Ghar Ghar Ayurveda in India. And so schools are the ones that I've been going to and talking about to teachers and to parents and to the students. So I feel this Ayurveda Day, we create we have an awareness, or maybe I do a pledge to myself and all those with me, and to uplift Ayurveda and put that in the syllabus of kids as a preventive care medicine, Indian medicine. If that happens to the kids in India, then these kids will be the torch bearers to take it all throughout the world. So yes, so that is what my plan is. That is what my motto is. I'm an MD Ayurvedic Panchakarma specialist working in Mumbai, Vilepale East. We have our own
Devika, tell us about how what award you got. People do not know you, and what was your experience, and
Yeah.
how you feel that Ayurveda that platform made change in looking common man's people, because our whole our community now looking Ayurveda to grow globally. So I would like that your contribution that you made, and that was such a significant. I would love to hear from that platform.
Yes, yes, Dr. Dhanata. Yes, you're very right. I was working I did my UG PG from India, and in 2014, I went to the US after practicing here for 4 years. And in the US, in Silicon Valley, in San Jose, I was working for 5 years with Dr. Shanbag and Dr. Shekhar Annamurla. And then I came back here in 2019, just before COVID, thankfully, and started giving my Wellness Wednesdays, which is a community service free channel, every Wednesday. For 30 minutes, I interact with whomever is there on Facebook. I keep it open and answer their questions. So the journey began from 2020. And with a lot of COVID on the rise, people started turning towards Ayurveda. And since then, it's been my 175th episode that I'm doing free of cost for every layman. And then I take free workshops every month and Saturday in my clinic. Whomever is welcome, and they can understand what Ayurveda is. And that is how slowly it started spreading nationally and internationally. I got Bharat Ratna, 14th Bharat Ratna Dr. Ambedkar 2024 award as the youngest Ayurveda contributor, inspiring contributor in Ayurveda. That was the title. It's a national award given by the government of India a week ago. And so that is the award. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Devika. And that is just one of the many you are getting, because you got a lot of life ahead of you. Stay around. Stay around. What we are going to do, we're going to conclude with our Vaidya Rajan Patankar and Suhas. Then we'll go to DC Katoch, who is very senior over here. Thomas, I would like to introduce you to DC Katoch. He's very senior and quite well known from the Ayurveda fraternity, and also another senior in the Europe, because he's not very far from you. He's in different country in Europe, is Dr. Naveen Gupta as well. So first, let's do, Devika, stay around. Let's say hello to Thomas. You can say hello to DC Katoch, who is in India. He's quite senior. He has achieved many roles in his life, but he's still going strong because he is not finished yet. Now, like all of us, he wants to find the way forward. So shortly, he will also be speaking. And Thomas, say hello to Naveen Gupta, who you will meet in person, maybe next year in the conference. So if you could translate that to her. Amrita, let's go and get conclusion from our Rajan Patankar and Suhas. Then we move on to DC Katoch and Naveen Gupta. And then we'll move on to USA, because we've got Canadian Supremo here, Dr. Harish. We've got Shekhar over here, who does a lot of outreach. So Amrita, over to you. Let's conclude with Dr. Vaidya Rajan Patankar and Suhas. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank
yes,
you. Your
sorry,
final comments. Yes, please.
Okay.
It's nice meeting you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go on. Okay.
Yes,
So,
Vaidya Rajan Patankar, your final comments, please. Yes. Please.
Yes. So I'm very thankful to all the expertise and all the stalwarts, and to the young one also, that Dr. Devika Deshmukh. Sorry, she is my friend's daughter. So I know her from many years. But so that's why I invited her, because the senior most person like Suhas ji should be accompanied with the youngest achiever of so many awards and awards to going to come, that Devika ji. So thank you very much. So we are always with healing our earth, and I will be there also. So thank you very much. Over to Suhas ji.
Thank you, Vaidya Rajan. Thank you, Vaidya Rajan Patankar ji. Dr. Suhas, your final comments as we move over to Dr. Katoch. Yes, over to you. Kindly unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Suhas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Devika, for the award, and thank you, Patanka sir, for this wonderful opportunity. Just to conclude, I think we have a great future ahead, and we all should be ready for this wonderful opportunity. And the greatest impact that we could have is to have a great improved healthcare outcome, yeah, the increased accessibility and affordability of the healthcare system, enhanced wellness as well as quality of life. And with all this, I think the future potential is vast, with great opportunities and growth for research, integration, and we need to address the challenges, and leveraging the opportunities will definitely help us to unlock the full potentials of Ayurveda. Thank you, and looking forward for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suhas. Thank you, Vaidya Rajan Patankar ji. And thank you, Dr. Devika. Once again, you've brought a lot of laurels, and we wish that you bring more laurels to Ayurveda through this. And it's time to move to India again, where we have Dr. D.C. Katoch waiting for us. Dr. D.C. Katoch is a retired senior medical officer, Central Government Health Scheme, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as well as he's a former advisor to Ministry of Ayush. Oh, global namaste to you, a very warm welcome and good evening. As we are heading towards Global Ayurveda Day, Dr. Katoch, your message and your experience and expertise has been on this field. So what message you have to say today? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, and thanks to all the participants.
Okay, we have a line freeze over there.
Yes, I think.
Let's chat with Dr. Naveen Gupta, and when DC Katoch
About my experience. And friends,
let's chat with Dr. Naveen Gupta till DC Katoch gets his line back. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have worked in different platforms of Ayurveda. I started my career.
Dr. Katoch, we are cutting off in between. We can have you in a couple of moments when you have a good bandwidth. Till the time, let's take up some quick messages from Dr. Naveen Gupta. Global namaste to you, Dr. Naveen Gupta. From India, as we move to London, a very good afternoon as well. You have a big name in Europe. You have been practicing for quite a lot of time in Europe. And you teach as well, you practice as well. You have been enhancing the field and publicizing Ayurveda as a traditional system of medicine. In today's day as we are heading towards, what are your thoughts? Over to you. Thank you.
Global namaste to Amrita, to you and to everybody at here. Thomas, I know already from Czech when I was last year there in the beautiful building where we
Yes,
went.
we remember.
And Rajanji, Shettyji, I came to know only today. And Katoch is my friend from 1986. And by the way, Devika, you are the young pioneer of this Ayurveda world than in US today. And maybe you are living in US now. And by the way, I got admission in 1977 in Delhi University. So I was 16 at that time. So this is my 48th year in Ayurveda and more than 3.5 decades in Europe. So here I am, and Dhanada, you're so beautiful, looking so beautiful today with your beautiful image. And then to Neil, to Amrita, to all of you, namaste. And then I start. Meeta ji and Lata ji from London, and then I start. You see, you were talking about the tradition. So the Dhanvantri came from the Milky Ocean with this Kalash. I'll be speaking to you about the Kalash today. And before I speak about Kalash, I'll speak about the coconut. You know, coconut is a bridge between the conscious world and the subconscious mind. And there is a thread around my kalash or thread around me, which is kalava. This, Neilji, I thought to start like this today because of the tradition, and secondly, because everybody is speaking so beautiful about Ayurveda and the tradition and the integration. So I thought that this program of you is being watched in YouTube, Instagram, and everywhere by rest of the people who are not connected to Ayurveda. Let them connect to Ayurveda. That's what my main aim. But all the people here, I know that I'm not going to talk to them because they know everything by themselves. So, and I'm talking to those people who are not from Ayurveda to tell them that, look, Indian tradition is Ayurveda. For example, two things I will say to everyone who is listening today, that we must have a kalash in our home or in our practice. And second, we must have Tulsiaji, Tulsi Mata, which I have also here. So the Tulsi Mata. The second thing which I will say that every one of us must have at our practice or at our homes. Because these two, Tulsi Mataji and Kalash, they represent the whole universe. I will say to you why I am saying so. When I talk about the coconut and the thread I was talking about, the thread is Trigunatmak Maya. And it can only be cut through the activity of the inner consciousness, through the knowledge. And you know that the coconut represents the whole universe. The outside represents earth element. And there is a water inside that represents the water of the universe. And these, they represent the trees, herbs, shrubs, grass. All the plant kingdom of the universe is represented by these hairs of the coconut. And there are 72,000 nadis. The 72,000 nadis, or the lines, you can say, in the coconut, the nadis, they're representing the 72,000 nadis in the human anatomy and human physiology. Through the 72,000 nadis, our 107 marma points are represented, and our 108 point is super consciousness, the absolute consciousness, which is Krishna himself, and the Radharani, the Vrinda, the Tulsi. She is the abode of Krishna. She is the consort of Krishna. So this is how we represent the whole. And on top, this kalash is representing Sattu, Raj, and Tam. Sat, the beingness, the Ayurveda art of being. It was a beautiful movie by Paul Nallin, who is going to make a movie with me. So I'm shortly moving to US now to start a movie with Paul Nallin about Ayurveda art of being. He started. Now we will choose a different theme. And so this is Sattva. And then it represents activity and passion. Then it represents darkness and chaos. And then the coconut has three eyes. The two eyes are visible. And the two eyes are visible, yet blind. Why I mentioned blind? I go back to Bhagavad Gita. The first words of Bhagavad Gita says, it is the first one which was spoken by the Dhritarashtra, who is the blind king. And the two eyes are also the blind. Dhritarashtra vachaha. It is the first verse of from Bhagavad Gita. So these two eyes are the visible eyes of coconut, but at the same time, they are, and the third eye represents the whole consciousness, the knowledge eye, we call it. And this is how we say that in our home, in our practice, in our businesses, in our profession, in our societies, in our charities, we should have always the blessings of coconut, kalash, and then we have a golden coin in the cup. And because it's very, very important how do we drink water. We should always drink water from not from the glass. You should always drink water from a lota. We call it lota. And this, because through that, it's not just the form, it's also the consciousness of the moving water which we consume every day. Because water is the very life source of the life source. And it is so this is how I could say to that. And water we should always drink while we are sitting. And milk we should always drink while we are standing. It is so beautiful Ayurveda knowledge, and there is a total science behind it. Like we wake up in the morning, so the first thing what our mothers, in Ayurveda, we were told that always make up your bed. And nowadays, the boys, the girls, and even the adults, they are not making up their bed because they think that after a few hours, we have to come back to the bed again, or after a few minutes again, having a cup of tea at our bed. So why should we make our bed? But Ayurveda said 6,500 years ago, before the civilization, even the first point of civilization, that we must make up our bed in the morning. And this is very beautifully, I tell to everybody who is listening at the YouTube, Instagram, and everywhere. Why? Because when you make up your bed in the morning, that you accomplish the task. So that means the whole day you'll be accomplishing your task. You will never be remaining with any task in. So that's the message with making our bed. That's the message with the coconut. That's the message with the patra, with the kalash. That's the message, how do we drink water? This is the message, how do we do tulsi puja in the home? And this is the message. The Ayurveda sends so much vibes and vibrations. And this is how I would like to say today. And so many stalwarts are there today to talk about the integrative medicine, to talk complementary medicine, and to talk about anything about Ayurveda. I'll be very, very silent and conscious listener today for all of you. Thank you so much, Amritaji.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen Gupta. Coconut is a very principal part of Hindu calendars and Hindu literature and Hindu Sanatan Dharma. Very solid from outside, but very, very soft from inside with water. And that's why we always use it in many auspicious occasions. So stay around. We want to know where forward. Let's go to your friend who has been there for a long number of years, DC Katosh. Let's see if the bandwidth has improved. If you could unmute yourself. If you could unmute yourself. Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
And apologies for the interruption. I think it was my mic was muted by the host. Okay, no problem. I think very scintillating words Dr. Naveen Gupta said about Ayurveda. Friends, Ayurveda as a system, I don't consider Ayurveda as a medical system. I consider Ayurveda as a healthcare system because it all deals with all aspects of life. So whether it is a healthy life or diseased life. So all aspects of life. So healthcare system, this Ayurveda is. And it is different from the other medical systems. And the sense that it is holistically the patient is managed, or the person is managed or treated, or the health guidelines are given to the patient. So what I said in the beginning that since I worked at different platforms in the field of Ayurveda, initially as a teacher for about 10 years in Ayurveda college in Punjab, then I came to the central government as a clinician, as a physician, Ayurveda physician. To the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in the Department of Ayush in 2000. And then I had the opportunity to work in the WHO for 3 years. And there I learned that what are the strategies which we need to adopt for the promotion of Ayurveda at the global level. So from there, I picked certain points. And when I came back in 2011 to Ministry of Ayush, then I started working on certain certain policy decisions, major strategic decisions, and the implementation program, implementation framework. Friends, I think you are well aware that if you see the policy of Government of India right from the day of independence, means 1947, initially there was very tolerant policy towards the Ayush or towards Ayurveda. Means there was no regulation, even the education was not regulated, the practice was not regulated, and even the drugs were not regulated. Then, so initially the policy was tolerant policy. Then in the mid 70s, 1970s, then a conscious decision was taken. I think it was around 1969, that let the education and practice and the practitioners of the system, those need to be regulated. So a very conscious decision of the Government of India, and then the Indian Medicine Center Council Act came, and the Central Council of Indian Medicine was made. So that was set up in 1972 and 73, and then this regulation of the education started. But again, it was not enough. It was not enough. Then, because every system can grow, can develop only if the research interventions are there. So the Central Council for Research in Indian System of Medicine and Homeopathy, that was set up. So with that. So then in 1983, when the National Health Policy came, Health Policy of 1983 of the Indian government, that time there was a integrative or inclusive policy support for the traditional systems of medicine, and the many institutions were set up by the government, by the central government, as well as by the state governments. And I think those who are from India, they know that many of the government colleges which are running today, they are in the government sector, and they were set up long back in 60s or before 60s or 70s. Most of the colleges, government colleges, are there. Then in 1978, when this WHO, the UN made a Almaty declaration, and in that Almaty declaration, the focus was that preventive and promotive healthcare. And the slogan which was given during that Almaty declaration, that was health for all by 2000 AD. This was the objective, this was the target, that by 2000 AD, the health index of the global population, I think that should enhance, that should be promoted. But practically, it did not happen. It did not happen. Rather, there was a paradigm shift from the disease burden. Initially, it was communicable diseases, and later on, it becomes now the non-communicable disease. And India is unfortunate enough that India is having triple burden disease. India contributes to the world population 11%. 11% population is contributed from India to the population. And if you see the disease burden, it is 21%. India's disease contribution to the disease burden, global disease, is 21%. Now, all this is happening in spite of having so many systems which are officially recognized. So many systems, like the convention system of medicine that we call as the modern medical system, then the Ayurveda that is also officially recognized in our country, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, yoga, naturopathy, and recently since 2010, this is Soaripa, the Tibetan system of medicines, or the Amchi system of medicine, that has also been given. So disease burden, triple burden disease, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, then the pollution related diseases, all these are increasing. Now, how to tackle with this increasing disease burden? I think the approach is very much there in Ayurveda system of medicine. I think all the Ayurvedists here, they are well aware of the chapter of Janpada Udvans written in Charak Samhita. Now, to achieve the objective of this disease control, to control the increasing disease burden, I think now in 21st century, right in the beginning of the 21st century, the government of India, they took a very strong decision that and provided exclusive policy support for the traditional medicine, means the Ayush system of medicine, and the major part of the Ayush system is Ayurveda only. Ayurveda only. Now, if you see the exclusive policy support when it was provided, and right in the beginning of the this 21st century, in 2002, a global survey was conducted by WHO, and that the survey report, 90 countries they participated in responding to that survey, and then it came out that the ecosystem in the countries that is not conducive for the development of traditional medicine or for the promotion of the traditional medicine, including Ayush in India as well as at the global level. So I think the major policy decisions were taken, and in that policy framework, the 4 things were kept in mind by WHO. The number 1 was the policy that every government, every country government must have a policy for the traditional medicine, and the first is policy, because once the government has a policy, then the regulatory framework that is being developed, and also the administration, and then the financing of the system, all other things they are taken care of. So the policy that is very, very important, and then is access to the traditional medicines, mean opening health centers by the government as well as by the private sectors or by the individual practitioners, access to traditional medicine, access to healthcare through the or Ayurveda system of medicine in our country. And the third building blocks for the development of the traditional medicine is to ensure quality, efficacy, and safety of the traditional medicine. This is the third building block which is required for the development of the traditional medicine, or means Ayush as well as Ayurveda. And the fourth was that is rational use. Now, on these building blocks, the government of India started working, and I had been involved in developing these policies, the various documents, the strategic documents, as well as the implementation program, the schemes. Now, the first thing which has happened in the 21st century, that was to achieve the objectives of these building blocks as given by the WHO traditional medicines. I think that was to develop ecosystem. Now, the ecosystem in our country, ecosystem that have been developed, they are in place. And I think now these systems, Ayush systems, and particularly Ayurveda is poised to get globalized and to get globalized on scientific basis. There are certain things, responsibility is vested with the practitioners, that how to promote the practice of Ayurveda. But other things which are related to the ecosystem for the development of the Ayurveda, I think that part has been done by the government and by the other stakeholders. Now, if you see, in 2010, when I came back from WHO, we started working on that the WHO certification, WHO GMP certification should be applicable for Ayurveda drug industry, Ayurveda. And today, and we prepared the guidelines, we prepared the scheme, and the inspection mechanism for the means that the applications for the applicants from the industry, that those who are interested to take WHO GMP certification as well as the certification of the pharmaceutical products, because that is a global certificate as recommended by WHO. So we worked on that, and we developed the framework for this Ayurveda drug industry. And today, I think more than 35 Indian Ayurveda companies, they are WHO GMP certified. Then in 2011, we started working on insurance coverage to Ayush treatment. Previously, there was no insurance coverage. And then we made the guidelines, and those guidelines, they were notified in the regulations of the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, IRDA. I still remember that in 2013, I think the first regulation which enabled the provision of insurance coverage to Ayush treatment, that came in 2013, February 2013.
DC Katoch, if you can hear us, your bandwidth is very low, you're breaking off. Let's summarize with what you've done. It's so beautiful what you have done.
And private hospitals, which are NABH accredited hospitals, the treatment people.
DC Katoch, you are muted now. Your bandwidth is very low. You are breaking off if you can hear us. But we pick from you the 4 points you mentioned, the policy, very important in every local government as well. Then you talk about accessibility. Then you talk about ensure quality and safety. Then you talk about rational use. So these are very salient points because today's episode is way forward. We need to move forward as well now with Dr. Rajiv Gupta. So DC Katoch, thank you very much. Your bandwidth is very low, so you are coming intermittent to us. But we have picked a lot of points from you. And you also mentioned the GMP certification from WHO. So that is the way forward as well. Let's go to Rajiv. Rajiv, over the next 5 minutes, what would you like to conclude and talk to us before we move to USA leg? Over to you, Rajiv.
Fantastic. So it was really very heartening to hear DC Katoch because he has talked about these 4 points, of which the most important was ensuring the quality and safety. Because if we think the world has moved forward, what was easily accepted is not accepted now. There is a lot of legal challenges. People are very vigilant. They want to check what is correct and what ingredient is, what is the evidence for it. And I think I'm glad that he has mentioned about the GMP certification. I'm involved in the part of the process through for some of the products that we have developed. That
and
is
Rajiv, you mentioned about the quality and thing, and DC Katoch mentioned in his next part after 2011 was the insurable risks of these products. And he was coming to that point before his bandwidth got down. So yes, compliance is important, and also the safety of the product, which is what you work on as well, Rajiv, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So before moving to insurance, because insurance do not want to pay money for a product that is not fully standardized, because then they're going to lose money and they're going to have legal battles. So you are absolutely right. So the whole process of creating the product is different. So if you think of modern medicine, which is what I'm trying to compare here, there is a proper standard product. Every product is exactly the same standard. Now, it is probably, and I might be wrong, there are more Ayurvedic practitioners and acharyas here than myself, that it is grown in farms. And from it comes, there is variation of the quantity and the concentration of the product from place to place, depending on where it is grown. And when I was receiving award in Parliament previously, there was a guy who has come from India and he has farms. And he said that it depends on what you plant and how you put the manure and how rest of the things are done. And therefore, the quality of the product that come out also varies. So I think that might be something which is a challenge, but we can work on it to have the quality control of the standards, and we can declare the consistency, the purity, and the safety of the medications through HPLC, which is high performance liquid chromatography, and mass spectrophotometry. And that's what I have learned over a few years, that then it will make it par, and then we can have a scientific solid proof of what we are producing is going to give the predictable results. So that's first part, and I liked what DC Katoch said, that there is a movement in that term, and the WHO will be happy. The second point he mentioned was accessibility, which is again that people are now, world is very small through the internet and social media, and therefore if we can create a global community where we can show this is what we are, this is the scientific proof, this is the active principle, this is the reproducibility, then people will be really keen to try them rather than the pharmaceutical chemicals which they are currently using. And the third important point is also the regulatory harmonization, because that's also varying from country to country. India is different than UK, and that's different from US, and that's different from for Czech Republic. So the government needs to have a comfort zone, and we are making a lot of effort here so that it's the mainline stream healthcare system. And I like the word also which DC Katochus and I and Ish Sharma have been talking about for a long time, that we do not talk about Ayurvedic system or modern medicine system. It's a healthcare system, because all these are part of the same system. Patient doesn't care. Patient cares what gives relief. So let us just move in that movement.
I really relate to what you're saying, because that's a movement happening overseas. And the question for both of you, as I come from the area expert in this, the modern day question for both of you is how these Ayush policy makers bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines to modern regulatory framework across countries. Because today's way moving forward is to celebrating Global Ayurveda Day. The biggest challenge is how we bring this, what we have in Indian source of traditional science, to fit into modern countries where digital Ayurveda is being practiced by us very strongly. And many of us who practice for last 30 years, like Dr. Shekhar, will really relate to me, and Dr. Swarnapuri, the global healthcare system not only stops in entrepreneurship, but we need a framework. We need a proper implementation of these principles. That is a skepticism towards our own traditional medicine science. I would like to have Dr. Katochji and you speak a little bit more about how we could give that sandwich towards our, globalization to Ayurveda.
So
I think this work has been done. This has been done. Work has been done with the initiative from WHO, because in 2012 I remember that we, as a delegation from Ministry of Ayush, we visited WHO, and then we requested WHO that WHO must publish certain documents related to Ayurveda or Unani system of medicines, and the first document we
DC, can you switch off your video?
And I conduct Ayurveda education for the training in Ayurveda.
DC, can you switch off your video? Your audio will come better. Just switch your video off, please. Yes, better now. Carry on.
Okay. So the first document which came from WHO, that was benchmarks for training in Ayurveda. I think now that document is globally acceptable, and most of the governments, they are making the course curricula as well as the in accordance with that document. Then in 2016, WHO approached me, or rather requested me to draft a document for the standards of practice of Ayurveda. So I drafted that, and later on, with a global consultation, after the series of global consultation and a lot of editing, that document has been brought out, and it was published in 2021, I think. And you can see that document is there, the standards for practice in Ayurveda, for practice in Ayurveda, and that is available in the WHO IND. And when you see that document is meant for guiding the different country governments that how the practice of Ayurveda should be regulated, and how the practitioners of Ayurveda, they should indulge in the practice of Ayurveda. So means the infrastructure requirement and the safety aspects and the efficacy aspects of the drugs, all those things they are mentioned there. I think what the doctor has queried that how this can be done. I think through this document, by adopting this document and by implementing all the things which are there in this document, I think we can go towards globalization of Ayurveda. Now, the globalization, when I say globalization, I think with the globalization, the process of globalization, the important thing is we need to localize the global trends. Only then we can globalize the local tradition. So globalization, localization of the global trends, localization of the global trends means what are the emerging trends across the globe for the practice of the any healthcare system or for the practice of any medical system. I think those needs to be localized, means those needs to be adopted at the country level, and the things which are there in the country, means particularly like Ayurveda from India or the Unani system of medicine from India. So for that, the global trends means those need to be adopted, and then we can go global. But the important thing is, and that is the most unfortunate thing for Ayurveda, is that across the globe, the practice of Ayurveda, that is not harmonized, that is not unified. And the reason is that the practice of Ayurveda is not done in accordance with the principles of Ayurveda. Now, we make the diagnosis, or the patients comes to us with the diagnosis, which is the modern diagnosis, right? And accordingly, based on that diagnosis, like patient suffering from typhoid, patient suffering from cancer, or the patient suffering from arthritis, or the rheumatoid arthritis, we start looking that what we can offer from Ayurveda side. No, I think that is not the approach. The approach should be that we need to translate that modern diagnosis, modern medical diagnosis, into conventional Ayurvedic diagnosis. Conventional Ayurvedic, which doshas are involved, which dhatus are involved, what kind of dosha samuchana is there. We need to understand the samprapti. And after that, then we need to give the prescription, and we need to advise that, okay, these kinds of interventions, whether the drug intervention or the therapeutic intervention or the non-pharmacological intervention, so those need to be advised to the patient. But that is not happening. I think once it starts happening, I think then it will enhance the promotion of Ayurveda across the globe. And that would be the real globalization of Ayurveda. Now, the drugs in our country, the education of Ayurveda, that is regulated. The practice of Ayurveda, that is also regulated. The practitioners of Ayurveda, that is also regulated. The drugs, they are also regulated. Even the drug sale and the post-market surveillance, that is also being done. The pharmacovigilance, I think this system has also been developed in our country. Pharmacovigilance of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy drugs. In the last 4 or 5 years, I think now we have around more than 100 centers across the country, the national center, then the intermediate centers and the peripheral centers, which are doing the safety monitoring of the drugs. And the biggest damage which has done to Ayurveda, that is the misleading advertisements. Misleading advertisements of Ayurveda products, I think that needs to be controlled. That needs to be regulated. So that is very, very important, because we cannot encourage population to do the self-medication with Ayurveda drugs. That's not, because it is a very specific system. Now the people, they go to the shop and they purchase any kind of Ayurveda product, because the sale of Ayurveda products, that is not regulated. That is not regulated, right? The products, basically these should be the prescription products, but the products, they are available. Any kind of product you can, without prescription, the patient or the person can go to the shop and can purchase that in the country.
So Dhanada, do you concur with that? Is that what you are finding in America?
Yes, I really relate to what Dr. Kathochji is saying. Localization is very important. See, common people do not
in
know.
accordance with the principles of Ayurveda, the concepts of Ayurveda, keeping in mind the implement
Okay, I think we have got a problem with the bandwidth again. I'll try to mute.
No worries. So, Neelji, I see that Dr. Naveen and Dr. Thomas would like to
if the
comment.
patient is coming to with the test reports, we are coming with the
Dr. Katoch, if you could mute yourself because you are, yes, you are actually, yeah. So let's actually get a comment from Ish Sharma and Naveen Sharma over there,
and Thomas G also would like to comment a little bit.
yeah. So let's go step by step. We'll just go that once they've got the video on, we cannot highlight them at the moment. The one
No
moment,
worries.
yeah, Naveen is there. Dr.
Yeah.
Naveen Gupta, your comment, please.
Yes, please. So, Neelji, I raised hand on the point of Dr. Katoch, who is a very good friend of mine. I told already for 38 years. And then I just, he pointed out that we need to translate the modern diagnosis into Ayurveda. And I agree with him. And also I disagree. So what my disagreement is, why we need to translate. This is how Ayurveda has come at this stage because of this translation, because the patient is coming to us and he's right. The patient is coming to us with already made the diagnosis, but we have to make reversal. We have to go back. We have to come back to nature. We have to come back to Ayurveda in the sense that we don't need to translate the diagnosis. We need to make our own diagnosis, and that diagnosis then we can tell in the patient's language or the patient's understanding, so that your diagnosis is more or less correlating with my diagnosis, but my diagnosis is the Ayurvedic diagnosis. And and also myself, if what I say to my patients, students all over Europe, minimum 7 countries, so that if we treat the allopathic diagnosis will always be failing, because then diagnoses are already there. They have established there is an inflammation. There is established there is a high blood pressure or low blood pressure or hypothyroidism or cancer. So there is already the establishment, and then we are finding out in Dravya Guna Ayurveda herbology the medications or the kashayas or all the dravyas. According to that, it does not work like that. We establish our diagnosis from Ayurvedic point of view, then we correlate with the modern diagnosis if they're correct or not, because they make mistakes many times.
Thank you, Naveen.
95% of the laboratories have proven to be wrong in the past. I don't
So,
know.
Dr. Naveen,
Yes.
Dr. Naveen, Danada, you said you concur with that too. Do you feel that that's the way forward?
Absolutely, Neelji. I feel that there is a time right now. What word I like, what Dr. Katoji said, is localization to globalization. It's very important that the regions and the global countries adopt what we have and first implement to the common public. I have come across with the people that they says, we do not know what a Ayurvedic physician does when we go. A person coming as a patient, as a student, they do not know what we do for them as a healthcare system. And we have principles that we do darshan, sparshan, prashna pariksha, or the language that we use is not translated and have the gap breach to know the modern medicine people, how to prescribe and refer people us back. So I like what you have seen. I would like to...
So, Danada, basically, we are all moving in a right direction. We don't want to say that this is correct, that's wrong, this is right. We want to find a uniform way forward, which is what we are working. And you mentioned localization to globalization, what DC mentioned. And when he mentioned that, you saw Thomas was smiling at it because he said at outset that the South Asian population knows about Ayurveda a lot. What about the Western world? So let's take a comment from Thomas. Thomas, you've been listening patiently to all of us over here. What are your comments up to date and with what everybody mentioned just recently? Thomas, over to you. If you could translate, and we'll wait for his answer.
Domnívám se, že cesta před je skromná, poctivá práce která přinese informaci všem potřebným, a na druhé straně také snaha se vlastně k těmto lidem dostat pomocí informací nebo pomocí jiných kanálů. Bude to proces, který bude trvat jistě dlouhou dobu, ale my všichni doufáme, že ne tak moc. Yeah.
I believe that the way forward is and always has been modest, rightful and careful work. And through this approach, we will finally be able to move forward, and our patients will be doing better.
Yes.
Thomas, very good conclusion. And let's remind people why Thomas is also important. Coming from a Western person who is so keen to promote not just Ayurveda, but the integrative side of the Asian knowledge of India. So for those who don't know, he is the leader at this organization, which is TCIM. Okay, and you just have to visit that website and you will see why Thomas is very serious and very important for us to bring the Western community at large. And Dhanada, you and DC mentioned that we need to get local out into global as well. And Thomas would be very useful. And he's actually doing a very nice conference next year where he will share all the information through our admin. And we are going to share with the group. So Thomas, the next email you will get is for the people who are here right now. And they're all passionate. You saw DC is very passionate about it, that he's very keen. He has studied with the, the ideas what who are planning with the GMP certification. Naveen is very keen. Naveen actually practices in Europe apart from London. So he goes to Switzerland, Belgium, Netherlands, countries surrounding over there. So together, we are building and removing the ego. The Ayurveda people has the highest ego in the universe. This is coming from me directly, and it doesn't matter what you guys think. We are breaking that ego, and now we are saying, break that ego, be part of healing our earth, forget the ego and bring the knowledge. At Diwali time, that's what we say, knowledge over ignorance. Forget the ignorance bit. We just want to move together. And if we move together, Ayurveda has lots to offer. Because Ayurveda is not just a way of system or something, it's a way of life as well. So it's very important that we unite to move forward and bring our knowledge together, where the young ones like Dr. Dhanada and Amrita are already, who are the producers for these episodes today, are very keen to unite people. So it's very good. So Thomas, you are very valuable for us. DC, thank you for your contribution, and your friend Naveen. Naveen, you had a comment to make, so please go ahead and make your comment, and then we move on to discussion. I love what we are discussing over here. Over to you, Naveen.
Yes. So I just give an example that this is what I was speaking about. So you will not be reading it. I will reading for you. This is a 99-page document on Pranavahas Rotodushti. That's on the respiratory system, which I teaching and which I spread to all the students in 99-page documents. It says about Anduningan Andi Adama Vekan. Pranavahas Rotodushti. Het concept and the behandeling in Anduning and the Adam Vekan in Ayurveda, hoest, verkoudhoud, asthma, etc. So this is how we brought Ayurveda to the world. This is from Netherlands, that explanation of herbs in relation to Pranavahas Rotodushti. We never said that we are going to work upon cardiovascular system, on the respiratory system. We talked about our own srotas, having respect to everything. And what you just said, that that we have ego. I personally will say that yes, I do have, but that is sattvic ego. There is also two more ego, Neilji, which is called Vaikaric ego, and that is tamasic ego and rajasic ego. The Ayurveda has sattvic ego. Maybe some of my colleagues would be having rajasic or tamasic ego. I cannot speak for them, but I can speak for myself. Yes, I do have ego, and nobody can be born on this earth without an ego. So I do have sattvic ego. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So at Healing Our Earth, just dive into the stuff. As I said, we forget about the past, we go positive.
Yes.
Let's go positive and let's unite together. And I think it's a very good time now to move to the USA leg, where Dr. Danada from Tapas is going to maybe give us a mini special presentation. And then we will move to Dr. Suresh, and we got so many people lined up. So let's go together. And together we have agreed that we are united. Let those people who want to just stick to their own game stay around. At Healing, we unite, we go way forward. Today we have identified that with the local government, we'll start, the Ayurveda garden, because planting a tree and Ayurveda is also important. We've got the ball rolling with few emails as well. Thomas is very keen over here. He's going to explore the Ayurveda garden in Prague over there as well. Everybody loves that idea. Somehow let's bring Ayurveda into the mainstream in a due diligent, compliant manner. So I think it will be very good. So Dr. Naveen Gupta, thank you very much. Stay around. DC Katosh, stay around. Thomas, stay around. We are still here, and over to you, Danada and Amrita, our producers for today.
Thank you, Neelji. Go ahead, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Naveen. Thank you, Thomas, for sparing so much of time, and also special thanks to Dr. Katoch, who has also spared his special time for us. Thanks a lot. And also Professor Rajiv Gupta. I think he's leaving. It's time, Neil Kumar, to move to US with, as our episode producer, Dr. Danada Kulkarni is with us, and we are really rejoiced to have Tapas at this platform with us to celebrate the Pre-Ayurveda Day celebrations at the global level. All those people who don't know much about Dr. Danada, I'd like to just say a few words. She is a renowned figure in Vedic science and is globally acknowledged as a keynote speaker. She has her expertise in the field of Ayurveda. She is also excellent clinician, Vedic astrologer, Vastu consultant, and she promotes Vedic sciences and the knowledge ever beyond many spheres. She is holding many prestigious leadership roles, including being a founder, president, being a member of board of directors, advisory board member, faculty, academic expert at various positions like NAMA, Tapas, Cassandra Wellness Group, NAMA CB, APNA, CAC, NCAM, ICAA, IACDSC, and Madhav Bhag, USA Advisory Council. She has received international accolades like Patanjali Award for Yogic Research and Dhanvantari Award, Hero Award for continuously advancing Vedic sciences globally, and she contributes to extend the esteemed institutions like University of North Texas, Vivekananda Yoga University, Mount Madonna Institute, the Ayurveda School of UK, Oriental Medicine, Cassandra Wellness Group, and I think a lot more to work on. So that's our lovely Dr. Danada, and we are really thankful to her for producing up this episode. Over to you, Dr. Danada, with your message first, and then we have the lineup of your guests from your side.
And
Over
Amrita,
to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And Amrita, you mentioned lots more. So in 5 days, Danada is going to Colorado, Creston, and meeting other people of Healing Our Earth. So many people of Healing Our Earth, she will be meeting there and doing an outreach there. So Danada, we are very proud of you. You started the ball rolling. Over to you. And what have you got lined up for us and your guests? Over to you.
Thank you, Neelji, and thank you, Amrita. First of all, global namaste to all, and rolling into the USA time. Most of my guests will be joining, and I'm so thankful that more than 22 organizations have called out and responded to our Global Ayurveda Day celebration. I would like to call upon all of the organizational leaders and give you a global awareness how Ayurveda in United States, Europe, Australia, Canada, and furthermore is been developing. You would be amazed to know the accolades and the scholars that we have today to share. And those people, they're not related to Ayurveda world, like Dr. Naveenji mentioned. We have so much for them to learn from this, not only on a political background, but more into their day-to-day life, how to live Ayurveda, how to take Ayurveda ghar ghar. So stay tuned in with us and we will take you to step by step. So today I have joined, and this whole episode is being produced by Healing Our Earth family. We are all like all the time when Neil and I talk, we talk like this is like Ganga, the river that is being going, and everybody is here has their own part to play. With that, I would like to say tapas is being a very a key global contributed organization towards Ayurveda. It has started in pandemic. And if Neil, would you help me to open the website for it? I would love to give a little bit about it. Some of my teammates supposed to be joining. Once they join, I'll introduce to them. Rajesh is our secretary, and Dr. Deepa is vice president, and so on, the boards and the advisory board. We have been doing Veda Mela celebrations at Texas, which is now globally very famous. We've been able to do something, what Dr. Devika said is to do something for common people. You know, Dr. Swarnapuri ji was a part of 2023 Global Veda Mela, and we had 2,000 plus people joined. We've been Tapas is a Texas Ayurveda Professional Association made for the practitioners, common people, making awareness of these Vedic global sciences to all the Texan people. Like I said, with the Katorji's quote today, localization to globalization. And we impacted not only in Texas, but the repercussions went all over globally across. So a little bit short about that. And you are welcome to visit our website, Texas Ayurveda Organization org.org. Neilji might bring the website here again. So with that, I would like to welcome our next. So little bit, I would like to dive into why Ayurveda way moving forward, you know. And yes, thank you, Neil Kumarji. This is our website. We have been very successful in bringing more than 500 to 1,000 people have joined us. We have more than 200 Ayurveda students, members, practitioners. We make a lot of impact in monthly webinars, bringing Ayurveda education, making a free market for public is our first concept to bring Veda Mela into, see, Ayurveda impacts not from your clothing, but the jewelry you are wearing, just like Dr. Dr. Naveenji said, from Kalash to your home, every household thing has been through the Ayurvedic classical texts. And we are doing it globally so very well. So you are very welcome to take a look. I would now go ahead and talk a little bit about today's our theme, and then have a dialogue involve various organizations here, what they are doing for global policies and other mainstream integration of healthcare. So Ayurveda way moving forward is Amrita, Dr. Amrita's intellectual topic that she has proposed, focusing for Global Ayurveda Day celebration, which is so right today. And this growing recognition has addressing challenges, and we are all organizations that has a role, just like AI has been a role in advancing the digital media or the digital presence. The AI also has a role advancing Ayurvedic science, which needs to be highlighted. We do today telemedicine, we do pharmaceutical medicine, the advancements in entrepreneurial opportunities, wellness, tourism, startups in Ayurveda. There's so much emphasized potential influence global health and wellness. And that is why this Ayurvedic merging tradition needs to approach and speak into the modern holistic future. So keeping this very simple and inviting all of these organizations step by step, I would first like to invite from UK, Dr. Swarnapuri, Suresh Swarnapuri ji, who is, and also if the Venkat Joshi ji from UK, both of them represent Ayurveda organization in United Kingdom, France, Croatia, and so many other European small countries. I would like to ask Dr. Venkat ji and Suresh ji to open up and have your thoughts on this. Go ahead. Welcome. Global Namaste.
Namaste to all. And thank you very much, Dr. Dhanada Kulkarni, for inviting us. And yes, true. Here in Europe, me and Joshiji, together we are working very hard since many years. We live here. Joshiji is much senior to me. He lives for since 30 or more than that in UK, and I'm here in Ireland and working in France since 22 years. Yes, there were some some points I have been listening to a few doctors here, especially Dr. Katos sir, Dr. DC Katos sir was mentioning, and Dr. Katos sir in Ukraine. I hope you remember that in embassy, Indian embassy, with Indian ambassador in Ukraine. He remembers me. So what we are trying to do is the point what was Dr. Dhanada was mentioning is how to move forward. So we don't want to discuss what happened before. It's no use for us. Now how to move forward. What we are doing is in Europe, we have established an official institutions registered officially in France, in UK, in Ireland, in Slovenia, in Croatia, also in Ukraine. So what we are trying to do is we connected these countries, and we first started with the educational system to provide basic education to all the European countries, because education is so important, where we can involve all the common public who are in different countries to understand Ayurveda. But fortunately for us, we can see a growth of awareness in both in France and in UK and other countries in Europe. This is helping us a lot to promote Ayurveda in a bigger way. So what we are trying, I particularly was trying to do in France is, I've been associated with preventive medicine wings in different universities in the Paris or in southern France, the city called Nîmes, or in Toulouse city in France. So I've been personally went there and look into the preventive medicine, comprehensive medicines, complementary medicines. And I had a talk with them 4 years back in association with the Embassy of France in Paris. So we found a wing, separate wing. So how do we penetrated into that preventive medicine is not talking about the medicines and all, because that's not legalized still in Europe. So we have a lot to do without medicines in Ayurveda we can do. So we went to that universities and I spoke to them. I told them we have a special areas where we can focus Ayurvedic areas into your wings, which was one is Prakriti and second is Nadi Pariksha. This I took into them because these two we can incorporate in anywhere, because that doesn't involve any medicines there. Just we need to work on the lifestyle, how to do the lifestyle changes and everything. We need to explain them and bring this Prakriti, because treatments, we are more of a personalized system. So when we have a personal system, we need to work through the Prakriti, Nadi Pariksha, all these things we explain to them. They accepted. And after that, we have forwarded a lot of papers to the Embassy of India. Through this Embassy of India, we got approval in the Embassy of France, in the Embassy of India in Paris. And all the papers have been went to Ministry of Ayush. And we are the first institution outside the India to get accredited now. This is the latest news. We are the first institution, European Ayurveda Academy, and the next in line is coming up with Association Ayurveda Academy, where Dr. Joshiji is the director of these institutions. So we are working like these programs we are creating for the future generations in Europe. And recently I was in Paris. We have an exposition where 75,000 people came for this exposition, and I personally interviewed 600 members. Trust me, the awareness in France is much higher now compared to 10 years before. The moment they came to see me, Dr. Suresh, can you tell which dosha we are? Can you tell us what Prakriti we are? This is the first question they asked me, which I could not see in India. And they said, can you do Nadi Pariksha for us? Out of 600 people, 400 people asked me what Prakriti they are. That is why I took this knowledge of Prakriti into this preventive medicine, and wellness coaches also approached with the Prakriti. It was fascinating to understand because the Prakriti helps us to prevent diseases in Ayurveda. So in the preventive medicine, I took to the Prakriti, I talk about the Prakriti, and Nadi Pariksha for them is extremely powerful mechanism, where in India also, Ashtaveda Parikshas they are teaching in India, but none of them they're teaching Nadi Pariksha in India, except other 7 other Parikshas they are showing. But Nadi Pariksha is missing in India. That we are put forward in all the countries. I could see an extraordinary people coming forward to learn Nadi Pariksha. This one area where we can get into the medical practitioners into the European countries or anywhere in the world, train the medical practitioners Nadi Pariksha. This will help us also to promote Ayurveda. And of course, Ayurvedic doctors only knows Nadi Parikshas, medical practitioners, but we can train also allopathy doctors into that to create more awareness for Ayurveda. So as Dr. Koteja sir, Dr. DCG sir said, globalization is not going to be that much easy. Globalization of Ayurveda, it's not going, we can pass a resolution here. Practically, can we understand what is globalization of Ayurveda? It's not going to be easy. So because every country has their own legal system, whether it's France, UK, or US, and all other countries, they have their own legal system. And even though they are all in European Union, one country, they're all, yet nobody listens to each other. When it comes to the local policies and decisions, no government, France does not listen to UK, and France does not listen to Slovenia, France does not listen to Germany. So the borders are open, yet they are closed. So it's not going to be easy to globalization. So what we did is, every country we have institution, we made institution every country legally, going with the advocate. We have a lawyer in every country. The lawyer guides us how to do and what to do, how can we practice in everything. Through the lawyer only we are practicing in all countries. This is one thing legally very, very important to European countries. We cannot do it like in India. You can do whatever you want in India, but here it's impossible in European countries. Of course, I know in US also, Dr. Dhanada, my good friend, she always explains me how difficult to practice in US also. So within whatever we have parameters, whatever we have areas where we are working on, through the embassy, what I'm doing is, I'm always bringing embassy for all the works. Indian embassy, because it's very important to give them accountable. They should be accountable for all the works in whichever country we are doing. So in UK, Dr. Joshi sir is connecting with the Deputy High Commissioner there. And in France, I'm working directly with the ambassador. I know him personally. And also in Croatia, also in Slovenia, also in Ukraine, also in Poland. So 7 countries I'm working with the ambassadors. Personally, I'm meeting them. Personally, I'm talking to them. They themselves don't know how to organize this in Europe. So this is what we are trying to do in a nutshell. I don't want to speak too much. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Sureshji. Dr. Venkatji, would you like to please have your comments?
Yes, Dr. Suresh is doing much, and I'm involved with him from the UK. The globalization does mean that we are looking into the richness of the traditions coming from ages and with their natural resources. There is a commonality on the grounds. For example, in UK, I mentioned about the Devadaru, which grows hugely because it brought from Himalayas long ago, few hundreds of years ago. And that's how the Vastu Kashakam I mentioned about it, and Chinopode Malwa to the Kakamachi, Solanum indicum, two varieties which are available edible. Solanum dulcomera is poisonous, but other two edible varieties are available, richly grown, naturally grown, and as well as the Oxalis corniculata, which is available. So there are many species, including the Vacha Acorus calamus, which grows in UK, which is banned by MHRA. So to find out these natural resources to the ethnic areas among 194 plus countries, these traditions with the WHO are coming to the commonality under the global integrative traditional systems of medicine to standardize and recognize on the grounds of one parameter of subjective energies is like taste. The taste is common to all. This is how we can see the Indian curries are common into the global level. Every corner of any city you take, there is an Indian curry center because the taste is common to every human being. So we are trying to bring into the habituation from the, because see, from the under 1 year, what kind of this richness of the taste from the mother and the mother's nutrition. I'm working with the gentlebirthmethod.com, where celebrities to the royal families come for the treatments of the antenatal, postnatal, neonatal, and as a part of it, we are trying to bring. There is a Sakshi in London. She is doing reaching out to the millions of people after consulting with the making of Ayurveda special recipes for antenatal to postnatal care. So based on these, we are making a kind of a naturalization to bring into the generations, which begins from 1 to 3 years, 3 to 7 years of these crucial periods of the mind maps, which will develop and fix into the taste buds. So this is where we are trying to transform from the antenatal level, and that brings into the commonality of accepting into the gut medicine, gut-brain axis through the through the epigenetics. So this is a big change into the future generations. Otherwise, we know that how important the sweet as a taste, because it is the maturity of the taste from Ayurveda principles. Because none of the plant material which grows out into the sweet until it is matured. So the maturity onset of the changes from the nature coming through from the water and earth as the biggest source is, for example, earth and the wind commonality into the principles, which is very distant. Transforming energy, the fire is a mediator which is missing link, and that is where the astringent taste develop at the preliminary stages of all the plant material. So we are evolving through from the natural resources and attribute it and grade it with the taste mediated changes, and that is the standard parameter. There are so many methods to make into from the principles into the taste threshold means, and then bringing that universal predominance of like sweet and sour basis, which predominates into the adaptation into the taste beginning, because it is the hrudyam amlanam, and that is the way the maturity of the taste with the sourness. And amalaki is there in pomegranate. There are two sources in Ayurveda. So we make this food as a medicine based preparations from the pomegranates especially from the Middle East countries, and amla all around we are available here. But the thing is to look into the amlasara, like the yellowishness. So the richness of Karapratijiyam in Ayurveda mentioned means you cannot imagine what quality the standard they maintain. To you handpick them, and that's the way that instantly you make the recipe which has a highest antioxidant properties which you ever get into the chawanprash. So whatever it is. So these are a few examples I'm trying to give, which each part of this globe has enriched with the taste predominated health restorative natural resources. We have to identify them and grade them on the basis of the principles of Ayurveda, which is the taste mediated configurations, and then experiment it to the quality resources, where it is grown, how it is collected, preserved, processed, and then make into the availability. See, this availability comes from the gut medicine, because you cannot go into the seriousness of the medicine unless you implicate an inclusiveness into the existing conventional health care through the gut care. So the gut medicine is the biggest medicine for transformation. Over 60% of the immune modulation takes place with the gut health only. So we understand from the basics of the cellular level of the mechanism what's going on, because the biochemical processes in the cellular level is still not clear with the conventional medicine to understand. And that's where the artificial intelligence, genomic theories which are going on into the scientific technical levels of finding the devices to understand how it is different with the vata predominations into the mitochondrial changes, how the vata implications bringing into quick firing, and how much is the glucose bioavailability required. So these parameters from the diabetic standards from the Western countries like America, they are also having 3 levels of this debating to understand individualized levels of blood sugars required for the individual circumstances. So understand these variations into the constitutional basis, 3 main fixations, and then divide it into 7. There we can reach out into a commonality of the tailored treatments for, and before which we have to go commonality from the taste mediated food as medicine from the gut medicine. So this is very clear to understand how resources from the each country to be brought into the traditions and come sharing this knowledge. That is the Global Center for Traditional Medicine's responsibility with the WHO reach out and bring out with all the experts into the global level to represent and identify and then standardize on the grounds of the taste mediated quality of the natural products. So this is the beginning as a thought from me. So Dr. Suresh is wonderful doing with all this academic work, and I'm associated with him. He has high energy and looking into hundreds of patients, and he is restoring very well. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. We are working together.
So
Dr. Venkatji.
Dr. Venkata, another one moment. Dr. Venkata.
Yeah.
Very much information that you have given, and you're particularly very active here in London and UK, but you also liaise with Suresh. So Suresh, I'm going to ask you one question because this is very important for the way forward. Of all the countries you are working, which country do you feel is more receptive to Ayurveda at a local government, national government, or the population of that country at large?
It's the France.
Yes.
France is the one country, because I've been associated with the French government, and because we legally have a documentation with them, we have a lawyer there. And here's in the document which they made an official document, in that was very clearly written, Ayurvedic practicing, Ayurvedic nutritional supplements, and Ayurvedic massages has been in the documents is written officially in French. So that documents also we have sent to the Ministry of Ayush. They know that we are working with the French government. And I've seen a lot of awareness in the French people since I think 4 or 5 years. I see the transformation in the French people. They have a huge affinity towards Ayurveda. There is a lot of love for Ayurveda. It's not because of what we are doing. They themselves are organizing. They themselves are understanding what is Ayurveda, because the inflow to the country in India is huge from French. A lot of French people are going to India for taking some Panchakarmas and doing some short courses and all. But we try to offer in Europe itself for them, in France, in Paris. So the people are coming and learning all our educations. We are doing 4 years syllabus, like in Indian syllabuses we are following, along with the WHO syllabus also we are following. We finished three batches of 4-year groups. This is the third new group we are doing. 4th year we finished. So 4th year, we are giving higher diploma. It's a lot of hard work we put into. And we had an official Ayurvedic college, Dr. Venkajoshi Sisor knows it, in Paris before the COVID. After the COVID, we could not continue it because of a lot of problems. People who doesn't want to travel. Now we have online and offline classes. We're conducting in the France and some portions in Croatia, some portions in Slovenia. So where the students' pockets are there, even Ukraine I go regularly. We have a center in Ukraine, even the war, I'm going there time to time to help them. And so like that, we are trying to work. For me, France is the extremely good country for the Ayurveda in the future.
So Suresh, you mentioned France, which are maybe one of the most strictest, because just very recently they will be bringing a temple from BAPS. So if France is receptive, which was the most strictest, then we've got good chances to penetrate other countries, particularly like Italy, where Dr. Morandi is there, and we can connect with each other, and France is there. Now, do you feel that we should have the European conference in London or in France? Number one, just explicitly answer that only.
The best is in London.
Okay, so we
The
like
reason
London.
is
It's fine. We like London. London is very still the world-class center.
I feel London is the best country, excellent country for all these activities.
Okay, so London we still like where maybe Venkata Joshi will know that Bob Blackman is very keen on Ayurveda and he's going to propagate after the conservative leader is done. So Venkataja will join up again next year where we can propagate this better. Suresh, what I liked was you mentioned Croatia, Slovenia. So Professor Shantala, who is from the Ayush industry, very senior, she is actually there in Latvia. So I think we should connect her because those countries and Healing Our Earth are in all those countries. I think we should connect and expand, like Venkata Joshi said, that you are very enthusiastic, and Dhanada also, because she's put you as the opening speaker over here. This is the beautiful part at Healing Our Earth, that we unite people together and we find a formula to move forward together. We don't discuss past, we don't discuss that this is the problem, that's the problem. America has got different issues. There are so many organizations and they're all striving and fighting and working to, one wants to do this, one wants to do that. But someone like Dhanada, who is younger, who doesn't want to follow ego line, she wants to follow in a productive line. You seem similar as well, Suresh. And our Venkata Joshi, being senior in London over here, he is blessing youngsters to say, let's do this like this. So at Healing Our Earth, today we created an idea that Professor Sharma, who actually convinced Mauritius government through Ayurveda school garden, and planting a tree is a big moment now with Rotary, who are part of Healing Our Earth. We promote that. I think this Ayurveda garden will be useful because the children will love it. Smartphone can identify what the products are or the plants are or what are the benefits. And Suresh, with the work that you are doing, and you are quite passionate that France is nearly there, not completely, we still have got a lot of work to do. I think, Dhanada, we should join together again in the forward momentum, so we are all going in the same tandem, because we've got experts coming from Canada, USA. You have mustered more than, like I said, 22. Today we are linked with more than 40 organizations because the earlier ones are gone, from Mauritius, India. You yourself have outreached more than 24. So Venkata Joshi, you are also a recipient honor of some good awards. I remember when you went to Goa and everything. Do you agree that London can maybe host a separate seminar or a conference for the unity and compliant way of moving forward in a compliant way?
Yes, I do agree. The reasons why, because the communication, the language, which is very much into these days with the English, that's the reason why London is the most important place for conducting this international event, uniting the Europe, because the Germany has more freedom into the practices and regulations. 25 countries, MOU being signed by the Ayush, and Germany and Switzerland, and as well as Hungary. And
Slovenia.
other Latvia, we know, yes.
Slovenia.
Slovenia.
Yeah. Mentioned Slovenia, so I like that.
So, Neil, you have a wonderful conception here, which Dr. Swarnapuri ji was a part of the first Veda Mela happened here in Texas, and he was a key person to bring more overseas dignitaries for Veda Mela. So he's already onboarded with our global Veda Mela concept, and he would be really a key player with Dr. Venkata Joshi ji. We could have the dialogue going. That would be really awesome.
And Dhanada, you showed some pictures earlier. You shared the screen and you showed pictures, which was so beautiful. And as you mentioned, that Suresh actually was there in the Tapas Veda Mela, which was such a success because it wasn't just Ayurveda, it was complete Veda. You know, you brought in such a good success, and it's a theme where we want to bring not just in all the states. I was talking to Naveen Gupta, who is in at least 5 countries there in Europe. Naveen is also keen to bring the concept of Veda Mela. Of course, each of the country where he is, the indigenous population will be more likely to take part as opposed to ethnic because they are more indigenous biased. But isn't it wonderful that, Suresh, the momentum you've created, and because you are here in UK as well, I think early next year, Dr. Joshi, maybe either at the Brahma Kumaris, because they've got good influence, all the BAPS Swaminarayan, who are all part of our organization, I think we should lift the place up and tell Bob that, look, what you did for yoga and Hinduism, let's do similar for Ayurveda. And Dhanada, Amrita can maybe visit UK over here. Dhanada is very clean, very, very keen in the USA because she's linked with many organizations. And being a young one to those elder ones who are slowly migrating in a different way of thinking, hopefully they will be like Suresh and Dhanada's thinking, where we can guide and bless them so they can lead us forward. Do you agree, Dr. Venkata Joshi?
Yes, I do agree.
And Suresh, you feel good about it that, you know, if we support each other positively, because it's not us individual who counts, it's the cause that counts. It's Ayurveda we want to bring in. And we mentioned Germany. Look at the products. When it comes to Ayurveda products and homeopathy products, they have got the best brand in Germany. Of course, the source at origin is from India. So if we can replicate there, I think that will be very useful. Dhanada, I think Naveen has got a comment. So let's go and see if he has got a comment over there. If you could put your video on, Dr. Naveen Gupta, you wanted to make a comment, so over to you.
So, hello, Neil, again. So, it's very well said that the France has taken a lead. But when I moved to Netherlands almost 3.5 decades ago, so all patients were getting back money from the insurance. So I thought it was Netherlands. And secondly, now Switzerland is again the first country in the world where all patients are getting. I'm a member of the ESMA, being a Swiss citizen. By the way, I'm a Swiss citizen. So being a Swiss citizen, so I'm a member of the ESMA, I'm a member of the ASCA, VSMT, and Hans Riener is leading us. And before it was Franz Rutz, the member of parliament from Zurich. So he's a very good friend of mine. And we were contributing so lot. And then all our insurance, our patients get insurance back. And it's not about the private insurance. Private insurance is something else. They are all getting money from the private insurance back, because Switzerland is just having private insurance for 700 Swiss franc per month. You can have private insurance. But everybody has to have insurance, and all these people are getting money back from the insurance. So I think apart from France, Netherlands and Switzerland are the countries which are very, very much into Ayurveda.
So, Dr. Naveen, so wonderful. So, Suresh, look, Naveen is on board. He's a very, very much part of Healing Our Earth. He's apart from being in London. So, look, we are gaining momentum. We are not discussing that I want to be this and he wants to be this. We are saying, let us work towards Ayurveda, make it very strong, make it very compliant, make it very much as a requirement, bring in more data, more studies, and he has brought 2 more countries where he feels is almost equal to France. So if we can attack Europe in a positive manner, in a nice manner, where we've got Dr. Morandi, where we've got Thomas who was there, they're all very keen to be part of us. And who better than someone like Venkata Joshi, who is a cool person. If you meet him in person, he's a cool person over there. And I'm sure that he will want to bring Suresh. I look at it, you are very passionate, you are very forthcoming. And Naveen is similar. When you guys meet him in London, let's organize maybe just a dinner here in London, and we move forward, and then we throw a proper conference, because today's idea between Dhanada and Amrita was, before Diwali, we want to be the first global Ayurveda day, so we can actually encourage everybody to get the momentum going. So I love this idea. Naveen, thank you very much. You are obviously a senior part of Healing Our Earth. We are going to keep in touch with all this stuff. Dhanada, if you make a note, let's just create a separate group on there with you and Amrita. We are gaining momentum, because today's our salient point we wanted to discuss was Ayurveda, the way forward and in actually productive manner. So shortly we'll be welcoming Vandana when she arrives, or we'll move to other
He's
guests. We've got
here.
so many other guests over here.
Already here.
So
And
Vandana,
yes,
what are your
I would.
views so far?
So I would just like to make a comment, Neil, that look at you. You already have dinner planned with the Suresh ji and Venkat ji and Naveen ji. I'm sure I am invited. So what I suggest is this is a very ongoing way forward for Ayurveda to hold hands in community rather than preaching each other separately. It's time to grow together and see the way forward. I would love to see the integration happening. Yes, Sureshji, integration happening all over the Europe, and people already been working there. There's so many nominated people we could take, and what Neil proposed here as a seedling towards the globalization to way forward. Go ahead, Sureshji, your thoughts, please.
First of all, Dr. Dhanada is invited to London.
She's a part, Suresh, she's a part lead for this because she's one
she's
of
our boss now. She can
right.
anytime she can come.
Yes.
And here I would like to say that Naveen sir and Joshi sir, they're very senior people. They have contributed to Ayurveda not only in London and also in Switzerland and many countries. They're very classy people. They did a lot of work. We're just following them. Myself, I'm just following them, taking their suggestions and ideas. And Joshi sir is like my mentor and guru. So I'm always with him and taking his suggestions and blessings most of the work. But somebody has to guide you. Somebody has to implement it.
It's done, Suresh. Suresh is done. We have agreed that early next year we have a dinner. Naveen has already
just
planned.
One point I would like to add, sir. Here, just one comment. In May in 2025, we are organizing Fellowship of British Ayurveda Academy. It's a fellowship which is in the second level in Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapith. We have applied for this thing, and that next year we're getting accreditation for that also. So Fellowship of British Ayurveda Academy, as a pilot project, we are doing for 3 weeks or 2 weeks. Last year, 2022, we did 12 doctors came from India. They received FBAA, Fellowship of British Ayurveda Academy in London, not online. In London, the students should come from BAMS and MD doctors or the qualified people to come to for this course. And we give this additional qualification they will get. So just we wanted to inform you this occasion, so we can plan something in that angle in London in May 2025. Thank you very much.
Maybe we go well before that so that we can promote the May activity. Naveen has already worked out the menu. If you listen, he wants to do a Sattvic menu. It can be in Lucerne or it can be in London. Maybe London will be better. And as I said, when Bob gets free, or Venkata Joshi ji, you know Ravi Panot, maybe I'll ask him to lead that thing over there. And yes, we've got a good probability. And let us meet up to go way forward. We don't want to meet that, oh, that guy didn't do and he didn't call me, and this organization. That is fine. Let them carry on like that, because the society will always remain in certain form. But together, we guys can look at the focus of Ayurveda, not us individuals. And together we can formulate not just a plan, but because we are connected to almost, today we are 5 continent, and if 7 are classified, one will always be missing, because Iceland, Greenland are not very forthcoming, although we do have a contact there. So it'll be very good. And Dhanada, you later, if you can just make a note and let's group people together. Naveen is very dynamic. He's always forthcoming, whenever he comes to London. So it will be very good. And he's very much part of Healing Our Earth. And then Dr. Venkata Joshi, you already know Mon Thangavelu, who is over here. And many Ayurveda people who are the Amarjit can be part of us, although he's running his own system. We can include him in here for a global system. So yes, today we pledge that at Healing Our Earth, let's start communicating with each other. And Thomas in Prague is very keen, because it's not us Indians or the South Asian who wants to be keen. It's the Western community we need to educate so that they springboard us forward. Dhanada, your comment?
Yes, Neil, thank you so much. We will come back to the London team now. I would like to thank you, Dr. Suresh ji and Dr. Venkat ji and Dr. Naveen ji to join us. And now we would like to move forward as I am getting a message that we are running in the central time zone. It's time to take it to the US, Neil. And we have here our first US speaker from AO, Dr. Vandana Baranwalji, and she represents Ohio State Organization. I would love to have her comment towards the Ayurveda way forward. And over to you, Vandana.
So I can't see her. Where is she?
Yeah, she's right here. I can
What
ping
name?
her.
What name is she signed under?
She's USA
AAO
AO
President
President.
Vandana Baranwal. Dr. Dhanda updated it. She added lots of prefixes. USA AAO President Vandana Baranwal.
Yeah. You
Everybody
see
can
her,
hear me?
Neil, now?
Not yet. If
She's
it's
speaking.
Because
yes,
you
she's
two are
got the
pinned.
title and everything instead of name. Okay, I will adjust that. I can spotlight her, and there she is.
Yes.
Here I am.
We know Vandana, of course, is part of Healing Our Earth as well anyway. So, but I just couldn't, is because she started with the title. No problem. Carry on, Dhanada, over to you, and please introduce her.
Thank you so much, Neil. Last year, I invited Dr. Dhanada to be the part of the Healing Our Earth, and I'm very
Indeed.
happy to see how she has planted herself and growing, and now this is spreading in such a way that now we are going to have this new chapter in Europe.
And
So,
Vandana, when you brought her, little did we have idea that, we knew about tapas, but little did we know that she will run the Global Ayurveda platform. She's already flying into Creston. She's already made so many people at Healing Our Earth. And it's so beautiful. And you obviously were the one who springboarded her into Healing Our Earth. So thank you. And now over to both of you. And please tell us, Ayurveda, the way forward.
So tell us about your organization, Dr. Vandana ji, and you've been such a leader in a very small short of time. You have been from local to global impacted leader in the Ayurveda world. So tell us more about your work, what's happening in Ohio. You are, I know you're doing some of the programs in related with the Ohio University. I would love to hear that for our Global Ayurveda Day moving forward. Over to you, Vandana.
thank you, Dr. Dhanada, and thank you to Neil for this platform, Healing Our Earth. And I would like to extend a special thanks to Amrita, who happens to be the student of my best friend and colleague from India. And consistently, she has been moderating, planning, and making it happen. So thank you so much to Amrita. And I also want to welcome all the leaders of the Ayurveda community, and not just the Ayurveda community, people who are associated with healing modalities in a holistic or say sattvic environment, where they selflessly have been striving in different parts of the globe to take this knowledge of Vedas to just help people. And talking about today's topic, that what is the way moving forward? My opinion is local to global. We can grow when we empower ourselves, our community. It always starts from self. We need to assess ourselves, what we are doing from time to time. Are we moving and striving in the right direction? Are we united together with like-minded people? And what impact we are making? So for me, Dr. Dhanda said that I made kind of in a very short span of time, I have moved to global. So it is not so. I have studied Ayurveda by choice from Banaras Hindu University. And before I moved to USA, I was professor in SDM College of Ayurveda and already receiving many students from abroad. It is one of the colleges at BHU and SDM College Hassan, where we used to get many students from abroad. And when I say students, not in the India sense of way that they were students from college, but these are most of the people who are already established in their professions. So when I moved to this country, it was easy for me to understand how it is Ayurveda is received here. And I am new to Ohio, not new, I relocated to Ohio in 2018, and I had some understanding about the Ayurvedic scene, what is going on, and I formed Ayurveda Association of Ohio. I will share this story how it happened. When I moved here, we have a small community of yoga and Ayurveda people. So I started having our monthly meetings. It would be just a get together, and we will all bring our food and sit together and talk and share what we have learned, what we want to do, and how we are practicing. And our community continued to grow. We were connecting over the food heart to heart with this chat, and we would just light a lamp and sing songs, or someone would just do kirtan. And from there, we came together to become a group of more than 30 people. And we thought that, well, we are now a good number, and we can form this Ayurveda Association of Ohio. And we moved forward, and 21, we got registered as a 501c3. We have our board. I'm one of the person who came with this idea. So I'm the founder president. Troy Piles is our vice president. Esther Gozon is our treasurer. For secretary, we have Zahir Sutarwala, and we all are not local. We are in the, Juan Moscura is a member at large. Betty Brown is a member at large. So Jeannie Faulkner is also there. Yes, Jeannie Faulkner is member at large. So we are a group of people from different cities in Ohio. We meet over Zoom now, and we continue to meet in person, although it got discontinued, and we were reviving our tradition of meeting in person. And this year, for the first time, we are planning to do our Ayurveda Day in-person event. So our vision and mission is to educate and inform our community about Ayurveda and healing modalities. So local to global, like I said, we just are trying to connect with our community, our classes, our workshops, and just informative sessions. We have also done, like we do open house, where we just invite people, and we offer free sessions of people to experience what we offer. Someone will offer Prakriti assessment, someone will offer Nadi Pariksha. Troy has studied Nadi Pariksha and astrology with Dr. Frawley. He has one member has studied making Ayurvedic formulations. So he growed in his backyard this winter melon Kushmand and made Kushmanda Valeha. So it is like our community is just exploring different Ayurvedic modalities, and we are just bringing it to people, sharing with them. What Kushmanda Valeha is like a jam was so welcomed by common people who do not know what Ayurveda is. They like Dr. Swanpuri was saying, Prakriti Pariksha. So here also we are just spreading the word. Understand who you are. It helps you live a better life, making right choices about the food and how we change with the season, who we are, understanding that. So at local level, my organization and our team is working just to spread the word of the Ayurveda. And we are successful because now I am teaching classes at Integrative Health Center, Wexner Medical Center, Ohio State University. And this has happened by invitation. Initially, when I moved here, I have reached out to them and they were not ready. In just a few years of time, I received this invitation to offer these classes. And this fall, I took first class for medical students. I was invited by the medical school at Ohio State University to have a class and interactive session, followed by that an interactive session for the medical students. That also is a new here, because I'm saying new because it's not just that we are practicing and teaching people Ayurveda. Ohio happens to be it is not a freedom for health state. It happens to be a very conservative place. I mean, many of you might remember that it is the place where Trump has won. So people who come here, sometimes when we talk, they are staunch Christians and they are not open to say Om also. So it throws a challenge for us to present Ayurveda, share Ayurveda, to help them understand and make them be able to practice it. And we are growing at local level and talking about what is the path moving forward. We cannot make it happen until and unless Ayurveda education we are having credentialing. Ayurveda schools and centers have their accreditation. And Ayurveda becomes a licensed profession. And this is a high kind of, I am new at the Ayurveda scene of USA, but it has been here for past 2 decades. NAMA was formed 2 decades back, and people have been working. If I have to share my opinion, how we can make it happen, I come from Banaras, a seat of spiritual wealth and Vedic wisdom, and I believe in the path of Dharma. When we believe this and follow this sattvic path of Dharma, see how our ancient teachers have given Ayurveda. History sets the precedence for the future. If we go back in history, the sages who wrote Ayurveda and Veda, they gave it for the benefit of mankind. And how USA connects, it was in 1893 that Vivekananda came to the USA, and his talk on Dharma, the concept of consciousness connected to the deep core of the American people. A century later, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi came, and in 1993, one of his students, Robert Keith Wallace's paper, was published, Effect of Consciousness on Physiology. It took a long time, but it moved forward in a very positive way. If we just look up at the current scene a century later, we are in 2023. Neilji already mentioned, we are global news, we are all connected. So we understand what is going where. Currently, what is going on in America, again, I will go back what I was saying, our road moving forward should be on Dharma. When we come out of our ego and think above us for the benefit of Ayurveda and mankind, only then we will be able to achieve the coveted goals of getting Ayurveda to be a licensed profession, or having one body for the accreditation, having one body for credentialing, because we may have lots of conflicts within, but when people from outside look up at that they have so many organizations and they have so many bodies, it creates a confusion. It is very important that we unite and bring some umbrella organizations. This time again, many of you might be aware that this time again, this conversation has started. In the past, it has failed. In my knowledge, it has failed a couple of times. I'm very hopeful that this time my best wishes are there that we succeed. But in my opinion, again, there is a but. It will succeed when we stand together and we are dharmic in our pursuit. And this dharma is not like religion. We do not have to worship and chant mantras. This is dharmic pursuit, that we are selfless and think for the goodness of the community, goodness of the people. And like I say, Ayurveda is for everyone. If world leaders are talking together, how about doing a Panchakarma of Zelensky and Putin putting them for the meeting after a Panchakarma? It cleanses the mind, it cleanses the body. So we all should go cleansing procedures of Panchakarma and kind of cleanse ourselves with all these acquired knowledge, conflicts, and tamas that we haven't accumulated, and come together on a table and talk. And Neil, I was listening to this conversation about Europe. And when you said that we need to leave everything behind and move forward, we just want to focus on positive. I very much want that scene to be created in USA. We move forward just thinking of the positive, and let's see what we manifest. Today, I have what is happening in the USA, that many of our colleagues and people who have studied Ayurveda in India move here. They feel very confused. Many change their path because they do not know how to practice Ayurveda here or how to teach. So I also take this responsibility on my shoulder to connect with all my fellow Ayurveda professionals and help and guide them. And they are all part of my team. Today, I have Dr. Rajesh Kavar and Dr. Sharanya. So I would like to ask Amrita to invite them as well and give them the chance to speak. Dr. Rajesh.
Please go ahead, Dr. Rajesh. Kanwarji, unmute yourself and please join the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Vandana ji, who else is joining?
Sharanya.
Sharanya, please unmute yourself and keep your video on. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Rajesh ji.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm deeply honored to be here today to share insights at this grand celebration of Ayurveda and ancient science that continues to inspire and transform global health. And as Vanna Didi told all of you that she feels she has that responsibility on her shoulder. So I really thank Vanna Didi that she really guides us, because as we moved here and we don't know how to practice here Ayurveda, and she really helped us in that way as a Ayurveda practitioner, what we can do here. And thank you so much to provide this platform as well. As we reflect on the theme Ayurveda, way moving ahead, it's clear that Ayurveda is not just a system of medicine, but a way of life that emphasizes balance and harmony between the body, mind, and environment. I add environment here, as you know, spirit, when we say it conflict many things, but we all understand environment is part of our spirit, is the Panchbhuta, everything. So I started to change it by body, mind, and spirit. On that place, I started to say body, mind, and environment, so people easily grab it and accepted it. But before I start, I offer my heartfelt gratitude to Lord Dhanvantari, the divine healer, for blessing us with the wisdom of Ayurveda and guiding us on the path of health and well-being. Globally, Ayurveda has seen a remarkable resurgence, from policy changes to research innovations. It is steadily making its way into mainstream healthcare. Countries across the world are beginning to recognize the value of Ayurveda in promoting preventive healthcare, especially as the demand for holistic and sustainable approaches grows. And we hear many speakers which are from across the world. They share their experience, and we can see that it's happening. Today, I would like to focus on Ayurveda's practical applications, which are very easy to accept and very easy to collaborate, necessary to bring Ayurveda to a global stage. Ayurveda's holistic nature gives it a unique advantage in today's world, where wellness is no longer just about treating illnesses, but about nurturing the body and mind before diseases takes its root. The potential of Ayurveda lies not only managing chronic illnesses or conditions, but in promoting longevity and vitality through daily practices that are accessible to everyone. One of the most practical contributions Ayurveda offers to the world is preventive care. In an age where chronic diseases are rampant, Ayurveda's principles of dincharya, daily routines, ritucharya, seasonal regimes, provide simple, actionable steps for maintaining balance and health. These are lifestyle practices that can easily integrate into anyone's daily life, regardless of where they live or their cultural background. It's easy to inculcate in their lifestyle. This universality is what makes Ayurveda so powerful on a global scale. Moreover, the global rise of Ayurveda is fueled by a surge of international collaborations. Governments and institutions are working together to create platforms for research, education, and practice. For instance, the establishment of Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar, India by the WHO and Government of India is an encouraging step towards creating global standards in traditional medicines. After the establishment of this global center, many of my colleagues from India, they feel like now we have all the authority to practice in USA, everything changed. They felt like that, but it's not the way they felt, but definitely we get some path to move ahead. Such collaborations ensure that Ayurveda is introduced in a way that is safe, authentic, and beneficial for everyone. Another area where we are seeing progress is in the integration of Ayurveda in public health systems. In countries where Ayurveda was once unfamiliar, we now see pilot programs in hospitals and clinics offering Ayurvedic consultations alongside conventional treatments. When we go through many articles published, we found that it's happening. This integration reflects a global shift toward pluralistic healthcare, where patients are given the freedom to choose the healing system that resonate with them. In the cancer care healthcare systems, we see that patients are getting this freedom if they can choose that healing system. Another is artificial intelligence. It's going everywhere. So AI is helping to streamline diagnostic and tailor treatment plans in Ayurvedic medicine, making it more accessible to people globally. We can imagine a future where AI can help Ayurveda practitioners track subtle imbalances in the body, offering preventive solutions long before a disease manifests. That being said, we must remain focused on the challenges that lie ahead. While Ayurveda's acceptance is growing, it is crucial that we uphold its integrity. This means investing in high quality education, as Swarn Puriji also said about that. Even Vanna Didi also said, Dhananda Didi also said that education is the main part. We need to keep the high quality education for Ayurveda practitioners worldwide and ensuring that authentic Ayurvedic products are standardized and regulated, as the global demand for Ayurvedic herbs and Aushadhis rises. Maintaining ethical sourcing and sustainable practices is another pressing priority. In closing, Ayurveda's journey into mainstream healthcare is only beginning. Its emphasis on prevention, personalization, and sustainability makes it a vital solution for today's health challenges. By continuing to collaborate across borders and ensuring the authenticity of its practice, Ayurveda has the potential to become a cornerstone of global health and wellness. Let us move forward together, sharing the ancient wisdom in ways that can truly transform lives across the world. Thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate to giving me the chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, Vandana ji, bringing the bright scholars here. There's so much measurable impact into what Dr. Rajesh ji is doing there. I have been in several conversations with her as well. And she's been such a great strengthened Ayurvedic physician back there in India. I would like to invite Sharanya here. Your thoughts, Sharanya? Unmute yourself, Sharanya.
Namaste to everyone. My humble pranams to all the experts who are there today. I would like to begin by giving a brief introduction about myself. So I used to practice Ayurveda clinically in India in a hospital after my BAMS, and then I moved to the US like 5 years ago. I live at Massachusetts currently. So today I thought I would use the opportunity in giving a brief about my journey in trying to figure out how to practice Ayurveda and ask you all to help me out and help people like me in figuring out how to take advantage of the support system and guidance from experts like you living across the globe so that we can bring more, we can all become more voices of Ayurveda in across the world. So initially, initially I just figured out that there are two areas of proper Ayurveda practice. One is on the educational platform, where we connect ourselves with the local yoga studios because they have Ayurveda as a subject. And then we take classes, we give online classes and lectures about Ayurveda and things like that. And the second is the active clinical practice. So since I have been strongly associated with my clinical practice, there are a lot of things I stumbled across when I came here. So we all know that it's not just about the group of herbs which help us in practice, but rather different methods of practice that we use, like Snehana, Svedana, and everything. I honestly, even to bring it to that part of Ayurveda was very challenging for me. So over the period of time, what I had to do was I did a certification in doula, because I was not very I was not very comfortable, or I was not very interested in teaching for a long time. And I was a beginner in Ayurveda. I'm not like an expert like you all. So I'm a starter of a new business. So I took a doula certification because that gave me a platform to use Ayurveda actively in guiding pregnant mothers, postpartum mothers, and also supporting infant care through Ayurveda. So things I felt where we could have a stronger support system were, one is like, so can we have a common association or a platform where people like you, one of people like you or a panel like you could give a clarity about how things work in here, like what can be the common source of sourcing ethical medicines, ethical herbs, which can be standardized as in not for a particular condition, but while sourcing it from India, can we have a common set of things where we can all use as a practitioner, so we're not very confused, and we're not, we don't have to wait for like 2-3 years in approaching many different people and finally coming to say that, okay, this is what I have to be doing. So that is one. And then the other thing is, so I also found that the system like TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, they are very strongly knit as a community, and they strongly support each other. They are insurance backed, and the way their organization work is very deeply knitted and tied. So how can we bring about something like that, like traditional Ayurvedic medicine practitioners across USA especially? So is there a way we can do something like that? So that's my other thing. And yeah, so collectively, I think Dr. Vandana ji and Dr. Neil ji spoke a lot about, putting greater interest in bringing all of us together and elevating the Ayurveda practice. And most of the points which I wanted to talk, they already spoke about it. And it would be my request, and it would also be very helpful if going forward, these things are also taken into consideration, and we can all work for the cause. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity, and thank you very much, Vandana Didi, for getting me to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharanya, and thank you, Rajesh. They were joined and they spoke from the heart. And this is also important when we are talking about way moving forward. We have to be very strong, united together, and listen to everyone, then take forward steps. It is not ekla chalare that I think this and I can do this. From each and every corner, we come together and move forward. That was also one of my reasons to bring my fellow practitioners together. So thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Dhanada.
Thank you, Vandana ji. Sharanya, very well raised questions. There are many scholars here, and you will be getting answers in our dialogue discussion. From my point of sharing what I learned practicing 25 years in USA, I'll tell you, as a startup, as new as you are, is very well learned through the experience, number one. Number two, every state is a country in United States. In Massachusetts, you might be having different set of policies and terms and conditions, and how to touch a person for the healing, what is your intention, all that is ethical practice needs to be taken care in consideration. Number two, what are the herbs that you could practice or you could not practice? I believe at this point at US level, I have not seen that is happening. Like Vandana mentioned, we all have to hold our hands, make that happen. But on a WHO level, there are some outside safe herbal practice that can be as a guide source, but I will be inviting for these questions my fellow colleagues and people they impact to their region. They are also practitioners and positively practicing Ayurveda, making impact for the layman's and public health here. So what I would like to do here is, Sharanya, you stay here and we would go into the flow. First of all, I would like to thank you, Vandana and her team from AO, and joining here and listening. So the most important part here is that the discussion is open. There is no what you call a way to hide anything in this discussion. That is why Ayurveda way moving forward is to bring that transparency in collaborative communication. And if that is not happening, then we are not practicing and bringing the standardization to our own traditional medicines. Okay, so the most important dialogue that needs to happen, Vandana ji, if you could comment on her questions that you are also practicing. And also one important thing is, you have, when I said a small short of time after moving in USA towards, you have grown globally so well. That's what I meant when I introduced you first. So I would like you to comment on Sharanya's because you have gained some of the insight and how practicing happening in United States. And also a question to you is, I know you specialize in gynecology in Ayurveda. Have you been encountering more gynecological concepts into this? Because I know you practice as Ayurdhatri, and I would like to find out what are your challenges implementing that into your practice as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanada. And I will answer to your question, the last question first. What are the challenges in practice here? And am I practicing as women health expert? So although my MD is in Ayurvedic obstetrics and gynecology, Stri Rog Prasuti Tantra, and I have been practicing for almost 2 decades in India before moving here. In the United States of America, my practice is general. And I believe that most of us have general practice because Ayurveda still have not made its place as a specialized branches here. We still are not recognized as a licensed profession. We cannot ignore that fact. So my practice is general. I still specialize in women health, and my logo is Women Wellness Solutions. So I help women with infertility, and you would be surprised that most of my clients here are referred by the doctors. Doctors themselves refer because they have understood, like someone has 5 or 6 rounds of IVF failure, and 6 is the maximum limit that they try, and they tell them that we do not have anything. And because in the past they have seen successful conception going the Ayurveda route, they tell them, although it is not covered by insurance, but you might want to talk to her. So I am getting word to mouth from medical fraternity itself, that support. And that has been one of the reasons they opened up. Because my practice is clean, transparency is there. I do not take any legal matters in my hand, that they feel confident to send people to me for guidance. It is not for medical consultation, but still it opens up something that is modern medicine cannot offer. I am teaching at an integrative health center, and I was invited to teach at medical college because they understand. So what I do in my practice would be like answering to your first question. The first thing, in the USA, laws are different for each state. Like she said, every state is like a country on its own. We need to be very aware of where we practice. I have also seen this difference from county to county. And one side of the road, the laws are different compared to the other side of the road. So you really need to be very careful where you are practicing. Never take law in your hand. Do not jeopardize your life and your family's life and your loved one's life by just being adventurous in what you are doing. Be very careful and always have the consent and know the scope of your practice where you are practicing. I educate people because I mentioned earlier, Ohio is not a freedom for health state. So I just educate people and I empower them with the information. They make their own wise decisions. The second thing I do, I always keep their medical doctor in loop. I tell them, these are the things Ayurveda suggests. You might want to check with your doctor before you implement. The third thing is about the herbs. I never make recommendations about the herbs because we cannot do that. And if person is already on the medication, we do not understand and know because there has not been any study on drug interaction. Ayurvedic herbs, even the spices, they are very powerful. We should not underestimate it. So herb to drug interactions are very important to understand. So I share published research with the clients. They can go to their doctor. It also happens in my practice. I have lots of menopausal and related symptoms patients and clients. The doctor themselves do not know about the herbs that I'm using. So they eventually tell them that I would say that if she is saying, you can choose to use it and see for yourself. So many of them come with this confidence that what I'm doing, they can continue with me. But it is always after this dialogue with their doctor. What she understands and how she tells them to use brings this confidence in these clients as well to work with me. And it takes time. This practice takes time to build. So do not be in a hurry when you are trying to establish your practice here. When I moved here, I was already a professor in SDM college, and I was not very much interested in going the route, doing the licensed massage therapy course or other courses. I did explore about the medical nutrition and other modalities, but they do not allow you to practice Ayurveda. People are interested in functional medicine. Functional medicine, if you are doing from a recognized and accredited school, it is for licensed medical practitioners, and it does not changes anything to your Ayurveda practice. Medical nutrition gives you a little scope, but it also does not changes. And like for my state, I do not have a Chinese medicine school. I do not have a naturopathy school. So if you are choosing that route, it helps your Ayurveda practice, but they require in-person classes. Any good school requires in-person classes. You attend their clinical however they have designed their clinical education course for clinical competency, you have to attend them in person. And Dr. Dhanada may add more because she is she can share from her experience. So I would highly recommend, do not just go and do any course for anywhere. Your degree is very good. You have done a professional course from India. You stand good to that, understand the law of this country, and then practice.
Thank you.
Regarding herbs, just one thing more I want to add. Regarding herbs, Ayurveda herbs are powerful, but where they come from? In my practice, I use the herbs which are organic, sustainable cultivation, fair trade, and heavy metal testing. So when you have all these seals and there is much more, only then you use that herb. Because it is at the end of it, we are working with people who are suffering and they have come to us for relief. We do not want to create any more problems for them. We are responsible. So consciousness is at all levels. Let's do a conscious practice of Ayurveda. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Dhanada, before you go ahead, I see women empowerment here. We are outnumbered. So number one, kudos to the women in the world of men, where at the high points everywhere, even including Ayush Ministry, everywhere else, there are men. So we can maybe turn the tide here. And I can see the youngsters over here, younger age people over here. So it's nice to see. So what Vandana said, that look, the current generation and the one beyond Sharanya and Rajesh and yourself, Amrita, it would be very nice if you guys can let the past go. The older generation can be given a throne or a kingdom, and you guys can move forward with the right compliant manner, particularly the four particular important things that who have identified, which is the policy, which is important, accessibility, quality and safety, and rational use. So would it not be nice that we carry forward, whilst we are waiting for Ashla Sharaut, I think the next person to come, let's carry on. I want to ask each one of you, only one sentence, each one of you. How do you see the way forward just in one line? Is it compliance, certification, unity, safety? Just one word, okay? Just by one. Rajesh, you go first. What is most important for you for Ayurveda to go forward? Okay, you can unmute yourself. Vanna, you are unmute. What will be yours?
Unity.
Unity,
United,
yes.
we can
Rajesh.
pave the way for every other aspect that you said.
So Danada likes everything that I mentioned, and Rajesh, you can unmute yourself. Just press unmute. Look, yes.
Yeah, sir, unity.
Unity too, yes. And Danada is mixture of everything. And Sharanya, what is?
The same, unity and support system, support each other.
Okay, so let's go back to our episode producer. We start with Amrita. Amrita, so far, we are actually moving. We love the idea of Ayurveda garden because the children can force the grandparents, and then grandparents can say to the sons and daughters, come on, you must go to the garden where they can get educated. And Mauritius is a very good start. We also agreed with the 4 basic principles required by you, by WHO, and for GMP certification. What I like is that the youngsters of you don't seem to have ego. You are all agreeing with unity. Wherein if you go to over 70s, who are the leader of each organization, they actually impose their understanding, and they are slightly dated now with the current generation who are more advanced because they've got scientific data, maybe more, or they are more compliant. So your comment, Danada, and then, Amrita, and then we go to Danada.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for joining and bringing so lovely guests over here. It was a good discussion and a good part of the phase that you shared. So, answer to your question, Neil Kumar, for me is not just unity, but a combination of all the 5 fingers together, because that will make a complete hand and a fist. And in that, compliance, safety, unity, all these things, they come together with quality assurance and giving up people the best out of what is the best in Ayurveda. And that will make up a complete thing, which is Ayur and Veda. That's what I have to say.
Saying, Dr. Amrita, you're very right. 5 fingers can create a better punch. In fairness, I did ask Vandana, Rajesh, and Sharanya just to choose one, and they were right. If we can unite the 5 fingers, then we can create a better punch. So that's what they want. Once we have a unity, I think we can form everything. We can form compliance, policy, accessibility, quality and safety, and rational use. Over to you, Dr. Danada.
Thank you so much, Neil. Yes, definitely. Ayurveda's mantra is Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, and that's exactly need to happen everywhere. While Ayurveda's message is we are all same in a different way, is Pindite Brahmandi. I remember that. Yat Pindit, that Brahmandi. However individual we are the same looking people in the galaxy, but yet we are so different. Ayurveda is like that. We do not prefer to give one medicine for all fevers, but we would like to go into the individuality. That's our principle. That's what we practice, So I like the idea of unification, but it has to happen with every spirit that is soul, that is want to go into that flow. Naveenji, I'm going to come back to you. I have some requests. People want to leave because they have next meetings. I know so many people are waiting. I would love to come back to you. I know Dr. Ashlesha, representative Paula is here from OM. And if we could go to Paula, can you unmute yourself and start your video? We would love to come to Ayurveda Union Midwest for a couple of seconds. Paula can comment. And then we will go to next. Paula, welcome here on our Healing Our Earth family, as well as Tapas celebrating Global Ayurveda Day. We are speaking and inviting you to contribute in the dialogue of Ayurveda way moving forward. I know Om is doing Ayurveda Day celebration in Chicago with the consulate. Over to you, Paula, to know more about it. Welcome. Global Namaste.
Namaste to all. Thank you so much for allowing me to represent OM. OM is a fairly new organization representing the professionals as well as supporters of Ayurveda in the Midwest. We have 5 states that are represented currently, and again, we're young, so we're trying to add more states. It is a challenge, and it looks like we are, I will see if I can present this. I don't know if you can see it well, but we are an organization that is wanting to support new wellness counselors as well as practitioners and Vaidyas. This is something that we are striving to do locally, and we are working towards unifying each other every year for events like this. So Ayurveda Day is one of them. International Yoga Day is also something that we have supported. So unfortunately, my machine is running fairly short, very slowly. So I am trying to get to.
Yeah, I shared your
thank you.
website, Paula. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's been it is an honor, and it's humbling to be a part of an event like this. It is very helpful to know that our challenges is a universal challenge currently, to get spreading of Ayurveda, to support, to educate. It is a consistent thing, and it is a challenge. We are trying to support each other as we build our businesses and contribute to the information that's out there. I think it's something that we are also looking forward to doing, is to try to make Ayurveda current and useful, and that is a challenge because of our current community and our the preconceived thing, the preconception of our health system causes a lot more trouble for us to try to establish the credibility and the education that's out there. So this is just a small brief, and I apologize that our representative couldn't be here, but this is just a taste of what we are attempting to do, and it's an honor to be a part of this Global Ayurveda Day, the pre-event. And it also is an inspiration to continue and to try to find ways to go forward and find ways to go from locally to globally. And I look forward to being able to work with or support you in the next event. So thank you. Namaskar to everyone.
Thank you, Paula. I have been to since the conception of Om with Dr. Raut. I have been in the journey involved. As you could see, Om is a name we forged together when we started bringing out how the small states would not have much of Ayurvedic physicians and voice. Why don't we united do the efforts together? That's how the concept has started, I guess, Paula. And then Midwest right now, as you could see, Arizona, Illinois, Indianapolis, and Minnesota, and several other Midwests are joining hands together to move Ayurveda way forward. And there is successful growth there. I see you guys are increasing number of membership, doing more events, webinars. We have so many other improvements going into these chapters, and I have been witnessing that. I want to congratulate from the global platform to Om and their team, and what they are bringing for Ayurveda. That's so much needed. And if we unitedly stand together, as your organization says, union, we would not be far from licensing and getting standardization in United States. We have our own voices. We have our own impacts in our own states and in our own way. Just living Ayurveda for a day is impactful for sustainability to the global warming, to so many other things. I see environmental crisis that has been there. But thank you so much, Paula. I now would like to take the wheels and go to your union organization, Asavari, Dr. Asavari. She just mentioned that she has to go. So quickly with the Dr. Asavari's comment here, Paula and Dr. Shekhar, please stay with us. We will be coming to you next, but let me introduce Vaidya Asavari ji, Dr. Asavari here, who is part of OM as well as represents MA organization, which is Minnesota Ayurveda organization. She is president with that, and we would love to see what impact she is bringing from Minnesota for Ayurveda, a very global way to move forward. Asavari, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Dhanada. Thank you, Dr. Amrita, and all the team, all the members here for inviting me and being a part of this excellent, program and Ayurveda Day celebration together on a global level. I am very happy to be here. So it has been a great journey, and the discussions are happening since morning, which are amazing to hear about how Ayurveda being global at different countries in Europe, as well as how they are here in the US. And I would like to say the topic is really very carefully, chosen. It's really very important discussion at this point. Is the need of hour. So if you look at Ayurveda moving forward, there are many different areas we can actually look at. So the very first one is definitely building awareness in the public. So everybody needs to know it, like what is Ayurveda, how they can incorporate in everyday practice. So that is, on a very global level from every single household. As in India also, there was a theme that Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda. So similarly, we need to actually implement that thought process here in the US as well as other countries and everywhere. So that should be the goal, in the future. Definitely it's very big goal. It might take many, many years, but definitely I feel like that is achievable. The second thing I would like to say is standardized education. So that is another factor or another very important focus that where actually we can look forward, moving forward. The third sector can be regarding the practicing. So actual practicing Ayurveda in our states or wherever we are, and bringing Ayurveda in the community by implementing like herbs as well as using Ayurvedic practices like Panchakarma. The other industry can be product industry, so bringing herbal Ayurvedic products which are sustainable and organically created. And the other thing is also regarding the wellness tourism and validation of scientific research. So there are so many different areas where we can grow together. So I would like to say there are three factors. Number one is definitely togetherness, because that will help us. The unit is very, very important, as we have been speaking since morning. Second factor, I would say, definitely we need to have a lot of patience, because these things will not happen overnight. So we need to have a patience and we need to have a proper strategy to move forward if we want to, implement this on a global scale and have it recognized by the mainstream medicine. Because Definitely, I would like to speak about actually Minnesota because I'm in Minnesota last 20 years. And when I came to Minnesota, nobody knew about Ayurveda. Many of you have similar idea or similar experience actually that people do not know, and then you have to explain, which is really not a good idea because we have been studied so many years, like 10 years you study in India, you come here and then you get to know that people are not aware what is BAMS or what is Ayurveda. So explaining from the grassroots or from the beginning what it is difficult to start with. But last 20 years of my journey have been very, very successful and very, I would like to say very happily, that initially we started MA, that is Minnesota Ayurveda Association, which has been here actually since 2012. So more than 15 years. It's here in the Twin Cities. And we have incorporated as 501c, as well as we conduct many different programs which can bring awareness in the Twin Cities, as well as some other parts of United States. So there are some programs we started doing it online as well. Initially, we used to meet only in person. So we figured out that it is going to restrict, the awareness and outreach. And also COVID made a huge change. So after the COVID, the thing started becoming more online, which was in other way, actually, that was a big change and boon also for Ayurveda fraternity, because all of us, we were able to connect together that way. So Ma has been very successful and has been working for many years. We do Ayurveda days separately also, besides some other events. So there are some events where we invite community members and we teach them how to how to make various recipes. So basically more food related awareness, yoga related awareness. We do practice yoga together so that people can implement those things directly in their practice or in their day-to-day, practices. So the other factor I would like to say is about MIA. So Minnesota Institute of Ayurveda, which is more on the educational level. So definitely awareness building in the community, in the society is one aspect. But the other aspect is also to grow more Ayurvedic practitioners who have studied well and they know, they have a proper understanding of authentic Ayurveda and they can bring this to the society. So that was the other goal with which I wanted to bring this to Minnesota because I didn't find many Ayurvedic doctors or practitioners here in Minnesota. So I started teaching at University of Minnesota and at Center for Spirituality and Healing, and made sure that there are some other healthcare practitioners who are also taking the course. So there are DNP students who are nursing students, and that's how getting into the mainstream is very, very important for people to know what is Ayurveda besides the community. So that was another way. The third thing I started doing here in the Minnesota is also bringing Ayurveda to community colleges. Because there are some students who cannot be a part of the university, but they can be a part and they can take some small courses at the level of community college and they can incorporate with their own practices. And there is also a really big need of more Ayurvedic practitioners who are well studied and proper educated. So Minnesota Institute of Ayurveda doing that work last more than 8 years to provide that kind of proper knowledge. And there are definitely a lot of other areas where we can focus. However, within these 20 years of my journey here in Minnesota, I have seen many changes and lots of challenges too. Honestly, there are definitely challenges as well. So as we know that getting sustainable, good herbal products is not always easy in the practice. It is also difficult and challenging when we see that some of the herbs like say vacha or bala, which are very commonly practiced, they do not have any heavy metals, but still we cannot use them internally. So there are, some of these areas which actually restrict and limit our practice whenever we feel that these herbs can be very, properly used, and they are very, very beneficial, but we cannot do them or use them. Also, Panchakarma practices, like back in India when I was practicing, Vaman used to be one of my regular, practice, and Basti. So these Panchakarmas, which are really very important. But after coming here, I realized that we just cannot do those because they are really intense, therapies. Though Minnesota state is a state which has passed Health Freedom Act, and that's how there is a little bit liberty here in Minnesota to practice Ayurveda. Still, it's not definitely licensed. I mean, it's not licensed anywhere in the US, which is also restricting the practice, and there are a lot of limitations. And many of these practices, which are very beneficial, but we just cannot do them because according to the current standards, they are very intensive, or so that's how there are these restrictions. And other factor, I feel like the biggest challenge is also coverage by insurance, because these practices are not covered by insurance, and that's how there is a lot of limitation. People want to use Ayurveda for themselves. They want to, get benefit, and they want to meet Ayurvedic practitioners, doctors, but it is not covered. So not everybody can pay out of pocket. Yeah. So that is another big challenge I have seen for many people. The numbers are growing. There are more people, word by word mouth, definitely. There is an understanding that Ayurveda has huge potential. It is helping people to heal. And there are a lot of side effects with other practices, and that's how people are coming to Ayurveda. And I always tell all my clients as well as my students that Ayurveda does not have, as side effects, there are more side benefits. I mean, definitely, if you do not use practices correctly, you will see some unwanted effects. If you do not do Panchakarma correctly, if you do not use herbs properly, so you will see some unwanted results. There is no doubt about it. Everything has positive and negative. But if you choose them correctly, if you can Ayurvedically diagnose properly, or Ayurvedically understand those dhatu imbalance, and if you can heal them and use those practices properly, you will get really good results. And that's how you will see there are more benefits, like side benefits, than any unwanted results or effects. Again, I feel like it's really, really important that Ayurveda needs to be a part of like licensed healthcare, because once it gets the licensure, once it gets covered by insurance, the doors will open up. So thank you so much for
Thank you,
this
Asawari.
wonderful panel.
I have a questions for you quickly, because I know you are heavily involved in the education. You are heavily involved into making these organizational efforts, and you are practicing in Minnesota for several years. You can tell me how many years alongside you are practicing. Looks like so what are your challenges bringing this Ayurveda now to forefront? Like when we talk about Ayurveda way forward, and we will keep it for United States now, because as we are speaking on the Global Ayurveda Day celebration, the modern aspect of Ayurveda to go forward into global wellness, what are the key challenges? What are your students, after you teach them, after they come out of APE and they're looking into AD, the same question I will be asking to some of the other, but what could be that integrative method or methodologies that you would like to see for the unification of Ayurveda? Because that is a main question. If we as a state or we as a collaborative models come together, then only we are going to achieve this all. And we all have this experience now. So I would like to learn from you that what is your advice to all these new people like Sharanya? She just asked the same question, and our students alongside practicing some paramedicine with it. What should be we looking into it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, $1 million question. I would say Ayurveda is so vast, and there is actually no end, like if you really can think out of the box. Because if you are just putting it into a box and looking at only one scope, it might be difficult. Not everybody is entrepreneur. Not everybody has the way to build the business and also have the patience and also have enough support to build and grow the business. But there are lots of other ways too. So just try to look at other ways. So like even writing blogs or writing book for my students, that's what I tell them. Not everybody might be interested into practicing. You can bring Ayurveda yoga with Ayurveda. So you can teach yoga, and along with that you can actually let the other people know or the community know about some Ayurvedic principles, and then slowly you grow from there. So it's not going to happen overnight. The first most important thing I would like to say is you need to have a patience. So if you feel like, okay, I start today and then tomorrow everything will flourish and people will know me and I will be able to, reach my goals, it might not happen. So you need to have multiple ways of thinking. You need to have a proper strategy. You need to look for the support. Definitely getting connected to other practitioners, getting connected to all these organizations which are here. I mean, all of them, they are doing wonderful job to bring, all this information. Like 20 years ago, when I came here, I had no clue whom to reach out to or who can help me with this, right? And later on, slowly I started developing and getting to know more people and more organizations and being a part of it and volunteering. So that's how you need to grow your sphere. You need to grow more network. So that will help you to understand what other states are doing, what other organizations can help you with, right? So currently we are building like BAMS handbook as a part of, there is a NAMA program. So we are creating this BAMS handbook that could be helpful for people who come to the US, like all the Ayurvedic doctors, and they are not aware where to start from or whom to reach out to. So there are beautiful organizations here, definitely. If we can combine or we can join hands together, it could be really very helpful. And Dr. Shekhar is also here. I mean, Apna has been doing wonderful job for so many years. I have been, a part of that since I think 2005. And that's how all of us, we need to unite together. Instead of having just, having our own sphere and being in that sphere, we need to open up more and collectively we need to build this so that we can grow together.
Thank you, Dr. Asavari, for being here in spite of all other commitments that you have today. And what a wonderful way of giving honest opinion and honest efforts towards the Ayurveda awareness. And thank you so much. You have a best Ayurveda Global Day celebrations at MA. And we would like to see you again every year and all the platforms that we are conducting Ayurveda Global Day. Neil, any comments from you in between before I go to the next Dr. Shekhar and further organizations?
Global Namaste, Danada and Ashavari. How wonderful, as I say, women empowerment. But now Shekhar is going to come in and going to show what men have been doing for Ayurveda as well. And Ashavari, I loved, again, you're very positive. What we have decided at Healing Our Earth, like just River Ganga, take a deep dive, forget the past, forget the egos, and we want to unite to move forward. And you are also one of the ambassadors who want to move forward because the cause of Ayurveda is bigger than any one of us. And some of the good organization is what Shekhar through the pandemic time, I know him right from the pandemic time at Healing Our Earth. He's doing such a wonderful work. He does actually, not just in USA, I think what he did in Thailand was also very successful. So Shekhar is moving around. And I think with people like Shekhar, who work in tandem with Danada and yourself, we can change the old thinking and bring the new thinking into the mainstream. And I'm very keen that we have policy, we have that accessibility. We have that quality and a safety control and rational use about it, not just random use about it. And today we have worked out so many people, and there are so many groups behind the scene which are being planned to move. And London is going to springboard into Europe. America has got a very good opportunity because each state of yours is as big as any European country. So you have several countries merged into one. And so nice combination. Shekhar has been going longer than maybe either two of you. But can you imagine that if you guys just group up and at Healing Our Earth, just come like River Ganga. You like it, come and bathe every now and then. You don't like it, come and try again. We just want to serve you guys. So I love it, Dhanada. I love what Ashavari has said and the previous speakers in the USLA have said. And maybe it's time to bring in Shekhar as well and discuss and start with what he's got lined up for us. Over to you, Dhanada. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Neil Kumar. I would like to say this now that you must have seen a very beautiful garland and how we always give small flowers at the beginning, but we keep a very big and prominent flowers and gems and adorables that they can speak out more at the end. That's why towards the end, I have these bigger and scholarly people like Dr. Shekhar and Dr. Harish Vermaji and Vaidya Ashlesha Rao. They are all wisdom into Ayurveda as well. So not waiting further, I would like to welcome President of Apana, who is a mother organization for giving all Ayurvedicians a shelter for many, many years and continuing next 2064. I guess Dr. Shekhar has planned everything, what to do, how to do. He's a visionary into it. And here to Dr. Shekhar, please, all platform is yours, and we would like you to get your dialogue conversation added in Ayurveda way moving forward. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Namaste to everyone. On the behalf of the Global Ayurveda Day, I would like to pray Lord Dhanvantari to give blessings to all of us. Om Namami Dhanvantari Madidevam Surasurair Vandita Pada Padmam Loke Jarar Bhayamurtyunasham Dataramisham Vividaushadinam. Thank you, one and all. Neil and Neil Kumar and Vandana and Dhanada and Aslesha and Asavari and all my friends who are joined today's meeting. And of course, I was in and out because I have to attend the meeting. Today, unification, the big churning is happening. Samudra Manthan is happening in America. Ayurveda churning. So Ayurveda churning is happening because of the unification of Ayurveda. Society of Ayurvedic Society of American Society of Ayurveda is created recently. It's an ad hoc organization to unify the people together. So I am seeing the unification in this process. They put my name as one of the task force member, as well as mentoring and a monitoring membership member. That means I have to observe them, what they are doing, how to unify them in amicable way to bring them together, all the group of people together. As you know that I am practicing Ayurveda more than 35 years, traveled 30 countries. So just now I was remembering 1995, I was in the BBC television, broadcasted on the pulse diagnosis. So looking into this Ayurvedic approach to this Ayurveda, the problem is that Ayurveda, once upon a time when we were studying 1980s, why you joined an Ayurveda course? You didn't get the medical school. That is the reason you joined the Ayurveda school. That is the question they ask you. We are a little bit shameful when we are traveling in India, even though in India is Ayurveda is born. We are shameful to say that we are studying Ayurveda.
Shekhar, do you want to switch off your screen share so we can see you, please? And your
Okay.
emotion and expression as well.
Okay. I'll come back to the screen share. Stop it. Stop share. Stop share.
Thank you. Now we can see you, so we can feel your emotion,
So it's interesting that we are hide and seek like that. Ayurveda, when we are studying in 1980s, we stopped talking about Ayurveda. We are in the medical school. Slowly, as we grow, I was in the back and forth in the school, whether I wanted to go continue as a medical Ayurvedic student or continue as go into the medical school. I decided, I approached my professors and everybody, then they said that there is a bright future is there, let's continue. That vision was there. That is the reason I am able to travel to more than 30 countries. 50,000 patients we have seen, clients, trained more than 10,000 doctors, medical doctors who are trained in Ayurveda in European countries. Majority of the time I have spent in Germany, France, Italy, Switzerland, all the countries where we are training all the people. And the entire Canada and USA, more than 38 states I traveled in America. So as we started these programs and everything, training the people and everything, the question coming, we brought it. Now we have at least about 60,000 Ayurveda practitioners in America. Maybe in the organizations, maybe there are less number of people. They know about Ayurveda's word, 60,000 people. NIH, National Institute of Health, has already given that database that 60,000 people, they know about Ayurveda. That's not sufficient. Still, what we needed to do, we are fighting for the licensing of Ayurveda and everything. First of all, we say that Ayurveda is safe now, safe. Anybody can practice it. Then why do we need to go to the medical school? We don't need to go to the medical school to study Ayurveda. We can study anybody, and I can certify today Neil Kumar as Ayurvedic doctor. Why you need to go to the medical school and everything? The naturopathy is also safe. And allopathy is also safe, but side effects are there. That's when they highlighted. Then they got more licenses, more insurances is covered. Ayurveda is a big threat for us if you don't use properly. Like think about that. We have a Rasha Shastra expert, the alchemy expert, Dr. Aslesha Raut. She is MD in Rasha Shastra. There are so many medicines which are dangerous to the public to use, and that means we are not allowed to use the Ayurveda medicine completely. There are, recently, one of my friend in India, he is giving in the ICU, Indian ICU, in intensive care unit, he is giving Rasa Aushadha for the patient sublingually to maintain his heart rate, to maintain his respiratory rate, to maintain his pulse rate. The doctors were surprised. Does the Ayurveda medicines work that instantly? Emergency medicines are there in Ayurveda? Yes, we have medicines are there. What has happened there? Ancient time, Vaidyas are preparing the medicine with meticulously for the medicine purpose. They give the medicine for them, and Dhanvantari portion they take it, small portion they take it, and they are giving medicine free. Now, commercialization happened. Nobody is doing in India. The Mercury, Ashtadha Samskaras are not doing. And Kashayams, Asavas, Aristas, and everything not manufactured. Methyl alcohol, they put it in the Asavas and Aristas to ferment fast to create these things. And then patient, when they drink Asavas and Aristas, they have acid amlapitta forms, acid reflux problems, GERD problems are there. This is the biggest problem is that in Ayurveda, the purity is not happening there. And second thing is that education. Yes, World Health Organization benchmark training program is given. Now, Tam and Dick is trying to study Ayurveda. Yes, we are all educating not to practice, to educate themselves, to know about themselves, lifestyle, to know aware about that. When they needed, Nowadays, what's happening? Everybody's studying, they're becoming a practitioner. They spend $5,000 to $10,000. They become an Ayurveda practitioner, and big board is there. They're mixing of combination of things because we taught them that any combination of herbs, Ayurvedic medicines are safe. Recently, one of the patient, a pregnant lady contacted me, Dr. Shekhar, my grandmother given to me Simhanada Gugulu, my back pain. She's a pregnant. I asked that what is the ingredients in the Simhanada Gugulu? It's having castor oil is there. Castor oil is abort deficient. Your grandmother is taking because she has a Vata Jaroga. Specifically Vata Jaroga conditions, castor oil is definitely works. Simhanada Gugulu for her, not for you. If Neil's wife goes to the doctor, medical doctor, GP, she get antibiotic. Does he share with the medical antibiotic to his Neil? No. He has to get a prescription from the medical doctor. Same way, our Ayurvedic medicines are simply giving to the patient. Oh, ashwagandha. Oh, good. Take it. Shatavari. Take it. Hormones are there. Come on, take it. This is the biggest problem is happening. We need to educate them that it's interesting that a lot of people, they ask that ashwagandha, anybody can take it. Triphala can be taken by anybody. No. Shatavari can be taken by anybody. Even the herbal formulation, safe to take it. This is a safety issue is there. That is the reason our Ayurvedic doctors has to look into that. What are the side effects of each and every medication? Dryness of the mouth. If you take the ginger, a tablespoon of ginger, you take it, what happens? Burning sensation. The contraindication is there, particularly patients who are having Amla Pitta condition, you cannot give ginger. Black pepper cannot be given. So these are the things are very important to show. Recently, 1 year back, in Colorado, state of Colorado, where we are trying to get a licensing of Ayurveda, what they said that finally, we don't see in our records, none of the lawsuits, any patients are not complained about Ayurveda products, Ayurvedic herbs and everything. Hence, Ayurveda medicines are safe. That is the reason we don't need to give a license. That's it, period. As long as Ayurvedic medicines are safe, then there is no question of a license. Forget about it. Hundreds of years you try for that, there is no license. For example, you wanted to keep in your home cat. Do you need a license? Whereas you need to keep the same thing, a tiger in your home. Do you need a license? You need a license? Yes. Why? Because it endangers to you. Not only that, it is endangers for the neighbor. It can go out and kill the person. So acupuncture, why it is licensed? There's one guy, he put a needle on the lung area, lung meridian. That's it. Lung is punctured. He put in a bladder area, he put a needle, he punctured the bladder. That's it. And he put a needle in the heart meridian, triple heater meridian. And he put a needle that pericarditis and endocarditis, everything happened and problems came. A chiropractor, why he is licensed? Because when he is adjusting the neck, he cracked the bone, back, the spine. And patient is collapsed and died on the table. Then immediately license got it. Allopathic doctors, several doctors, they kill the patients. And modern medicine doctors, my friends who are doctors, what they say that simply, if you kill patients, you will become a successful doctor, a successful surgeon. If you kill as many as patients, then you will become successful. Because the reason is that it is not a God. The surgeon is not a God. There is a chances of doing mistakes happens like that. That is the reason they have a law protection is there. They have a malpractice insurances are there. They have liability insurances are there. They have committees are there. Everything is there. Intentionally, nobody does the killing the patient because they are coming into the profession such a way that they are coming to the profession to heal the people with a noble cause. They are coming. They are not killers. The reason they are coming to the profession, we are coming to our profession, dedicating our profession, and it's a law profession is short profession. Medical profession is the longest profession in the history. If you look into that, 10 years to 15 years they have to spend in the medical profession to become a super specialist. 15 years they have to dedicate. That means until 35 years he has to live on the parents' money or something, and 35 to 65, that's it, he's out, life is out. Whereas a software engineer at the age of 22, he start making 250K. This is the biggest problem. Dedication is there here. Finally, they are not making much money. Only surgeons are good making money. General practitioners are making any money. Ayurveda practitioners are, of course, not much like that, unless they are manufacturing like a Swami Ramadeva, Baba or something like that. You become a Baba, then you make a money. You teach mantras, you make money. This is the thing happening now. We wanted to, what we wanted to, globalization of Ayurveda. That's the thing strongly I'm telling that government of India is there, Ayush ministry is there. We are trying to train the 5 years program is there. You structure the 5 years BAMS course is there. For getting a BAMS course, you have to take entrance test examination. For getting a BA, for Ayurveda school in America, there is no entrance examination. Any schools are conducted examination? Come on, tell me. In England, you go to any school, there is no prerequisites. Oh, it's a core requisite. That means while you are studying anatomy and Ayurveda, things like that, oh, you can do color book and do the anatomy. That's it. Color book is done, anatomy is done. He doesn't know clavicle, how it looks. Scapula, whether it's front or back, he doesn't know. How many cervical bones are there, he doesn't know. This is the biggest problem, is anatomy is not there. Physiology doesn't know. I asked one lady that how many livers we have? 2. 2 livers. This is the thing. And they don't know the direction where they are there. This is the biggest problem, is that we have to think about that way. We have to bring this viewpoint like that, bring the Ayurveda people together, and standardization of Ayurveda, globalization. And like a Neil type of people, entrepreneur people like that, they can gather together, bring the people together. Proper educational schools has to be established. And then we can train them like that. And then we have to full-fledged form of Ayurveda training. For example, we are not allowed to do Rasaushdas. We are not allowed to do Agni Karma, Vamana Karma, Basti Karma, Sharasotras, Uttara Basti. Everything is taken out. Then what you do? Nothing. You have to do everything. Then only you will do it. And Basti is a special therapy in these things Ayurveda mentioned. Basti is 80% of the diseases can be cured with the Basti therapy. If you take out Basti, no, you are not allowed to give any mass and everything. It's the biggest problem is comes. So unification of Ayurveda, that means in this globalization of Ayurveda, that yes, there are more, since morning I was watching all the various people, they are talking modernization of Ayurveda. Let's first start practicing our standard way of Ayurveda practice, the ancient acharyas, how they taught it and how we practice it in a modernized way. Like in the Basti therapy in the ancient time, they have taken the bladder therapy. Now it's a disposable containers are available and everything is available. We use them properly like that. Then explain properly and educate the people like that. And more education is important. They need to know about Ayurveda, educating the level. But we are not, all the educating people, we are not going to make them practitioners. And we are trying to get the licenses for them. What happens? Health counselor is licensed, lifestyle consultant is licensed, Ayurveda practitioner is licensed, everybody is licensed. What happens? That is the biggest problem. So I wanted to bring these things together to this. Thank you very much for bringing this this one. Let me share with you what's going on here.
Yeah, I shared Dr. Shekhar. If you would like to share, I can stop.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, share the link.
Yeah, it's here now.
This is the APNA, Association of Ayurvedic Professionals of North America. Where are you? What is going on? Just
we are able to see the home page.
But the thing is, I wanted to go down, scrolling down. I cannot go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scrolling down.
Okay. So We're doing these things 9th World Ayurveda Day on the October 29th, Dhanvantari Day. We are doing celebration. Please welcome to join. Further go down, please. Go down. So this is the Ayurveda Doctors Day. We are doing some activities globally. And Neilji, you are most welcome to join with us and addressing the people as a guest speaker to come. And why I'm not able to share? Okay, go ahead. Don't stall. Don't. Go ahead. So further statistics comes why we need to join the APNA and everything. Please go to the website and look into all of these things and the qualifications and everything. So here, if you look into that, 218,286 members globally. We have members since 2002 to 2004. So Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Andorra, Angola, all the countries come and goes down. So Bangladesh, Barbados. So 134 countries members are there, and these country members are global supporting members. That means they don't need to pay one penny. Just they can join the membership and they will get a global membership certificate, the global members. So we have a continuous growing of the members and various countries who are there: Mauritius, Monaco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Burma, Lithuania, Luxembourg, and Maldives, Nigeria. So all the various countries members are there. They know about Ayurveda. They heard about Ayurveda. These things are happening there. Now Ayurveda is grown. Now we need to create standardization and the licenses. Licenses in terms of that, we need to educate them, people like well qualified people. For example, I wanted to practice Ayurveda in the licensed profession in England or Germany. I need to go and take some courses. Instead of that, why don't we establish some training program, full-fledged form of training program, then send them students to India and get the full training program, the clinical training program there, and they can come back and they take a test and everything done properly, and then they get the licenses and everything. That is the best way to do it. No shortcuts here. No dilute yourself. Don't dilute yourself. That otherwise, what happens over a period of time, you can close it. You can close it. We have done a lot of history tells us everything, and we post it on the website. So first of all, we need to see that don't dilute ourselves. Qualification, don't compromise with the organization setup like that. These organization setups are there only after you studied. When you are studying BAMS course, NAMA is there? No. When you are studying MD Ayurveda, there is a courses organizations we set up. Why the organizations we set up? We bring them together, not to fight each other. Neil organization is greater than my organization greater than another organization, not like that. Dhanada did a great job of putting them globally, putting them all the organizations together. And finally, what happened? Ego. We wanted to become president of the organization. Everybody wants to be president. That is the biggest issue. And ego is the one of the things. Ahankara. Ahankara is we have a big ahankara is there. Ego is there. We wanted to hold that. Then only we feel happy. That shoulders should be heavy. Then only we feel happy that, oh, I'm a president of this organization, president of this organization. When I die, what happens? Everything is gone. You are no more. But your work is permanent. Your presidentship is gone. And that's the thing you need to look into that, how we can work together in these things, that these organization setups are there. Yes, like-minded people. Neilji, what is the thing? He's not an Ayurveda organization. He's an entrepreneur organization. He's a simple guy and a loving guy, and then bringing them together, all the things wonderful together, and this is a Mother Earth. Mother Earth is very important for him. That's the thing is important. Bringing them together. We are all growing these plants from the nature. And this is the way we need to work together. Let's work on that globally. And we are working of the white papers and working on the white paper. We will be sharing with you from the USA, even the every country in England. A lot of participants from England are there. We'll share with this thing. Go and work with your senators and everything, high qualified people, get the licenses, and you train them. You train them more and more, newly educated people, more training program, give them, and send them to India and Sri Lanka and Nepal, all the countries we can go there where the licensed profession is there, fully training program is there. Then you bring with on par with them. Not necessarily, we are not asking that only Indians should be licensed. We are not asking like that. Sorry.
Yeah.
We wanted to have Americans, British people, everybody has to practice Ayurveda, but full form of training. In acupuncture schools, how many acupuncture Chinese students are there? Very limited, 4 or 5 students or 10 students. Remaining all, some Indians are joining there. Now Americans are joining there. Other countries are country people also joining there. In medical schools, only Westerners are joining. In the medical schools, in American medical schools, all my nephews and nieces and nephews are all in the medical school now this year. This year, 10 students, 10 nieces and nephews are joining the medical school. And I'm surprised that after 20 years later, all the hospitals are filled with Indian doctors only. It looks like that, medical doctors. This is the thing happening there. In every country, that's the thing happening because in our Indians having a lot of endurance, thick skin. Yes. We have a thick skin. That is the biggest problem, that we can study for 15 years without failure.
Thank
This
you,
is the biggest
Dr.
problem.
Shekhar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, one and all. And really appreciate
that
you
I
are doing such
would
a wonderful.
like to say that Dr. Shekhar would be the first person, I would say, who has seen so much opportunities in Ayurveda and so many obstacles as well. And he is the right person to advocate Ayurveda in United States. When the time comes, history will call upon you, Dr. Shekhar, and we are going to join the hands and make history here. There is no doubt about it. I feel coming some years, we will be giving answers to our own community. We will be the leading country to bring Ayurveda some voice and structure. And I see that we all play a very important role in it. Thank you so much. As you could see, Dr. Shekhar Maharshi here, who is really contributed to Ayurveda. Neil, any comments coming to you? And then I have Dr. Ashlesha waiting. I have Dr. Shan waiting. I have Dr. Harish Ji and team waiting. Please stay tuned. And we have so much to learn from New Jersey, Chicago, Canada, and so much. Dr. Shekhar, I really want to thank you joining us and sharing your wisdom and your knowledge for our global platform. Over to you, Neil.
Thank you, Dhanada. Well done. So you can see what Shekhar said. He gave a lot of examples. He also said that, look, let's be compliant. If somebody gets a prescription, you don't share it with people. Obviously, you don't share it. Same goes with Ayurveda. He mentioned lots and lots of examples. But the nice thing what he mentioned, like you, the young ones, and the one before, because we had some 25-year-old and 30-year-old, he even says, let's go past ego. Let's just leave it. Forget those who are living in the ego land. We can still crown them up. But why don't we unite? Because he has got so many countries. He even said some of the countries which were there. And earlier, when we missed out from the Europe, which is really gaining momentum, where they are in Latvia, Croatia, Professor Shantala, who is in Latvia from Ayush Ministry, and Neha Sharma from Mauritius, is all a part of Healing Our Earth, as is Gatosh Pai. Everybody is connected. So why don't we dive into River Ganga, which is Healing Our Earth, which is just a neutral, very simple, as what Shekhar said, is a simple organization that can just collect and unite people like other projects. Let's do it. Shekhar, yes, you are very much part. Dhanada talks very highly of you. So keep that relationship with her. She is the conduit which will be moving places, because she's already moving and has created waves there in Colorado. She's going to Creston Mountains. She has taken breathing exercise as well, because she's going to climb high altitude there. And people are looking forward to her. Big healing gang is waiting for that. And then Shekhar, as you said, America has got good opportunity. Vandana was here before over here, and so many other people. So Shekhar, stay around. Let's go to Ashlata, and we've got Shan as well waiting. Let's have a joint chit chat. So stay around in the gallery, and we call you back again. Dhanada, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar, again. And we'll come back to you and circling our discussion. Moving forward over to Vaidya Ashlesha Raut, who we are delayed in getting you, Ashlesha ji, but we are very thankful that you could make it. And over to you. Vaidya Ashlesha is president for OM, where Paula just kind of given us an introduction. And I would like to invite Vaidya Ashlesha to give us some pointers, what's happening in your world in Chicago and area. We learn about the OM little bit, but as Dr. Asawari, you are also heavily come from a third generation of a Vaidya, number one. Number two, you have so much wisdom practicing in United States last 30 years. And I known you for as long as I know. When I started practicing in United States, you've been there in every journey in advancing Ayurveda, whether it is a certification, accreditation, making standards, teaching students, and moreover, you have a heart for Ayurveda to advance globally. So from that point of view, I would like to invite you to contribute us in the dialogue for Ayurveda way moving forward globally. Over to you, Ashlesha.
Namaste, and thank you so much, Dr. Dhanada, for this wonderful introduction. And I want to thank, of course, our Healing Our Earth and Tapas and so many all of you for coming together and creating this wonderful summit. It's what we needed. This Global Ayurveda Day is truly important, and we are creating that awareness. And why am I saying this important? I go back to this history and just wanted to, when Dr. Shekhar was talking and Dr. Dhanada, we three of us were very much into Apna and did so many things together. And that time truly where I learned that, well, awareness is the most important thing, which is so much important to be needed to be, brought in for. And that's what I found always here also when you're asking me what I'm really doing in the Chicago area and how's the Ayurveda going it. I am here almost since last 20 years. And what I found that we still are struggling in Midwest to make Ayurveda popular. I'm comparing it with, of course, the West. And you all will agree with me that in US, California is the hub for Ayurveda. And with, East Coast, Dr. Shekhar is there. So he's moving those wings there. And that's how it is getting popular there also. But what about Midwest? And with that, with that intention, the very first step was to establish AUM, that is Ayurveda Union of Midwest, and the whole and soul. The mission is absolutely for creating the awareness of Ayurveda. Popularity will come later, but awareness has to be there. And truly, we, as you would see that in OM, we want definitely to represent this is that all the Ayurvedic professionals in the Midwest should come together and create that. The whole mission is to bringing awareness to the community and further promoting the knowledge and the practice of Ayurveda for our community's well-being. If the community is well, then obviously the state becomes well, and as the state becomes well, then it becomes nation becomes well, and as nation becomes well, again we can expect the whole global world to become well. So we are actually, as you would see here in on this, that we are 5-state organization. It is a regional organization, and it has all 5 states together. And these, absolutely, this 5-state organization is, you can see on the board here, on the slide here, obviously, that we have Illinois, we have Wisconsin, we have Missouri. Wisconsin is differently, but they are connected with us. But we have Michigan, we have Arkansas, and we also now joined by Indiana. So all these 5, recently we have this, together coming, we all came together and this is a non-profit organization and truly wanted to create this awareness. Our board is also made up of that way, that we have each 2 board members from each of the state. And you could see that from Illinois, we are there. You can see here Paula, who just spoke before. You can see my picture, and yeah, you can see Paula, who just spoke here, and she is from Arkansas. And along with Paula, we do have Beverly. Beverly is from Michigan, from Missouri. We have Dr. Sana and Dr. Swati from Illinois, and then we have from Michigan, Laurie Dean, and Chef Paul actually represents the Missouri, along with Babe. And we have Peggy. She is from Arkansas, and she's also, all these are, and Sarah, who comes from the Michigan. And so you could see here that we have one more picture missing, and it's updated. I said that Indiana just joined, and we do have Regan, who is practicing in Indiana. So all these states are coming together, and we are collectively bringing this awareness along with all these learning, all these years when seeing what the things are, how these things are going on. That's why we created, and thank you for sharing this also. We have really kept a very basic introductory individual membership, only $25 every year, and that's how we are open. Like, we really don't necessarily aim high and just want to create. We truly create the awareness among here, and as I said, once the awareness has been created, automatically it is going to happen that people become more aware of their health. They become more aware of Ayurveda, and that's how they would definitely create more. The more health comes, the more good things happen automatically. You really don't have to do anything. In this country, at least, we have this. As of now, in USA, people really struggle for the insurance aspect, and prevention is always better than cure. So how do we make that preventive aspect more of Ayurveda? I'm not saying Ayurveda is a full-fledged medicine. Absolutely, it has the capacity to do the treatment modalities also, as Dr. Shekhar just now said, that someone is giving in ISU, in intensive care unit, giving the Rasaushadis, and I'm being MD in a Rasaushadis. I can definitely understand how much powerful these medicines are. But it's not, well, to go to that before, only if you can really make anybody much better or avoid those diseases, then that's what we want. And that's why this awareness, and that's how the health will come. So that's the first step, what is being taken and created AUM, and that's how we are spreading. And we still have some Midwest and other states which we look forward to get connected with. Kansas is there, and we would try. Iowa is also there. So we would be in that whole process of expanding. That's the main focus. And I'm glad Dr. Dhanada is already leading there in Texas. So the whole Midwest can be really developed well with Ayurveda. And you will agree with me, Dr. Dhanada, that how much awareness is still necessary for this whole aspect of the
Definitely.
middle part of the USA, central part of the USA.
Definitely,
So that,
Dr. Raut. Would you like to introduce some of your members that they joined with you today from home? Are there
yes,
any?
absolutely. That will
Please.
be great. So it will be better if you would show me. I think I know Dr. Paula is here, that I came to know, and I think
Please
Dr. Ati
unmute
is also there.
home team. If you are there, please say hello to the global world.
They can't say hello. You need to identify who is.
Oh,
who is
Vaidya Swati is there.
Vaidya
Then the
Swati.
Swati Maske.
Yes, Vaidya Swati is there. 1 second, Paula is there as well. Let's
Paula.
Sana Sheikh is also there.
Okay, let's go one by one. Let's just go to
I
Paula
tried
first.
to.
Paula, you can unmute yourself now. Paula, go ahead.
Paula, you spoke earlier.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. I am not sure how to introduce myself. So what would you please help me?
No, we were just
Well,
saying,
I will introduce Paula. Let me take that opportunity. So Paula is our really backbone for the managing all our website. She's a great she's Ayurvedic practitioner, obviously, and she comes from Arkansas. She's one of the board of director. And as I said, we have always two members from each of the state. That's how Paula comes. And Paula has definitely passion for Ayurveda, and she's doing she created the logo, so that's another greater contribution from Paula.
Ashlesha,
Thank you Paula for being here.
Not just for the logo, Paula, we are proud of you because as an indigenous person down there, that is what we are in a lookout for. The India knows in Ayurveda very well, but if we can penetrate into Western society or indigenous society, that can help us spread, because you can tell us how you want to know about Ayurveda from us, so we can then go and teach the organizations how they would receive it. So we are very proud of you, and please bring more indigenous people in the organization.
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure. And actually, I came from India a couple weeks ago, and I spoke with an Ayurvedic doctor, and he underlined how there's so many people that go to Ayurvedic schools, but they don't pursue it. So they know it well, but they don't live it, and they don't get a chance to. And so it was an inspiration to continue as being such a new to me compared to everyone else here. Your knowledge is amazing and humbling, so I appreciate that, but I come at it with different perspective because I needed Ayurveda. I didn't just have an interest in it. So I come at it in a different direction, and I think there might be some strength in that too. Thank you.
Paula. I see Dr. Swati is here. Swati from Chicago, and avid Ayurveda physician. I know she's doing wonders of Ayurveda there. So many workshops and talking in conferences. Welcome to our global platform, Swati. Namaste, global namaste to you.
So I'm very, very excited today. I'm in Wisconsin. I'm sorry, I'm little off and on. So I just wanted to share a very great news. First thing is we are very much prepared to celebrate our Ayurveda Day 2024 on behalf of AUM. And we are going to have it as like we got a very grand success last year, 2023, where we had more than 100 people attending our event. And this year, we are expecting more than 100. So, so we are working hard for it. And I'm really, really proud. I'm really, really happy to be on this platform today. So thank you for the invite to see all the like-minded people who are really working hard for Ayurveda to be on the global end. And it's really very challenging, as Dr. Shekhar was mentioning, how these Ayurvedic treatments, modalities, are just challenged on an everyday basis, where we have to really prove to every person that Ayurveda really works, or this is a medicine, this is not a kitchen science. And when it comes to like authority or speaking about Ayurveda, it becomes sometimes is very complicated to explain people what our backgrounds, our qualifications are. So I would love to emphasize more on this with all you experts, pioneers of Ayurveda, is we have to make this Ayurvedic opportunity of being an Ayurvedic doctor, a Vaidya, to be a well-respected, well-deserved candidate in the community. And that is what me and Dr. Ashlesha are very much thriving for. No matter, we always call it as Nari Shakti, because we have these very beautiful and very good souls with us, which are supporting us 24/7. And within half an hour, we can plan our Ayurveda day, we can execute it, and the event offerers and everything, it just plans like kind of a goddess's energy is coming together. So today I am feeling that energy over here on this platform, and I'm really, really happy. Thank you for inviting me, and we look forward to more and more events like this. Thank you, and pleased to be here.
I miss talking to you, Dr. Swati. We should chit
I know,
chat.
me too. We will.
So one quick correction, Dr. Swati, we had 200 people last year for the Ayurveda Day, and
So we are
we are
aiming for more
expecting
than
200 again.
Numbers.
And I was anyway, and thank you for saying, explaining about, mentioning about Ayurveda Day. I was going to tell, but thanks for telling that we will be doing, and so glad that, we are getting this global, good
Yes.
energies and good vibes to do these things.
I want to congratulate Om on behalf of global platform of healing our earth and tapas. You guys are doing awesome job there and making impact on involving the consulate is the best way to move forward. Ayurveda needs to move forward together. I am now going to Sana, and Sana, unmute yourself. I can ask you to there you go. Wonderful. And share about you, where you practice, and we would love to hear from you.
Hi everyone. So probably this is the first time I'm talking here. I've seen you all, I've seen you all in so many webinars, conferences, because Dr. Raut keeps on telling me about all these things, and I always join, I always listen to you all. It's so nice listening to. You can say I'm a beginner. I'm a BAMS doctor from Mumbai. I'm a beginner here. I am not practicing anywhere in the US right now, but looking forward to do that. And currently, I'm working with Dr. Raut. Like she takes lectures at Ananda Ayurveda Academy. So even I'm there. I'm taking lectures with her. So that's all from me as of now.
Well, Dr. Sana, you can say that you're continuing public health. She's studying more in the
Yeah.
public
Oh,
health.
yeah. Right
And
now, I'm in Boston. I'm not in Chicago. I'm hoping to come back to Chicago and work with Dr. Raut and all of you again together. Right now, I'm pursuing MPH, Master of Public Health. I'm trying my hands on research.
Wonderful. That's
Yeah.
nice that Dr. Raut is keeping track of your career. Then I love
No,
her.
she-
She's mother, and she has this motherly leadership to all. I think you are in the best
When I came
hands
to when I came
grow.
to Illinois, when I came to Chicago, I was so blank. Like, what will I do here in the US where nobody talks about Ayurveda, nobody knows about it. So I just Googled and found about Dr. Raut. I found
We are
about
all with
Nama and
you.
stuff. So yeah,
See, the
so she
first
guided me,
important thing
and that's
is
why.
I would like to tell you that you are in the best hands, and you are in the best to go forward. Like Dr. Shekhar always says that whatever the impact you could make, you are making in your own ways. And that impact is very, very important. We just since morning talking from localization to globalization. Thank you, all of you being here. Anything you would like to comment and
So Dhanada,
yes,
Dhanada,
Neil,
I would like to make a comment here. Once again,
please.
I'm just noticing women empowerment. So Shani is going to join me in a moment because we men have to counteract you. But we are so proud that so many women are coming forward. And if you empower women, then you empower humanity. So we are so glad that you women are taking at the helm of it. No ego, positive thinking, forward thinking. I want to ask each one of you a comment before we go to Shan, and then we'll chit chat again. That while you are in America, and congratulations to Om, what a wonderful name that you've got. And Dhanada, let us practice that all our contacts, if you could introduce them to Om and Amrita, who is not here, Ish, who is not here, Thomas, who is not here. Let's group up together because we have a plan together. Let's make everybody equal for a moment. If we are equal, those who are above us can lift us, and those who are below us, we can lift them. So if that's our motto, we will all be very successful. And that's the way to go in a multi-group. I know because I'm part of many multi-organizations, and that's what I love to practice. So I want to ask each of you who is present down here, for Ayurveda to go forward, what would you like to progress first in? Would it be the education, or would it be the compliance, or would it be certification, or would it be quality and safety? Let's go one by one. You can mention all of them in your order. Let us see how we are thinking and what is important. So we start with Swati, we start with you. What is your priority? Which way forward do you want so Ayurveda can be definitely part of mainstream within next 25 years? I'm being realistic, not 5 years, 25 years, and if it's there, then we are going to leave a legacy for people. Swati, your points in any order that you like, which is a priority.
Thank you so much. And that's a very great question, I would say, because I face this on a regular basis when I'm practicing Ayurveda. So my main goal to practice Ayurveda where I'm based in the northwest suburbs of Illinois, where barely people knew about Ayurveda. So when I started like 7 years back, I started lecturing, I started conducting more workshops, which were literally free for people in order for them to know about Ayurveda. Now the thing is, like, I have people reaching out to me saying that they want to be an intern with me, or they want to learn Ayurvedic on that level where I am treating people, or where they are getting better, and when they are really reversing their health conditions. So people are reading about me and they are reaching out to me. So for them, my first priority would be is that becoming very, very stringent in our rules and regulations when it comes to practicing Ayurveda on a ground level. When we are dealing with people with health conditions, I feel an Ayurveda doctor's approach is very different than who is being trained on a very different scale. So I would say is having those kind of a little bit of a kind of a, you would say, I don't know how to level it up, but where people can categorize themselves, how much is their capacity to treat other people. So my first input would be is education. It matters. And after getting that education, what would be your limitation based on what degree you got? If you are an Ayurveda practitioner, if you got a 6 month certification, then are you able to diagnose and treat a person? You are not. There are many failed cases that I see on a daily basis, I would say, who come and they are misdiagnosed on a regular basis, because they think the same thing. If I am posting on my website that I do Ayurvedic consultations, it's this much, these are my credentials. People don't know what BAMS is. People don't know what NAMA credentials are and things like that. They just read your reviews, or they will read your testimonials or word of mouth. But when it comes to credentials, I think every Ayurvedic person who is being trained over here in the States should always be compulsed, I would say, or being or some kind of peer or some kind of organization should monitor them in order for them to express or tell what they really can do. If they are
So
saying,
Swati, you are very clear. You like the accreditation board, which will monitor the accreditation of a person so people can be trusted and the consumer can trust. So we pause there, Swati. Swati is very keen that we get that body authority where we can do a checkup for accreditation of a person and then gain the confidence. Let's go to Ashlesha. Ashlesha, what is a priority for you to go forward?
Thank you, Neelji, and I'm glad that this question is being asked, first of all. I would still say, I mean, I myself considered a really educator. I strongly believe in educating people. I generally, when I do my consultation, I don't say that, oh, I'm doing a clinical thing. I still feel that I'm educating them. I'm creating that educational approach in them, because Ayurveda is something that you have to live with, and it is not only when you are sick and you gain, you take the treatment from it. So my first approach still will be the awareness. Awareness still comes. People, yes, education is the needed for the as a certification aspect. When we are talking about that, is truly needed. That but that comes later. You have to create first the awareness. Let people know that this is the strength of Ayurveda. And I know, Neelji, you may be in the London, and London they may know Ayurveda. We are in Chicago and Illinois, the whole Midwest. unfortunately people still don't know Ayurveda. I mean, I have been practicing in this country and this area at least more than 20 years, and then sometimes still people come. They just come by, as Dr. Swati mentioned, they read the review and they come. They may not know at all what is Ayurveda. They just read the review and they say, wow, this is a good. And by the mouth of, mouth publicity, people come to me. But sometimes they still don't know Ayurveda. And then you have to tell them that this is not something that you just take the medicine and, they say, okay, give me herbs. And I'm taking so and so on medicine. Give me herbs and go ahead and do this. No. Then I have to tell them, no. You have to learn the lifestyle change is also important. The diet change is also important. So so Neilji, my focus would be still creating the more awareness. Second aspect of education, which we are already doing, I'm leading one educational institute also, which is called Ananda Ayurveda Academy. I'm sitting here in the wonderful place of Soderwald, where we have this academy, and we are trying. So those who are interested in taking the education further and doing that is been getting ready. I'm also on the board of the certification board, Ayurveda certification board, where there also we are working very nicely. Those things are going on, definitely. Accreditation is also happening, that these things will happen. That has to happen. But first, making aware people about Ayurveda is still needed. At least where I am there, I would say that, yes.
So Ashlesha is very clear. She wants to spread the awareness, which is what Thomas said as well, that the Western world require more awareness as opposed to the ethnic community, which are brought from their fathers or themselves or their great-grandfathers were born in India. So Ayurveda is very natural. So we've got 2 points, education, awareness, and once that is done, accreditation, so we are compliant, so it feels good. Let's go to Sana, who is the new recruit to all this, and she's finding her way around it. So Sana, what are the important factors that you feel, because you've come very new in this, what would you like to see so that we get Ayurveda moving forward from where you see? It doesn't matter. Experts, we don't need experts' opinion. We need opinion of people like you, because it is you who matters, so we can bring the style and the method and the outreach that will help you. So what would help you?
Firstly, I'll go with education, because that is important for both like practitioners and as well as general public. So that is important. Next will be compliance, because to meet the global standards, we need that. Like we have to ensure that Ayurvedic practices comply with global health standards. So like FDA, WHO, all those things. And third will be certification from my end. And if all of these are achieved, only then we can spread awareness.
Thank you, Sana. And you see, so far, we are just talking common sense, okay? So I'm going to ask Shan. Shan, you are going to unmute yourself in a moment before we ask you. I will going to Paula. Paula, you are new again to this. You are part of OM. You designed the logo. You come up with an ideas. You are from an indigenous background. What do you think you would like to learn first or get confidence in so that you can propagate Ayurveda from your style forward?
That's a great question. I think trying to have a consistent, I think our society needs small thoughts. That's all we can digest at a time. So I think the awareness is very key, and having consistent awareness, consistent information would be helpful. I think it's going to take a while to get the information out, to prove to people that it can help, and to have examples. And I think for me, I am a walking example of what to do. So I think we have to live it, and then we have to talk about it and be the role models, and then start to share that information outwardly, locally.
So Paula, we need more people like you and Sana who can feed us, because you are the future of this Ayurveda world. Dhanada, we are going to summarize with you afterwards in a moment, so be aware of what has happened, because presently I'm very surprised. And Shan, this is the time to bring you in. So Dhanada, if you can introduce. And Shan, first question we want to ask you, Shan, after Dhanada introduces you, why are we not following common sense? What have you found that we can unite to do? Because this is all common sense: education, accreditation, compliance, and then go for safety and standard. So what is blocking us? So Shan, you can unmute yourself. Dhanadhar, go ahead and introduce him, and then let's see what we've got to say.
Hello, Neil. Thank you so much. Before I turn in towards Dr. Shan, I quickly want to go ahead and tell Dr. Harish Ji, we will be with you in another few minutes. Please stay, do not go. And before that, I would like to have a quick comment from Rajesh here from Tapas team, who just joined as a secretary, and would like to know, because he just finished from Mauritius University, his Ayurveda master program. I would like to ask him how was his experience, and so much he is contributing towards tapas. Quickly, your comment, Rajesh. Please go ahead.
Rajesh, before you comment, can you landscape your video so you're looking like all of us so we can capture? Yes, perfect. Go ahead, it's all yours.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I am honored to actually be part of this meeting once again this year. So,
we have dropped, he's dropped out a signal maybe.
Yeah. No worries. I think he will join us again. He would love to share his two comments. But before that, let's unmute Dr. Shan. And Dr. Shan, welcome in global platform, Healing Our Earth. And Dr. Shan comes from a Siddha modality of Ayurveda sister science. He is president for Siddha Veda Multiversity. And Dr. Shan has been a key player in doing Ayurveda and adapting Ayurveda on several platforms. Dr. Shan, wait a minute. Rajesh has just joined again. Rajesh, go ahead, please. You got dropped.
yeah, I apologize. Yes, I'd like to actually congratulate everyone, and you're all actually role models of why I was able to actually do Ayurveda is because of teachers like you, Vaidyas like you, actually, who have come all over and then are teaching guys like me. I started not just me, but many of my fellow graduates in the MIU. They have been actually trained and got inspired by every one of the Vaidyas who are actually some of them are already in the meeting. So my experience with Maharshi is the whole Ayurveda in specific is it gave us the confidence. So all of the students who joined the program are interested in something which is natural. But and they actually somehow started searching for opportunities to learn and then to practice. They somehow landed in Ayurveda. Not just me, but many. Me, because of my ethnic background, I already am inclined to. But many of my fellow students who are don't know about Ayurveda, they have because they want to be healed. They want to heal their family members. So yes, that's what I got to actually feel during my master's program, and as part of tapas, obviously during last year's Nama conference, Ashlesha ji and Dhanada ji, they brought me into the tapas. So that tells actually on how good actually the platform is in order to encourage people like me. I may not be expert, I may not be having a lot of education, but you brought me in. So there's a lot of scope for people like me who want to just contribute, who want to just learn. So yeah, and I was part of tapas for almost 2 years now. And yes, Dhanadaji also welcomed me as a secretary to the tapas, and we'll be doing much more in the coming months and years to come, especially the next year conference with Nama.
Yeah. I just want to mention before you go, Rajesh, that the humble background of yours, you were saying Rajesh holds a vice president position at the Bank of America and full-time employee there. Plus, having the heart for Ayurveda is just what we needed from this perspective to join the hands and impact on a corporate level. And anybody who is willing to take the forward of this Vedic science, taking understanding of contributing from whatever they have the knowledge, and that leads his journey to become a master's in Ayurveda. I congratulate you, Rajesh, and thank you so much for contributing to Tapas. You are an unwavering contribution and dedication for Tapas. I really want to thank you for your contribution to moving Ayurveda way forward. Coming back to Neil, I'm coming back to Dr. Shan now, and then quickly I will be going to Harish Ji again. So, Dr. Shan, I was introducing you as the president for Siddha Veda Multiversity. Siddha is another sister science for Ayurveda, and I have been with the Dr. Shan at the MIU just a couple of weeks before. We have a beautiful conference, and the way the Siddha can come forward to contribute in moving Ayurveda way forward. I would like Dr. Shan to come and comment in our dialogue ongoing with the Ayurveda way moving forward. Your thoughts and comments. Over to you, Dr. Shan.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Namaste, Vanakkam, everyone. So, all the great sages, we connect with all the great sages of the world. I mean, those days it was one world. Now we are looking at separations of the continents and drift and everything happened. But we have to connect. This is one world where we all had our siddhas and our great Vaidyas are also here. Without them, the knowledge is not here now. So this knowledge has been from oral traditions. So today we are looking at documentation, but many of the document, more than 80% of the documents are also oral tradition, which comes from generation of Vaidyas who transferred knowledge, which is not written in book, and we cannot underestimate that. So with that respect to all the people who contributed to the ancient knowledge. So I'm looking at two aspects of Ayurveda, not only from a Siddha perspective. Siddha Ayurveda is not a different thing. It's all ancient knowledge, right? So deep down, there are two aspects that we are looking at. Today, we are looking at financial aspect of establishing something. So that is there is a challenge there. And then we are looking at fitting into that mainstream. Like we are seeing challenges that, these practitioners, I have to pick a herb from, in a particular, Agastya sage. Agastya used to go and bow down, pray to the plant and get the permission from the plant to get the plant and pick that particular flower in a particular day, on a full moon day. So you will have that kind of a benefit. So are we, if you go deep down, there is so much of knowledge in that aspect of, so the challenge here is the modern world. We are fitting into modern world. There is a necessity and an ancient way of doing practitioners. They have practiced in a different way, and some things doesn't fit into the modern science, right? So these are two aspects. So now we have to look at what has happened when India and got their independence. So what happened is, like all the knowledge, ancient knowledge, there was a Gurukulam system, many of you are aware of. And that Gurukulam system is a total education system, was completely, buried. And people, they may be having, they don't have that kind of intention. Probably it didn't happen through intention, right? Whatever it is, whether it is intentional or not. But somehow, India has IITs. IITs are very good schools, modern schools. But IIT was really supposed to be a Gurukulam system, basically, But they didn't have that kind of knowledge to bring the ancient traditional knowledge those days into this system. So that, what happened now, slowly we came into the mainstream system, and all these Ayurveda, Siddha, all these, kind of knowledges were isolated. So they don't merge with mainstream system. They were categorized as something, that was traditional there, but, it doesn't fit because we are not trained in the way. So so what I call this as I am a physicist doing work. I have published some of the papers in Ayurveda. We have a very modeling 3D structure with computational modeling using molecular docking. We are publishing a paper right now. I can, show this right away. So that kind of paper, this is modern knowledge. When we are talking about modern knowledge, people appreciate, wow, this is amazing, all those things. So this is one kind of, can I share my screen or?
Yes, you
I
can
have the
share
privilege.
screen.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
go ahead.
So this is kind of a modern knowledge. This is going to, I am just submitting this to Nature, Nature Computational Science. Okay, so this is submitted today or tomorrow morning. So here is a paper. This is talking about our Bhumi Nelli, Bhumi Amla. It's called Kila Nelli. Bhumi Amla is like a small plant with amla, stuck to the backside of the leaf. I used to grow in my garden here. It used to grow. I didn't grow it. It used to grow, right? So the Bhumi Amla, if you look at, Bhumi Amla, you can look at the molecular structure, all these things, how this is impact we're using for liver treatment. It's commonly known for like jaundice and other treatments. So this is a most modern education. We're using 100 nanoseconds. We're going to up to 500 nanosecond, structures. So this is all done through molecular docking. So this paper will be published. Okay, we have other papers that going to. So there is a lot of molecular, dynamic study here, that shows about structure. So I can, share this once the manuscript is accepted. I will share this with the group. So here, so this is a modern knowledge, and I have an Agnikarma nano needle that we patented, using a modern chip-based device that made up of ancient Agnikarma knowledge. So this is one way to, convince the modern community to establish Ayurveda, right? So for this also we need knowledge. So we cannot ask an Ayurvedic practitioner to publish all these things. It's a hell a lot of work. They don't have the basic knowledge of all the science, basic science knowledge that, mainstream education has. So, and it's a waste of time. So Ayurveda practitioner should just practice. So what is the problem here is that there is no scientist involved in exclusively contributing to Ayurveda science. So first one is, for the mainstream publication, we need mainstream people who understood Ayurveda is needed, because there is a challenge now. No mainstream people has understood Ayurveda. It's difficult for them to train. Their brain is trained, in mainstream way. Okay. So, and the Ayurveda people cannot express this to them, what their needs are. So there is a challenge, there is a language gap. So we try to fill that gap. That's one thing that we do. The second thing is that constructing Ayurveda from the Shankya philosophy, like Purusha Prakriti, I think that's from the evolution, Panchabhutas. So that is called a paradigm shift approach. That is the approach that need to be done, because that is bigger than any science in this world. What we are talking about modern science is a very, very, very tiny, even molecular, the science is very, very small, because in the, unless we have the origin theory according to the ancient knowledge, right? That is where all the Siddha Ayurveda, they merge there, and there we have good, deep science there. That is where, everything comes out, from the origin theory, how the universe began. And unlike Big Bang, there is a complete theory on that, how universe began, how energy particles came from there, how Panchabhutas are formed, those particles, and then how magnets are formed. So that will explain about our biomagnetic, our causal body, Karana Sharira, etc. And that I will have a different set of axiom that brings back to the Dasavadara, where the evolution began, and the anatomy of the body will come from a femtoneurobiology perspective. What is a femtoneurobiology perspective? Unlike the modern, what we call today is a microbiology. Microbiology is limited to 10 power minus 6. 10 power minus 6 is, we think it is small, but femto is less than 10 power minus 15, and Ayurveda goes way below. That's the whole thing. So there is something called an uncertainty principle in modern science, where you cannot see below a certain region. Then how do they prove meridians and all? These all are statistical. You cannot prove meridians like real original. So we need to have a quantum mechanical approach for building Ayurveda. So that is what need to be done for a paradigm shift approach. So that completely is a very, very different kind of approach that we need to take to develop the entire Ayurveda, where all these other questions, additional questions, can be answered. So now we are looking two aspects. From modern science, certain things you can prove, like I am doing this paper right now. You can prove one particular molecule is interacting with this, showing the modern aspect of it. But for an ama, for example, an ama is different in Ayurveda compared to this, right? Say an ama, for example, in all the Indian people in India, they wash rice. They wash rice, right? So they washing the rice, they use a bilva leaf. Used to be there. They keep a bilva leaf in the water to wash the rice. So they found that anything in this world, there is a ama bhaga and amrita bhaga and a neutral bhaga, right? So the ama need to be removed only when we have the bilva water. Now the bilva they taken out, only they wash water, right? So the component is there. So this is a process, an ancient process. But this ama is nothing to do with the modern toxicology. Modern toxicology will not confirm all the amas. That's why, a ancient practitioner, some energy is there. Shekharji was talking about a grandmother doing this. But some energy is also there from that person that will protect. And as energy is added, that biomagnetic energy, the causal body energy is added to the medicines. That's why they were able to convert one chemistry. They have done this measurement also. They have taken the mercury, they change the mercury structure, like same the metal based only. We are using arsenic, mercury and all are not dangerous in ancient India, because they have the capability to convert to another metal without poison. You see, convert or keep in the same metal, but the poison thing doesn't happen. So these are some things we need to do, redo and rethink. And science we have to make changes in science. It's not about Ayurveda. If Indian government is not able to do anything, whom can we say how much budget is there for Ayurveda? Think compared to modern medicine. Think about it.
Did we fight for that? So modern medicine doesn't have any, like Ayurveda doesn't have a bigger budget. In acupuncture, acupressure, they invested. Chinese invested in US. So they were able to establish. But this is only I'm talking about. Even Chinese need paradigm shift. Chinese need to go to India back because all this knowledge comes from there in order to complete the whole thing, like the wholeness of that subject. But even this modern subjects, yes,
you've come to a very
we can prove independently, right? And for that, we really need a a research team that can be done. This is for immediate needs. We have to feed ourselves. So
Dr. Shan,
yes,
that is a very phenomenal point. Neil, you were saying something. Please go
Yes,
ahead.
I said Shan has come to a very salient point about budget. So we'll pause here. Let's go to Dr. Harish. I mean, he's a very senior, very well known in Canada. And in fact, not only is he popular down here. So Shan, let's listen to what Dr. Harish Verma has said. And when we conclude, we want to move on to budget of Ayurveda because everything is budget related. Stay around, don't go. Thank you very much. And Dr. Dhanada introduced Dr. Harish Verma from Canada.
Thank you, Dr. Harish Verma ji, for joining. You are a person that no need of introduction. You are well famous and well known. Dr. Harish Verma ji comes from Canada and he's been a pioneer bringing Ayurveda way forward from centuries to till date in the Canada. And being a Kappa president, he has been making awareness through several of Ayurvedic webinars, conferences, and very intellectual talks. I have been to one of his and several more to come. They are also doing such a great movement there in Canada. We would like to hear more from Dr. Harish Verma ji today. Welcome, and his team I could see. And thank you so much for waiting patiently. I know you had some other commitments also, but the contribution and the passion towards Ayurveda brings us all together to celebrate this Ayurveda globally. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Harish.
Thank you, Dhanada, and all global namaste to entire team of Healing Our Earth. First of all, I am thankful to organizers of Healing Our Earth for inviting team members of our Canadian Ayurvedic Practitioners Association. We have with us Dr. Neelam, Dr. Dimple, and Dr. Sajal Shah. They are already here. So I welcome all of them. So I listened today to all speakers right from the morning. And I also listened Dr. Pardeep from Australia, Dr. E. Sharma from Mauritius, Dr. Neil Kumarji from UK, Dr. Gatoji from India, and all respected speakers from all over the world. So as our theme is today, Ayurveda way moving ahead. So I would like to mention a few points why Ayurveda is not getting regulated outside India, particularly in Canada. We all know Ayurveda is good. There are many good things. We have good track record. We have track record of 5,000 years of practice. It is still being practiced in India. It's regulated in India and Sri Lanka. But why it is not regulated in West? What are the hitches? So we in Canada are working on regulation of Ayurveda for past few years. And I had a couple of meetings with the health officials. The first question they asked me, how many Ayurvedic doctors are practicing Ayurveda in Ontario? I said there are roughly 50 to 60 doctors. So they said, do you think for 60 doctors, we will make a directorate? It will cost $1 million expenditure every year, minimum $1 million. So number of practitioners are very less. So there is a need now. I'm also, Neil particularly, I am giving you the solutions. So kindly listen carefully. So we need to work on how we can increase the number of practitioners outside India. So there is a need to motivate the students all over India so that they can go out, because we have to compare Ayurvedic system of medicine. Our competitor is Chinese medicine, TCM. They are the competitors. If you look at them, even in UK, in every street, every corner, you can find the clinic of TCM practitioner. But Ayurvedic practitioners are very few as compared to Chinese medicine. This is one. Second, they asked me the question, what are the risk factors? What are the risks the Ayurvedic practitioner can cause? What damage can cause to the public? I said Ayurveda is free of any side effect, and there is no side effect, and we do not cause any harm. He said, if it is so good, then you don't need regulation. So it was a very tricky question. He said, if there is no harm, no government will create any regulation. No, you don't need any inspector on you. So this is very important. We should have a brainstorming of all intellectuals that how to give answer of this question. That what are the risk factors, and how, if Ayurveda is so good and so consumer friendly, then why you need the inspector on you? This was the question. So to answer this, we need to strategize and we need to sit with the government. The third point, which is very important, we all know the JAMA article about heavy metals. It was published in 2008, and it created a lot of damage to the Ayurvedic system of medicine, particularly when the news came from Boston that Ayurvedic medicines contain 10,000 times of permissible limit of mercury. That caused a lot of confusion among public, and now people are skeptical and scared about Ayurvedic medicine. And even recently during COVID, we all know Gaduchi was Tinospora cordifolia was used extensively, and there is the article on the PubMed by the hepatologist of world fame. They found Tinospora cordifolia caused liver injury. This article, everybody can find it. Yeah. And now, whenever we are giving Tinospora cordifolia, people are asking, oh, it can cause liver injury. It causes damage to the patients who are having autoimmune hepatitis. This article was published. And these are the things where we need to work on about the product. This is second. And important point is Government of India for the last few years, even before COVID, they started working on standardization of Ayurvedic products. They created a scheme which is called Ayush Mark, Ayush Premium Mark, something like this. It's for the international products. They said any product which will carry this mark will not have any chemical like steroids, hormones, or any chemical psychotropic drugs. This is one. They said if any product will be having Ayush Premium Mark, it will not have any microbes presence in the product. Third, it will not have any heavy metal, mercury, lead, arsenic, cadmium. And so there are few points, which is very good for the international product. But unfortunately, nobody is pushing for it. We need to push for it, particularly international community of Ayurvedic practitioners. We should push to the government that they should bring up this scheme and they should make it mandatory for export of any Ayurvedic medicine from India. That can help. So with this, we can create some sort of standardization of Ayurvedic medicine. And finally, as I mentioned, the number is very less. And second, I mentioned about the standardization. Another very important point is no Ayurvedic therapy or the technique has been accepted by the Western medical experts. if I compare it with the Chinese medicine, their technique, acupuncture is well accepted. But in Ayurveda, we have so many therapies. We have wonderful Shirodhara therapy. We have wonderful Ksharsutra therapy. But they are not being accepted. So either we are failed to convince them, we don't have sufficient controlled clinical trials to convince them, we don't have, well, I don't know. We should have brainstorming on this. At least we should put efforts to at least get recognition of at least one therapy. I prefer Shirodhara therapy, which is outside body we are giving, and it's yielding wonderful results. So if we can convince the world that Shirodhara therapy is effective, it's safe, then we can compete with acupuncture. So far, our no technique is available for this. So we should work on some sort of recognition of therapy. And finally, the research. If we compare ourselves with Chinese medicine, look at the research papers by the Chinese system of medicine on PubMed. They are in millions. But look at our contribution. And finally, I want, as we all are people who are in international Ayurvedic community, we are sitting in US, Canada, UK, Europe, we can have some collaborations with the local institutions. In Canada, we have done one experiment which is very successfully going on. We try to make a bridge between UHN, University Health Network, and All India Institute of Ayurveda, Delhi. And they started brainstorming on medicines to do some research on medicine for diabetes mellitus. They have already started.
Beautiful.
So that kind of work can be done all over world outside India. So these are the points which I think which are the solution that how we can get Ayurveda practice recognized in the West. So this is all about today, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, Dr. Harish, you align what Dr. Shan was saying about the research landscape, bringing the nanotechnology of Ayurveda, highlighting into the drug delivery system. You know, the importance of the pharmaceuticals that now we do, we need standardization, testing, quality control, and making sure we back them up with the research, with the proper evidence-based studies. And like you said, it is been vastly shared with through the TCM forum, because the more it's apple to apple comparison. If you ask what are the modalities they bring and we bring, it's more over same. We bring a lot of marma science, we bring a lot of herbs, we bring a lot of diet and lifestyle, but what we lack is sharing with each other the evidence studies and data. We are not yet there bridging out the gap to communicate these our modalities to modern accessible community, where I think Dr. Shan is also making same point in a very innovative way that he showed his research as well. But thank you so much. I would like your team to invite and speak if they would like to get introduced. Dr. Harish, please go ahead and introduce them, and if they would like to comment, and we will circle back to Dr. Shan, as Neil said, on the government policies and what Ayush and us could be doing to go way forward as a last topic. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Dr. Dimple is there. Dimple, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Unmute yourself.
Welcome, Dimple ji. Namaste. Global namaste.
Unmute yourself.
You need to unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Yes. Global namaste to everyone. So my name is Dimple Agarwal, and I am really honored to be here today. So I came from Delhi, India, where I completed my graduation. And after that, I pursued a master's degree in Kriya Sharif from CB Pax. So after my studies, I worked as an assistant professor in medical colleges, which gave me the invaluable opportunity to share my passion for Ayurveda with future healthcare professionals. So about a year and a half ago, I moved to Canada, and where I'm currently exploring the opportunities for Ayurveda in a country that deeply values healthcare innovation, but has yet to formally recognize Ayurvedic medicine. So 1 year ago, I met with Dr. Harish Sharma sir. He, like under his guidance, I learned like very important things, how healthcare is regulated here in Canada, how can we practice Ayurveda. It's not the same as in India. It's very different from it. Like practicing here in Canada is really very different from the practicing in India. So I'm still exploring how can I contribute in enhancing Ayurveda in Canada. So
So
that's all
Dimple,
from my
Dimple,
side.
what is the
Yes, sir.
difference practicing in India and in Canada? Is it because Canada is more compliant and stricter, or is it different simply because of the style, ethics, and morals?
Sir, I find difference in many of the fields. Like Canada is more strict in terms of treatment and dealing with patients. And the second thing, I like everything is standardized here, basically. So we have to adopt a proper protocol and proper standards to deal with a patient.
So isn't that better? Because we all agreed today that we want to go more compliant, more policy-based, more accessibility, and ensure quality and safety. So
Yes,
by
sir.
default, we have to observe that. So isn't that better for us?
Yes, sir. It will be very better because Ayurveda always need a standardization. That's what, like as Harish Sharma said, there should be researches, evidence-based researches to support our Ayurveda treatment, basically.
Very good. So it's nice to see that youngsters are being trained for this. And Harish, you are doing a wonderful job. But now I want to ask you, because you know India as well, you know how India operates, you know how Canada operates. Canada had a good agreement with India till very lately, very good agreement as well. So where do you feel, Harish, we are lacking? Because when you ask any Ayurveda expert, do you have a blue or a white paper? They will say yes. And then when you look at it, it's mainly like a village of India. It's not really in a very compliant manner with no data, with no evidence or anything. Where do you feel we are lacking, Harish?
Yeah, comparatively, if we compare with the US and Canada, Ayurveda is easier to practice. This is one point. And the second is because if you look at the government website, just Google it, Ayurveda practitioner and NOC. It's called National Occupation Code. So they have allotted a code for the practice of Ayurvedic medicine. So some regulation is there. That is why we are practicing. The second point, which is very important, as Neil, you mentioned, as I have already explained, people have some doubts about Ayurvedic medicine because after a few months, some news come in Canada that some metals have been detected in Ayurvedic medicine and some steroids are detected in medicine which were sent through internet. Those points were causing some concern to the government. That is why government is making the regulations tight, which is very good. In fact, if anybody is pure, they will definitely get success one day. But
So Harish,
right now,
Harish, are you referring to the rogue Ayurveda people who are just claiming themselves and they are not really expert? And if such is the case, ought we not to regulate and make sure that they don't spoil the name for the ones who are doing good work?
Yes, exactly. That is why we are pushing for the regulation. That is the reason. And but as the numbers are very less, the major problem we got when we applied for the regulation there in Canada, there is one department for regulation of healthcare profession. We as an association applied. Then the question came, what should be the criteria of minimum education for the local people? They said, unless and until you generate local 10,000, 20,000 people who can be the practitioner of Ayurveda, they said we cannot make the department for regulating Ayurveda.
So Dr. Dhanada, she likes compliance and accreditation. She's working very hard towards it. Harish, how can we, because Canada and USA are near each other, at some point they do align with each other, although they are mutually exclusive for the purpose of ministries. Where do you feel that we should really, because we want to see where we can move forward, and which sector should we move forward to? Should we go for policing of the raw Ayurveda, or should we go through university or through the health ministry and do some sort of accreditation where once they are accredited, then they can be referred to the actual doctors in the mainstream?
I think I have only one point which I repeatedly asked to many people in Ayush ministry. They are still unable to form a uniform Ayurvedic course for people who want to get education outside India.
Outside India, yes.
So particularly now they are saying we have a course for this WHO document benchmark for training in Ayurveda. That is even not practical. So they in that document they are offering 3,500 course, which is not practical in Canada or US.
So Harish, pause here. Dhanada, pause here. I didn't want to put the words in your mouth, okay, because you are into profession and I'm not, so I'm in a position to talk like this, what I'm going to talk now. Why do we need Indian Ayush ministry now that there are so many professional Indians, more than 20 to 40 years in other countries, which can actually teach the Ayush Ministry of India the regulation of the Western world? Why do we need to be governed by them? So Harish, answer that question.
I can answer that, Neil, for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so it is not that we are asking Ayush. What we are doing is see, where is Ayurveda in advanced, exalted position right now is in India. What is the base of idealism that should come from is India, right? So Ayurveda is practiced from Canada, outside of India. Ayurveda practice probably 10, 15 years behind. I always say that because we do not have that kind of a funding. We do not have that kind of awareness. We do not have public that would support us, like in Canada when Harishji went. Same thing happened in Colorado when we went to the government lobbying and we said we want this to implement into many healthcare system. They said, no, you are as safe as riding on bicycle and we won't be insuring you. And so along the time, what we want them to involve is to say that there is a backup for evidence-based studies. There is a time tested for Guduchi. There is a time tested for Bhumi Amlaki. There is a research going on. So we want their support in proving and moving forward. We are not asking them to sit what we want to create. And the same dialogue is going in United States. We are making a new progress. We have been brainstorming last 20 years. But if you ask me that what I get when I earn the degree of Ayurveda outside India, we don't have a bread and butter like AI compliances would have. We do not have a facility to tell us that these are the employment opportunities for you once you invest in Ayurveda education, where there is no standardization, there is no reciprocation into learning Ayurveda. So what we want to do first, as Dr. Harish said, is to sit together with the scholarly people that they already have done one work in India that is being slowly accepted by WHO, and then maybe form bodies outside India in collaboration with all of our organizational leadership, what we could implement to move Ayurveda way forward. I hope I make sense to you, Neil.
Okay, so Dhanada says that maybe we still need India, and I'm not very clear on that because I will show two examples how we bypassed India, not in Ayurveda, but something else. Harish, do you think we have to be reliant on India and their slow movement? Or do you think, because Ayurveda is a practice and not a religion necessarily, and therefore can be taken anywhere, what is your comment? And we'll go to Siddha in a moment, okay?
Yeah. So I want to share one experience. When I contacted the health officials and I studied the model of Chinese medicine, that how they got it regulated, because Chinese practice is regulated in Ontario. So they have a proper college, they have a 4-year course, and they have a proper curriculum. And they took the officials from Ontario to Beijing. They showed them the institution, they showed them the model that how Chinese medicine is being practiced in China. And finally, once the officials were convinced, then they said, okay, we will go ahead, and they passed the regulation. So the similar practice, I think we have to do. We have to take the people from health ministry to India. We'll show them how Ayurveda is being practiced. There are a lot of institutions nowadays, All India Institute of Ayurveda in Delhi, NIA. There are many institutions. We can show them, and the institutions have the data. They have data of 40,000-50,000 on one disease. So I think if we can convince them by showing them the practical work, the data in the institution, that will help us to convince the officials, because ultimately it is the will of the government. If they will be interested, then only they will regulate it.
So Harish,
We'll circle to Neil. Hold on. Dr. Shan wants to just comment on this, because I know he has been working with the government of India very closely, bringing fundings and doing the research studies. Dr. Shan, would you like to comment, please?
Yes. See, what is lacking today is that first thing why we need India to approve that is not that India cannot do by itself. First of all, India cannot do by itself. That's one thing, because see, today a lot of people, the people who came only, we learned what the importance of different perspective. We came out of how they think, right? And what kind of syllabus is required for, outside India, that only we know. So living in India, nobody can do that. And we cannot blame that also. But as a committee, international committee members, like say, they could keep an international committee member of experts who can advise Ayush, right? That this is the way you structure for different countries. And we should have an ancient science syllabus exclusively, unlike some UGC or somebody, like we need an accreditation board. And this accreditation board, US need a separate kind of accreditation thing, right? So they can approve certain things. So here, even if you're developing, you cannot develop something like without approving the ancient Indian knowledge. That's the ancient Indian knowledge. We need to respect to the mother country. It is definitely it is a challenge, because there is a lot of policy that need to be changed. We proposed to ancient science board, which has like different paradigm shift things that it can have in it. So it will allow. There should be also policy for the education, like interference of modern and ancient, the modern Indian Medical Association. They should not interfere. Freedom do we have as practitioners? So these need to be defined as a model in Indian government. Indian government need to do that, and somebody need to ring the bell, make this happen at a policy level. People are people, anywhere, So we need to
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shanil. You were saying something. Go ahead, please.
So I say that one doesn't have to go back to the country of origin. The Indians who are born outside India and the Indians who were born in India but living outside have advanced so much. They've had opportunity not to be covered by the red tape of India. India is slowly getting out of it. So there is certainly a room of good professionals bringing blue and a white paper within the local governments and the country, although Mauritius, which started with it, and Latvia, where Professor Shantala is, one doesn't have to wait for India. You can still start it. Yes, the knowledge is Indian stem. So yoga, Sanatan Dharma, Vedic knowledge, Ayurveda, all is stemming up from India. But the world has changed. And I'll give you an example. I'm from Africa. And I moved into this country in 1975. And I come from Africa where we used to celebrate Navratri and Diwali. Much better than India, much larger than India because India didn't have a local government doing. So my first adopted county over here was Midlands. And in 1983, the world's first major Diwali took place. Now, if I was waiting for Indian government to pass it and the Indian High Commission to say, please go ahead and do it, it would never happen because prior to me, they tried for 5 years. We started, and now those who are in New York does Diwali at Times Square, and Sydney, Singapore, about 90 countries celebrate Diwali. And it all stemmed from this Leicester Diwali in 1983. So if I were to wait for India, I would have never done it. You don't have to wait for India. India can, because you are Indians, the knowledge also belongs to you. So let's not stem just from Ayush. Ayush will help you if you help yourself. So start helping yourself, move forward. Let's drop the ego. And Dhanada, get the ball rolling. Shan is with you. Harish is with you. Shekhar is with you. They're all with you. Let's unite together and not wait for India because only India cannot help the world. It is already helping. Let us bring that Indianness and Ayurveda and homeopathy and whatever we are good at, we can be the start of it. And then if India wants to help, they can help. If it doesn't, we are living outside India anyway without Indian government backing us up or anything. So our affinity is with India. फिर भी दिल है Hindustani, and that will always remain. So let's not wait for India. Let's move forward. Shan is ready to go for that. Harish has already said that yes, there is probability. Dhanada, you gave your flag out in Texas and say, hey, Ayurveda, we are coming. We only got 25 years before we leave a legacy. Some of us will be gone, but Dhanada, you will be there. Harish will be walking with his stick, with his glasses, and you'll hold in hands. I will be gone. Shan will still be here. Both of you are very young. Let's leave legacy now. I love you all, and maybe time to wind up with Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Dhanada, over to you.
Yes, definitely. I would like to conclude this, unless anybody would like to comment or have your thoughts. Now is your time. Otherwise, we would be closing our Global Ayurveda Day celebration. What a wonderful way of celebrating Global Ayurveda Day, which we in the world, I guess, started at the beginning, celebrating not just Ayurveda Day, but igniting the Diwali celebration on October 13th. Today is a very auspicious day, Sunday. And I would like with this to conclude our Global Ayurveda Day celebration with the Gayatri Mantra and giving everyone Diwali wishes. Please close your eyes. Make sure you breathe, inhale deep down. And exhale. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. we will pray to Lord Dhanvantari on October 29th as auspicious day of Dhanteras, igniting Diwali spirit in all of us. And from our global platform, Healing Our Earth and Tapas, here comes the wishes to you all. Inhale. Namami Dhanvantarimaddevam Surasurairvanditapadapadmam Loke Jararuk Bhayamrutyunashanam Datarmisham Vividaushadhinam Om Shri Dhanvantarayai Namaha.